Spun out in my room. On my own, here we go.
Hey everyone, welcome back to this year's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Alan Bernstein. These are my guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene. Guys, week one of the NFC, some big games, some not so great games. We expected some things from teams that didn't show us, and some great performances on the other side. First game I'd like to talk about is the NFC game between New Orleans and Carolina. Guys, basically, New Orleans just steamrolled them. And I think it was pretty big for their team to come out and win, especially with the disaster going on with their city. How do you guys feel?
Well, it was important for them to come out and win, especially, as you said, the damage that it's done to the city, all the people all the devastation that's going down there. It was extremely important, especially, to come out and to be such underdogs to that Carolina defense that features such great names. Chris Jenkins, but now who's out for the year with a knee problem. They have Julius Peppers, they have Ricky Manning Jr. They have all these great players, and to come out and to beat that defense and then to win on a game-winning field goal is extremely important for them.
I agree with you, Andrew. Because, the New Orleans Saints weren't really expected to beat Carolina. There was all pre-game hype about Steve Smith and both running backs for Carolina, as in Stephen Davis and just Sean Foster being healthy. They were two great running backs right there. They were expected to run all over this New Orleans defense. And yet now, they just totally, like you said, Alan, they steamrolled them. I don't know about that, but they played a great game, and they really shut down that Carolina offense right there.
Right. I don't know about you guys, but I was expecting a lot more from this Panther team, and I was kind of disappointed. Guys, the Buccaneer game against the Vikings, it was pretty big. I thought, the Buccaneers defense, they showed that they had it 3 years ago, with their Super Bowl team. They beat them 14-13, and they caused Dante Culpepper to turn the ball over 5 times. How do you guys feel?
Well, you're right. It did remind me of the 2002 team that, won the Super Bowl 48-17 over the Raiders. To go into the Metrodome and to beat the Vikings like they did, 24-13, to hold them to 13 points, and to force Dante Culpepper, arguably the second best quarterback in the league, to Peyton Manning. It was just unbelievable to shut them down like that.
Well, also I agree with that, but I was expecting the Vikings to come out real big. They were supposed to have an improved secondary this year, but they came out, they were run all over, they were passed all over. Dante Culpepper looked like duty, all right? He looks terrible. 5 turnovers, that just shouldn't happen to a veteran quarterback like that. Like you said, second best quarterback in the league behind Peyton Manning. He shouldn't be doing that.
Right, and one more game we want to talk about is, of course, the New York Football Giants. Beating the Arizona Cardinals, 42-19, guys. It was a blowout. Sitting at home for my TV, I enjoyed the game. Eli Manning with 2 touchdowns, Tiki Barber with a touchdown, Brandon Jacobs, Chad Morton returning a kick, so did Willie Ponder. Guys, if the defense holds up, they can have a serious team. Do you think they could sneak into the playoffs as possibly winning the NFC East or maybe the wild card?
Well, there's no question they can sneak into the playoffs. You looked at the game the other day, last week. The offense, Manning, he didn't have a great game, but he had 2 touchdown passes, which is the most important thing, especially one to Plaxico Burress and then one to Jeremy Shockey. The running backs, Tiki looked excellent as usual. Brandon Jacobs, in the past they lacked that short yardage situation back. Brandon Jacobs got that and more. He would get the 1 yard and then he would sprint for 6 more. Special teams, which has been a huge problem for them in the past. Kicker Jay Feely didn't miss a field goal or extra point in the preseason. Willie Ponder returning that kick for a touchdown with his speed, that's amazing. And then Chad Morton, who just they picked up on the waiver wire like a week ago. To come out to sign him and then all of a sudden for him to return a punt return. The Giants, not only can they sneak in, I think they can be a serious threat for a 10-6, 11-5 team.
Right. I think it was also important that they were getting those short yardage situations where they had so much trouble, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1 last year. It really stopped their team. How do you feel, Matt?
Well, like I said, running backs, Brandon Jacobs and Tiki Barber getting all those touchdowns, all breaking tackles and everything. And you got Jeremy Shockey with the big touchdown. But how about Eli Manning? Eli Manning now anticipating his receivers, hitting his receivers, doing anything he can to make the play. Last year, it's a changed guy. From last year, he was throwing many interceptions. He was a rookie. He was a normal rookie. And now he came out this year and he totally matured. And that just shows, coming out in week 1 and showing how much better you gotten shows a lot of maturity right there.
Guys, very quickly, I'd just like to talk about who are your NFC surprise teams this year. Do you think anyone's going to sneak into the playoffs who we didn't expect?
Well, I hate saying this, but even though the Cardinals got, as we said, the Giants, they killed them last weekend, 42-19. But in that division with the 49ers, the Rams, who have an unproven defense, and the Seahawks, who are the most inconsistent team in my opinion in the NFL, I think the Cardinals can sneak in as the division winner in the West. I say if they go 9-7, if Warner goes and throws his passes well, if the defense that's much improved, they sign a lot of guys over the offseason. They got a lot of draft picks, first-round draft picks, and especially with that wide receiving core of Fitzgerald, Bolden, and Brian Johnson, I really think they can be a serious contender in the West. Also, I think J.J. Arrington, if he plays, if he gets 900, 1,000 rushing yards during the season, I think he really can be a factor for this team.
Very quickly, Matt, how do you feel?
Well, I feel that the Giants are going to be the surprise team in the NFC this year. They're not going to win the NFC East, but I think they will sneak into the playoffs with the wild card. Because to be realistic, the Eagles are going to win the NFC East no matter what. The Giants have a lot to prove, and the Eagles, are the Eagles. So
I don't know about that, Matt. But anyway, thanks for joining us this week, and hopefully we'll see you again. More 30-minute drill after this.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'd like to thank Matt Taylor, Alan Bernstein, and Andrew Gayo. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and today's guest, Dave Suntup and Andrew Axelband. Today we're going to be talking about Week 1's AFC wrap-up. The Dolphins had the biggest upset in the AFC when they beat the Broncos 34-10. Can Miami surprise a few teams this year, and will this loss to Denver be a concern to them, Dave?
Miami can definitely surprise some teams this year. Gus Frerotte played well at quarterback. He played well with the Vikings last year when Culpepper was hurt. They have Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams to run the ball, and they lacked that running back last year, and their defense is still near the top in the league. As for Denver, of course I'd be worried. You start off your season losing to a team that was 4-12 last year, and even though they're better, it's a game that Denver should have won. And their offense didn't play well, their defense didn't play well. I'd definitely be concerned if I was Mike Shanahan.
The Dolphins, they are like a very bad team. Last year they only won like 4 games, and Ricky Williams, he's back, but I don't think he's gonna do as well as he did 2 years ago. And Denver, they don't really have a lot of defense, and their offense is not that good, but it shouldn't be a concern for the Broncos.
Well, yesterday the Jets struggled running the ball, passing the ball, and their defensive was just horrible yesterday. They lost to Kansas City 27-7, but what is the Jets' biggest concern?
The offense by far. Chad Pennington looked lost out there yesterday. 6 fumbles. Curtis Martin couldn't run the ball. Lavernius Coles dropping easy touchdown passes. I mean, what is this? Come on. The defense, even though the defense was great last year, they were 10th in the league, I believe. But when you're facing the Chiefs, they could run the ball. And a lot of teams, the Chiefs are going to be doing this to a lot of defenses because they have a great offense.
The Jets played so bad, I was going crazy. All right, in the first drive, Kansas City, 3 run plays, they scored a touchdown with just 3 run plays. The Jets, Lavernius Coles dropped 3 passes, and Chad Pennington, he had 3 fumbles on the line. Kansas City is going to be a very good team this year.
The Patriots beat the Raiders 30-20, and the Patriots opened their 3rd straight quest for the Super Bowl this year. How did the Raiders' revamped offense look, and can the Patriots win their 3rd straight this year?
Well, the first drive, the Raiders just walked down the field in the Patriots' defense. The defense couldn't stop them. Lamont Jordan, Kerry Collins, Randy Moss, they played very well. And then they had another good drive when Collins threw that long pass to Randy Moss. But other than that, did they have enough penalties? I mean, 16 penalties, and they were penalized over 100 yards. If you're going to be doing that week in, week out, you're not going to win football games. As for the Patriots, they played a good game. They played good defense. Tom Brady, midseason form. Corey Dillon played a good game. Well, on the what, they played the Raiders. I want to see how they do against teams like the Panthers, the Steelers, the Colts, the Chiefs, teams of that caliber, to see if they could get their 3rd straight Super Bowl.
That's true, Dave, but the Raiders, last year, when they didn't have Randy Moss, they were not as good. When they got Randy Moss down there, a lot better team. And I don't think the Patriots are going to win a 3rd straight Super Bowl because they lost a lot of people.
Carson Palmer started the season 2 touchdown passes, 280 yards. Bengals won 27-13 over the Browns. Do you think he's ready for this breakout season? Do you think the Bengals will surprise some teams this year?
I think he's definitely right. This is his third year in the league, second year as a starter. He has good receivers, Chad Johnson and TJ Hushmanzada. They both played very well yesterday. Rudy Johnson's a great running back, and even though he didn't start yesterday because he showed up to a team meeting, he still had over 100 yards. And it's a good start for them, but they played the Cleveland Browns. And even though the Browns are better because they have a new head coach and some new players, they're still not a good team. I want to see how they do against some other teams like the Steelers and the Ravens, obviously, because they play both 2 times. And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback. And I think they'll definitely surprise some teams this year.
I disagree. The Browns are the worst team in the league, I think. They had no one on their team. And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 TD passes, 280 yards. Rudy Johnson didn't start, but their defense and their offense looks pretty good.
And that wraps up the segment. More drill coming up after this.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm here with my guests, Matt Taylor and Andrew Gayo. Today we're going to be talking about the wild card matchups in both leagues. Now guys, in the American League, the Indians are 1 game ahead of the Yankees and 3.5 games ahead of Oakland. Now who will win this close AL wild card matchup?
Well, quite frankly, I think the Indians will, but that doesn't mean the Yankees are not going to make the playoffs. I believe I don't think the Red Sox are safe at all in that American League East, especially with the way the Yankees have been playing of late. And with Boston, their pitching could falter down the stretch. Nobody's talking about this. And if the Yankees win the East, I can't really see Boston, beating out the Indians who have been playing lights out the past couple months for the wild card.
Well, right now you got to look at the way the New York Yankees are playing, and coming off winning 2 out of 3 versus Boston, that's a huge boost. And after winning a 17-2 game against Tampa, that's a big win because they never beat Tampa this year. And the A's, I really think, are just falling apart. I mean, they got that good pitching, but they have no hitting. I mean, Dan Johnson, really a good rookie this year, but he can't carry that whole hitting team. And the Indians are a mediocre team at best. With the Yankees' payroll and their talent, they should win this wild card.
Okay, I mean, right now, the Yankees' Jason Giambi has been on fire. Do you feel his 30 home runs can put them over the hump and overcome a 2-game lead against Boston?
Oh, absolutely. I think they can do that. Especially, with the 30 home runs, 20 of them coming in the second half. He had a monster July. He faded a little in August, but now he's come back in September and really boosted this team and the lineup. With all the troubles they had this year, the Yankees can still overcome the hump, and they can definitely beat out Boston for the American League East lead.
Well, the way Jason Giambi is playing is really tremendous right now because his home run against Tim Wakefield in that 1-0 game versus Boston really gave them huge confidence going into this series now with Tampa, then they got Toronto and Baltimore. I think that Jason Giambi has really been the comeback player of the year, and maybe he could boost some other players on the team, like Alex Rodriguez. He's been in a little slump of late. Maybe he can get his back going as well.
Now into the National League. Now that when we think of the big 3, Clemens, Pettit, and Oswalt come to mind, can the Astros' pure pitching get the Astros into the playoffs?
Well, it's going to be a close race, in my opinion, down to the last day of the season. Because with Oswalt, Pettit, and Clemens, of course you got great pitching, and they have a stellar bullpen. But can they hit? No. A lot of the games, in 8 games, they've been shut out 8 times when Clemens pitched, and Clemens has pitched lights out, giving up 1 or 2 runs. And the games that Clemens has won, he's usually gotten the RBIs for himself. I think it's going to come down between them and the Marlins because the Marlins have the pitching and the hitting. But, if you look at the stats, Houston's got the better pitching, but if Houston hits down the stretch, they win the wild card.
No, the Astros are not going to go anywhere in this playoffs because Florida has too much pure talent. I picked them last year to win the wild card because they got a big 3 pitching as well. They got Burnett, Willis, and also they got Josh Beckett. And then they also got that hitting. When you got guys like Miguel Cabrera and Carlos Delgado, you're going to get those RBIs. And Juan Pierre, one of the most dangerous guys on base.
Now here's just a final question. How many home runs will Barry Bonds hit by the end of this year, and will the Giants be in the postseason?
Well, it's going to be close because that National League West is absolutely pathetic. With the Padres barely making 500 with all the talent they have and that great lineup, but they haven't really proven anything this year, and they're barely fighting for 500. I think if Bonds has a really good September, he's been hitting well lately, since his return, and if they get that pitching staff healthy, I really think, and Benitez isn't closing in the back of the pen, I really think they can make a run for the postseason.
The Giants really don't have that much talent, and if I was a manager for another team, I'd just walk Barry Bonds every other at bat. Because who else do they have in their lineup? I mean, they have a mediocre pitching staff, a mediocre lineup, and then in that National League wild card, there's so many teams just fighting for one spot. I don't think they're going to get in.
Oh, okay, thanks, guys. And when we come back, more 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Dave Suntup and Andrew Axelband. We're going to be going over a Week 2 preview of the NFL. Broncos and Chargers face off in the Week 2. Who needs this game more, Dave?
Broncos need this game more. In their first week, they played at the Miami Dolphins, and they got beat 34-10. Not a good way to start off your year by playing a 4-12 team, which Miami was last year. Chargers played a tough Cowboys team last week. They played pretty well, but they lost the lead in the last couple of minutes, and then they had a chance on 4th and goal, and they didn't win the game. But the Cowboys are going to be good this year, and San Diego has their troubles playing in Denver.
The Chargers need this game. It's obvious because they're always good. Like in the past, 2 seasons, they've always been good. And Daniel Tomlinson, a very good running back. I think the Chargers need this one more.
Well, Andrew, the Chargers always haven't been good. I mean, in the 2003 season, they were 4-12. They were the worst team in the NFL. That's why they had the #1 draft pick. And the year before, they were 8-8. So they had a lot of bad years until last year, where they finally turned the corner.
Well, the Jets are playing the Dolphins. Can the Jets fix their problems? Because last week they were just not on the right foot. Can they beat the Dolphins this week?
I think they can. I think they'll fix their problems. Last week was just was a one-time thing, in my opinion. They played the worst game ever under Coach Herman Edwards, and the Chiefs are a very good football team. They got better on defense. They really wanted to prove themselves on defense, and they showed what they could really do. And the Chiefs have a great running attack. But hopefully Chad Pennington will get used to the offense. It takes time. Hopefully they could run the ball. Dolphins defense is tough. I'm sure the Jets will play better defense because they won't be facing the offense that Kansas City has.
The Jets, they will win this game against the Dolphins, and if they don't, then there's something wrong with the team because they played very bad in Week 1 against Kansas City. Pennington had a lot of fumbles. Curtis Martin didn't have a lot of yards, and Coles didn't catch any balls. So if they don't win, then they have to go to the books.
Well, you're doing a Joe Namath there, Andrew. Remember, he guaranteed that victory in the Super Bowl? Yeah, Joe Namath stuff.
Yeah.
All right, the Rams struggled in Week 1 in San Fran. They're playing Arizona this week. What do they need to do to win this game?
Well, Steven Jackson's got to run the ball. I mean, he didn't do his job last week. He was pitiful, and he was talking about having this breakout year, first year as a starter. He's succeeding Marshall Faulk. I mean, you're cocky, man. Get out there and run the ball and do your job. I mean, the Rams lost in Week 1 because he couldn't run the ball, and Mark Bulger had to throw the ball 50 times. Get out there, run the ball, do your job, and get a win.
The Rams are not going to win. Arizona, I think, is going to pull out a win against the Rams because the 49ers beat the Rams last week, and 49ers are not that good. And I believe that Arizona, with Larry Fitzgerald, caught a lot of passes against the Giants. I think Arizona will pull out the win.
All right, the Giants are playing the New Orleans Saints at home because of the hurricane. Do you think it's fair to the Giants, or is it unfair to the Saints?
I think it's totally unfair to the Saints. I mean, the Giants were nice in giving the tickets to Saints season ticket holders their first dibs, but it's going to be Giants fans with the stadium decorated in Saints colors. I mean, that's a home field advantage for the Giants, if you ask me. Giants are playing in front of their fans. They're used to playing on that turf. They're used to kicking in their own stadium. It's a home field advantage for the Giants. And if I was the Eagles, the Cowboys, or the Redskins, I would be a little upset because they're playing an extra home game. And I'd also be upset if I was one of the other teams that had to play the Saints at the Superdome this year because they have to play them at LSU or the Alamo Dome, excuse me. It's definitely an unfair advantage to the Saints, and the Giants have an advantage over the other teams.
Okay, the Saints, it's their home opener, so the Giants are not home. I know they're playing at Giants Stadium. As David said, it's the Saints' home opener. They're home. I know they're playing at Giants Stadium, but it's just the Saints' home opener. You can't their first game. They're playing at Giants Stadium. That's where they're playing.
Well, Andrew, it's definitely an unfair advantage for the Saints. They're playing for the Giants fans. I mean, do you think it's fair that the Saints have to play their home game on the road?
They don't even have a stadium anymore. It's flooded. It got flooded by Hurricane Katrina.
Yes, they do have a stadium. That's why they're playing at the Alamo Dome in LSU. Those are their home stadiums. They didn't want to play the game at LSU, and they didn't want to play at the Alamo Dome, so they're stuck playing in enemy territory. They have 7 home games this year and 9 away games, okay? The other teams have 8 home games and 8 away games. They have an unfair advantage.
No. The Saints are playing in the home opener at Giant Stadium.
Okay, case closed.
No,
the Saints have an unfair advantage. Case closed. Next question.
There will be some Saints
Next
fans
question.
there.
I'm ready.
That ends this week's segment for the 30-minute drill. More back when you return.
Hey everyone, welcome to the second edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. Once again, I have my guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Guys, we got to talk about the NFC this week. We've got game number 1, we got the Vikings. And basically, they lost to the Bengals 36-8. I don't think they're doing very well right now, especially with Dante Culpepper having 10 turnovers in 2 games. What's the problem with these guys?
Well, people aren't talking about this, but I think he's missing Randy Moss. He hasn't gotten the chemistry with Burleson yet. Burleson had a really good rookie year, but he hasn't really caught the connection with him this year. Defense has been terrible. They were supposed to be really good. Well, they were supposed to be top 10 in the league at least, and they just haven't been clicking the buttons yet. I think it'll take them a couple of weeks to start gelling.
Well, not only is he missing Randy Moss, he's also missing Matt Burke, who's probably their best lineman. And, you know, they have so much talent on the offensive end. They got Dante Culpepper, and they got 4 great receivers. Yeah, nothing's working. Nothing's working. I mean, their line isn't playing good. Their defense is awful. I don't know if this team's going to bounce back, but Mike Tice isn't a great coach right now.
That's another thing I wanted to talk about. Guys, last year, there were some questions about Mike Tice and his job. I think if the Vikings continue to lose, his job might be in jeopardy, and he can be finding some other place to work.
Oh, he's definitely on the hot seat. The only time he's gotten into the playoffs was last year, and they lost going into the playoffs. They got in 8-8. They just walked in, losing to the Redskins the last game. Moss, not playing on the last drive. But he's definitely on the hot seat right now. He can't get a record better than 9-7, and that year they didn't get into the playoffs. Until he starts finding a way to win in Minnesota, he's not going to be there so much longer.
Definitely.
Right now, with all the talent this team has, Mike Tice has to do better than maybe ending up with an 8-8 record. And that'll be a stretch with the way they started right now. And that division, you don't know what's going to happen with the Lions, the Bears, and Green Bay without Javon Walker. I mean, it's a weak division. You might get into the playoffs with 8 wins.
Guys, of course, the Panthers beat the Patriots this week, and I thought that was pretty big because, the Patriots, Super Bowl champions, coming off 2 big years in a row. Guys, they got Tom Brady, everyone else. The Patriots are 35-5 in the last games. What do you guys think? Can they come back from this loss?
They've come back from their previous losses. You said in the last 40 games they're 35-5. They've lost a lot of people this year. They lost Teddy Bruschi, Romeo Crennel, and Charlie Weiss. But I think Belichick always finds a way. He puts players from different positions to play at other positions that they're not accustomed to. Example, Troy Brown playing on defense. Or, when Bruschi was healthy, he used to put him on the tight end on the goal line sometimes, go in the end zone for a pass or 2. But no, I think they'll find ways to win, even though I think they'll rebound from this loss.
I definitely feel also that Ty Law was a huge loss because going to the Jets, they lose one of their huge defensive playmakers.
Sure.
What do you think, man?
Yeah, it is a big loss, especially Ty Law going to another division rival, the New York Jets. But that's why they have Tom Brady and Bill Belichick now. Tom Brady is probably the biggest leader in the NFL, especially what he does for this team, the numbers he puts up, and just his leadership. But it's going to be tough with this division. I mean, the Bills got a great defense, and the Jets got a well-rounded team. Miami will have that 1 or 2 wins versus a playoff team, but this division is going to go up for grabs.
Guys, also, the Falcons lost to the Seahawks this week, 21-18. Sean Alexander had 144 yards and a touchdown. Guys, is he one of the best players in the league? And also, can he and Matt Hasselbeck carry his team into the postseason?
Well, I think Alexander is one of the best backs in the league. Because you look right now, when you think of the best backs in the league, you think of Priest Holmes, LaDainian Tomlinson. Curtis Martin comes to mind. He's one of the old ones, but he's always consistent every single year. And to get them into the playoffs, I think Hasselback and Alexander can carry him far into the playoffs, because just because Atlanta lost to Seattle proves how weak the NFC is, because any team can beat any team at this point. I mean, you think of the contenders, you think of the Eagles, the Panthers, the Seahawks, but yeah, I think the Seahawks can go far in the playoffs.
Yeah, Alexander's a great running back. He came up 1 yard short of the rushing title last year. And you look at the Seattle team, and they have so much talent on the offensive end. They got a good quarterback, solid receivers, a good running back, and really an underrated offensive line. They got some of the better players in the league. I think this team can get into the playoffs, and they could scare some teams.
Well, that's all we have for this week, guys. I'll see you next time on a 30-minute drill, and there's more drill after this.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm here with my guests Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we're going to talk about Week 2 wrap-up of the AFC. Now, guys, tell me, the Ravens were stunned by the Titans with a 25-10 game. Now, without Jamal Lewis producing, is there any hope for the Ravens and their offense?
No, there isn't, because their offense is just not clicking right now. Usually Lewis, he's known to get really fast starts. This year, it's the opposite. He's getting slow starts. And the receivers, they're not doing anything. Kyle Bowler, who just got injured, I don't think he's the answer in Baltimore. And his backups, Anthony Wright and Cordell Stewart, aren't either. And they can't really rely on their defense the whole season, because as well as the defense plays, without offense, they can't win games.
Well, right now you look at this Ravens team, and their offensive line is built to run the ball. And when Jamal Lewis can't run the ball, they're really... Well, right now you look at this Ravens team, and their offensive line is built to run the ball. And when Jamal Lewis can't run the ball, they're really not that effective. Now, Kyle Bowler and Anthony Wright really aren't the greatest quarterbacks. Now, they got a guy like Todd Heap, who's one of the premier tight ends in football, but if no one can throw him the ball, it really doesn't matter. This team's got to run the ball, get the running game down, and just hope that play action can help them move the ball and let defense win games.
Now, the Jets, after being embarrassed by the Chiefs in Week 1 with a 27-7 game, rebounded and defeated the Dolphins 17-7. Can the Jets live up to the hype and become a legit Super Bowl contender?
Well, they can become a legit Super Bowl contender if they stay consistent. We saw what they don't do in Week 1. When they don't do everything right, they do absolutely terrible. As you said, they lost 27-7 to the Chiefs. But last week, they displayed a whole different team. They looked totally different on the defensive side, stopping the run, stopping the pass. And on the offense, Pennington, he didn't look good early, but then as the game moved along, we saw that his passes to Coles and McCarron's. In the fourth quarter on that drive, he drove them down the field, brought them to a touchdown. So, yes, they are legitimate Super Bowl contenders.
I'm looking back at these last 2 weeks, and in the first game they lost, and it was pretty much because they couldn't stop the run of Priest Holmes and Larry Johnson. And versus the Dolphins, they were able to stop Ronnie Brown, and I think that's much of the reason that they won this game. The Dolphins don't have the greatest offense in the world, but they were still able to move the ball. Gus Fry played good ball. But as in the Jets division, it's going to be tough to win games. Buffalo's got a tough D, and even if New England loses all these guys, they're still going to be a contender every year.
Now, the Steelers, who many expected were to come back down to earth this year, have continued to play excellent football. Now, Ben Roethlisberger, who was listed as questionable for the game versus the Texans, now came out and displayed a solid performance with no Bettis or Staley. Now, guys, are the Steelers a legit Super Bowl threat?
Yeah, they are, because everybody thought that they were going to come back down to earth. After last year, they came out and stunned everybody, going 15-1 the regular season, then losing in the AFC Championship game. But Roethlisberger, he hasn't lost a game yet in the regular season. He's undefeated in both years, and the offense is clicking. As you said, they have their running backs, Bettis and Deuce Staley, they're hurt, and now with Willie Parker, nobody knew who he was. But now everybody does know who he is. He's displayed over 100 rushing yards in both games this year, and the defense has been solid as usual, stopping the run, stopping the pass, and Ben Roethlisberger, if he can control this offense, they'll be a Super Bowl threat.
Everyone started to doubt Ben Roethlisberger, saying that he was going to have a sophomore slump, and it's really not happening right now, and he's missing his 2 premier running backs. But Willie Parker's really stepped up. He's running the ball hard in the red zone and just running the ball in the middle of the field. And this defense has always been solid. Bill Cowher, one of the best coaches in football. This team has to be a contender, even though the AFC is going to be very tough to win.
Now, guys, what AFC team has surprised you so far?
Well, if I had to pick one, I'd say the Bengals. They stopped the Minnesota Vikings, whose offense is supposed to be spectacular this year. Their defense just shut them down, and then and their offense in both weeks, they've been fantastic. Carson Palmer, he's controlled this offense. Rudy Johnson's been running the ball well. Chad Johnson, always a great receiving threat. But their biggest surprise about the Bengals is their great defense.
Well, I'm not saying it's a surprise in a good way, but the Houston Texans really have been awful this season. They had high hopes. David Carr going to be great. Andre Johnson, we know he's a proven receiver. Dominic Davis has always been a good runner. But I don't know what Don Capers is doing with this team. I mean, they've been getting blown right off the field. They can't put up points. A defense that was pretty solid last year really hasn't done anything this year. They got to do something with this organization.
All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, more 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Dave Suntup and Andrew Axelband. This week's topic, MLB segment. The Mets were a half game out of the NL wild card on August 31st, but since they have collapsed and are now out of the NL wild card picture, why did the Mets collapse, and what should their approach be for the rest of the season?
Well, the Mets collapsed because they can't hit. In all these games, they've had great pitching, but no hitting. And then 2 of the games, Braden Looper was just awful. In that game at Atlanta where they got swept, he blew 2 saves, and he sucked all the life out of the Mets. And he's just terrible. He can't save one-run games. And Willie Randolph making horrible moves time after time with the bullpen, playing Miguel Cairo when he doesn't hit, not switching up the lineup and being stubborn. He hasn't done a good job, and people haven't criticized him for it, but he deserves a lot of the blame. And as for the rest of the year, play Mike Jacobs and Anderson Hernandez on the right side of the infield. They're youth, they're the future of this team, and they bring energy. Please stop playing Miguel Cairo. He is not the answer to the Mets' problems.
Brandon Looper, as Dave said, he blew a lot of saves. Usually in the ninth inning, they would be winning like 5-4. And the other team would be coming up like 6-5. The Mets could not come back, and Willie Randolph made a few mistakes, so that's why the Mets collapsed.
The Marlins, Phillies, and Astros are fighting for the NL wildcard position. When it's all said and done, who will win the NL wildcard position and why?
The Astros are going to win this race. First of all, they have the best pitching out of all the teams. Clemens, Pettit, best ERA since the All-Star break, and Oswalt. Great rotation. As for the bullpen, they have Bradledge closing games, and he's just unhittable. Their lineup's been a lot better of lately, even though it's still not great. I still think they could manage with that great pitching. And they have the easiest schedule left. They play Pittsburgh, they play the Cubs, and they have 2 games against the Cardinals. But once the Cardinals clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs, they're not going to be playing for anything hard. The Phillies and the Marlins got to face teams like the Braves, the Mets, the Nationals. So they have a much tougher schedule than the Astros.
I do agree with Dave. I think the Astros, they will win it because they have they have really good pitching, like Andy Pettit, he's been winning a lot, and Clemens, and they do have an easy schedule coming up.
As of September 19th, the Yankees have won 7 of their last 9 games, and they are a game and a half behind Boston, who will win the AL East.
Well, it's going to be really close. Obviously, the Yankees are playing better right now. Their pitching's been great. They've always been able to hit, and they've always had the great bullpen, but they needed the pitching to come around. And Chacon has pitched well in some games, even though he's been inconsistent of late. He pitched a gem on Saturday, and he gave them a lot of innings. Small has been great time after time. Johnson, he's been inconsistent, but the race is on his shoulders. If he pitches well for the Yankees, I think the Yankees will win this race. Otherwise, Boston has Ortiz, they have Manny. The bullpen's done okay, the pitching's done better, and Boston has that last series at home against the Yankees. So I think it's going to be really close, but I think Boston pulls it out in the last weekend at home.
The Yankees are going to win this one because they're just going to win because the Yankees have Johnson, Jeter, Matsui. They have Robinson Cano, but I don't think Boston's going to win because Ortiz and Ben Ramirez and the pitchers are not going to do so well. So I think the Yankees are going to win, and they're going to win the World Series.
Oh, Andrew, yeah, back in June when we were talking about how bad the Yankees are playing, you made that guarantee, so you're still sticking to it, huh?
No, I am sticking to it, Dave.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen this year.
You better watch.
They don't have enough pitching. They
better watch TV and ESPN. You'll see.
Calm down, guys. All right, the Yankees are involved in a dead heat AL wildcard race with the Indians. Which team has a better chance of winning?
Well, obviously, the Indians are on fire right now. They're playing great ball. The schedule favors them. They have a great chance to win the division. They still have 7 games against the White Sox as of today. And they also have 6 games against the Royals and Devil Rays combined. So they have an easy schedule. But the Yankees have been playing really well. They face teams like Baltimore and Toronto, who they've played well against. So it's going to be a dead heat race. I don't see how the Yankees can miss the playoffs with all that talent. And they've been playing really well. So I don't know who's going to win this race, but I think both teams will get into the playoffs. I
believe the Yankees will win, and they'll beat Boston too, and they will beat the Indians because how they've been playing. And Wayne Johnson will pitch very well, I believe. And the Indians are a pretty good team, but I think the Yankees will beat them to it.
Thank you, Andrew and Dave. And that wraps up the MLB segment. More Joe coming up after this.
We're previewing Week 3 here on The Drill. I'm Chad, alongside my new panel, Sean Quinn, Wesley Till. Guys, before we go over to Week 3, let's shift over. There were 2 Monday Night Football games, the first of which being a home game at Giants Stadium for the Saints. Unbelievably so, the Saints fell to the Giants. I don't know how I'm saying this, high-powered offense of the Giants, 27-10. What were your thoughts on this game?
Well, my thoughts were it was ridiculous. I mean, I attended the game. I expected the Saints to come out like fighting, you know, because they're playing for like Hurricane Katrina, and they just didn't show any heart out there. And it was, I don't know. I thought Aaron Brooks played horrible, and it was not what I expected of the Saints.
I went to the game also. I expected the Saints to be a lot stronger than they were, fumbling the first return. It was just a terrible game all around, and the Giants just outplayed them.
Obviously, you both went to this game. Let's take a look at the Giants side here. Eli Manning in his second year. Frankly, I don't have much confidence in the guy, but he played pretty well yesterday. He really, made a big move in the offseason, bringing in Plaxico Burress, number 17, the wideout. What are your thoughts on what Plaxico brings to this team?
Well, Plaxico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver, because now they have Amani Toomer, Plaxico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and their offense is very strong. Shockey had an awesome game yesterday.
With him in there, he's catching balls. I mean, plus Eli Manning throwing him strikes every time. I think he's a great upgrade for this team.
All right, to the other Monday night game, one that really pains me. The Washington Redskins took out the Dallas Cowboys 14-13 as they came back. They scored their 2 touchdowns in the last 4.5 minutes of this game. Now, Joe Gibbs, the coach of the Redskins, benched Patrick Ramsey after 3 series in Week 1. He decided to go with the veteran, Mark Brunell. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters, pretty much 3.5. And then he stepped it up. They beat the Cowboys. Thoughts on this game?
Well, I came home from the Giants game. I turned on the second half, and it was horrible. I mean, I thought the Cowboys were gonna just tear them up. And after the Redskins got their first touchdown, I thought it was going downhill after that. I knew that Bill Parcells knew something bad was gonna happen there.
I just think it was a huge upset. I mean, be up there, 13-0, 4 minutes left on the clock, and all of a sudden, 1 touchdown and then another one. Just terrible upset.
All right, guys, Week 3 is approaching, and for the New York Jets at 1-1, they're coming off a win against the Miami Dolphins. They beat them 17-7. Now Jacksonville's coming to the Meadowlands to take on the Jets. What are your thoughts on this team? It's pretty clear Byron Leftwich has an injured groin. We don't know if he's able to go. So do you believe that if Byron Leftwich is unable to go for Jacksonville, the Jets are going to be able to go out there, even with a less than perfect Curtis Martin, and win?
Oh, I definitely think the Jets are going to win. I feel that Byron Leftwich is not 100%. I have a feeling he's not going to play the way he would play if he was 100% healthy. And I think Chad Pennington's going to tear apart that defense and just pick them apart, even without 100% Curtis Martin. So I think Chad Pennington's going to pass for 400-plus yards.
I think, Pennington's going to really come out throwing the ball hard, and without Curtis Martin, though, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher than people expect.
All right, staying in the Jets division now. The New England Patriots, they're going on to Pittsburgh to take on a Steelers team that has arguably, out of nowhere, the best quarterback ever in Ben Roethlisberger. Throughout the first 2 weeks, this guy has been tossing touchdown passes as easy as I put down bread in my stomach. This guy can play the game. Let me get your thoughts. The Patriots are coming off a loss here. How do they rebound? Obviously, they have Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, but how do they rebound from losing to Carolina?
I mean, I think this is going to be a grudge match to the end. It's going to be a battle of defenses. I don't think there's going to be much offense playing. I mean, I think that it's going to be all defense. It's going to be a very low-scoring game, probably like a 10-7. But I think New England's not going to lose 2 games in a row. They're going to pull it off in the end.
I think New England has no momentum coming in here. It's going to be a really close game, and I think it's going to be a lot tighter than people expect. But I look to the Steelers for that one.
Guys, I have to bring this up. The Vikings. They're playing the Saints now. The Saints are traveling to Minnesota. The Vikings are 0-2. They don't have Randy Moss anymore. A lot of people say that's the reason why they're struggling. And they are struggling. There's no question about that. It's pretty clear their offense has gone down the tube. Culpepper's averaging 5 interceptions a game. He's having trouble getting anything close to the red zone. Is Mike Tice's job in jeopardy, and can Minnesota turn it around?
I think Mike Tice is going to be gone by Week 7. I do not think he's going to be the coach this year. They have no offense at all. I think that Culpepper's going to have 25 interceptions this year. I think they have no offense, and they're going to rely too much on the running game. It's not going to work because Michael Bennett's not healthy. I just don't think they're going to be able to be that good this year.
I don't look for a very promising season out of them. Very low turnovers, and I don't think it's going to happen this year.
All right, guys, I want you to sit tight. We got more games coming up after this. I think it would be wise to stick around. We continue previewing Week 3 here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Sean Quinn, Wesley Till. Guys, you're doing great. Once again, NFC, Michael Vick and the Falcons against, let's see here, the Buffalo Bills. JP Rossman and the Buffalo Bills. What are your thoughts coming into this game?
Well, I know Vic's not going to be 100% if he's playing because right now he's questionable. I really don't think he plays. Quite frankly, I don't want him to play because I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. But if he does play, I think Atlanta Falcons are going to pull it off. But right now he's questionable, and I really don't know if he's going to play. And if he doesn't, I think the Bills are really going to hold their own and take the game.
I think if Vic plays, the Falcons are going to take it. But if not, I'm looking at the Bills.
One note with Buffalo here, Willis McGahee through the first 2 games has been less than productive, to say the least. The guy can't find any seams, and perhaps that's on J.P. Rossman because he's not getting any respect because basically he's not that good. He's not that proven. So let me ask you this. Does Buffalo really have to stress the passing game in order to get McGahee going?
I really don't think they do, but I really think they're regretting getting rid of Travis Henry. Because if they had Travis Henry right now, he would be playing over McGahee, but they made that trade and they got rid of him, and I really think they're really going to shoot themselves in the foot with that.
I really think they're going to have to stress the passing game. I think they're going to have to keep, short, smart passes and try and stay away from running the ball and exercise that passing game a little more.
Let's go over now an NFC matchup between the old man, Brett Favre, and the Packers against the Bucs. The Bucs have been pretty good. They have Cadillac Williams, who as of right now is leading the league in rushing. I didn't see it coming. He's not hitting a rookie wall. The guy has proven himself already to me. What are your thoughts on this from Green Bay, who's 0-2, and really it doesn't look like they're getting any better?
Well, I think this is Brett Favre's last year. I mean, the Bucs are going to go, and they're just going to tear this game apart. I mean, Cadillac Williams is probably going to rush for about 150, 200 yards. I think he's going to make the Green Bay Packers defense look stupid, and I think that he's just going to he's going to lead the league in rushing. I really do.
I think Brett Favre's just getting too old. I think he's definitely in his last year, and I think the Buccaneers are just going to make the Green Bay defense look terrible.
One more note about Green Bay here. The number 1 receiver, Javon Walker, went down with an injury. He's out for the year. He is their number 1 man. Brett Favre loves him. Now they have to go to the likes of Donald Driver, and Amon Greene has to start catching some balls. So let me ask you, Sean, let's start out with you here. Without Javon Walker, can Brett Favre really succeed in getting this team to the playoffs? Or can guys like, I don't even know who, step up and say they can't do it?
I really don't think that Brett Favre can bring him to the playoffs this year. I don't see it happening, and regardless of who's in there now, I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, now the ultimate wide receiver matchup. The Oakland Raiders are playing the Philadelphia Eagles, a.k.a. Randy Moss against Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens has proven himself over the past 2 games that he's getting good friends with Donovan again, Mr. McNabb. They're catching everything. He's scoring touchdowns. The Eagles coming off an embarrassing defeat over the San Francisco 49ers. Philly won that 42-0. So now going into Oakland, a high-powered offense. So defense is not on Oakland's side. Do you look at Terrell Owens or Randy Moss to have the edge in this game?
I'm looking at Terrell Owens to have the edge in this game because I think that he has a better quarterback to throw him the ball over McNabb over Kerry Collins because Kerry Collins is starting to age a little bit. But, I definitely think that Terrell Owens is probably going to have the advantage and probably have 3 or 4 touchdowns.
I think Terrell Owens is going to do it again this year. I think definitely he's got the better quarterback behind him, and you see probably a lot of passing in this game, though.
All right, sticking with this game, one final note. Oakland's defense, I mentioned, they're not that good. Can you look at this Oakland team now? They have weapons. Lamont Jordan is a pretty good running back. They have guys like Porter and Moss, obviously receiving. But can they get beyond that bad defense and just pretty much outslug everyone, as they say in baseball? Because it's pretty clear when you have a guy like Randy Moss, who's the best thing since sliced bread, you're going to be good.
I really don't think they're going to outslug anybody this year. I think that they're going to rely way too much on Randy Moss, rely way too much on Lamont Jordan, and I really think they're going to struggle, and they're probably going to be a below 500 team.
I really don't see him going that far with pretty much terrible defense. You can't just rely on Randy Moss the whole time.
Guys, one more note here. Your teams here, you've told me who the teams are you think are going to succeed the most. You've told me privately who you don't think is going to succeed. If you're betting on these games, who is just a lock to win?
My lock team right now is Dallas over San Francisco. After watching that San Francisco play last week against the Eagles, I definitely think Dallas is going to have exactly the same thing that the Eagles did to San Francisco. It's going to be a destroy. They're going to destroy San Francisco.
I think it's going to be the Buccaneers over Green Bay. I think it's just going to be a terrible game for Green Bay.
Wesley, I like that Dallas pick. Really seems to be on his game early on. We want you to stick around. We will be back after this. Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and
another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I was surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 280 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome to the third week of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. This week we got our guest, Andrew Gayo, and of course, Matt Taylor. Guys, NFC segment this week, we got a lot of games to talk about. First, I'd like to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after a 3-0 start. I didn't really expect them to come out this way, especially with their dismal last year. You know, John Gruden has really turned this team around. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, Gruden's really brought back the look of the 2002 Super Bowl team. They're playing defense now. Their quarterback, Brian Greasy, is really surprising critics. He's coming up in the clutch. And Cadillac Williams, biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league in rushing, rushing over 150 yards in both games. He's really the difference maker for this team.
Well, Tampa's always been a team that's been based on defense, and when you have a guy like Derek Brooks in the middle, you're always going to be a great team. And Brian Greasy really been a surprise in the last few years for them. And John Gruden decided not to take a Chrysler, but he wanted a Cadillac, and it's been a great pick for them. Been better than Ronnie Brown, Cedric Benson, all these other running backs.
That's got to be something to be noticed. Also, guys, I didn't really expect this. Donovan McNabb, playing injured, had over 365 yards and 2 touchdowns this week. I thought that was a very big game against Oakland, who also was a good team. Also, Randy Moss had 86 yards, and Terrell Owens had 80 yards and a touchdown. Who do you guys think is a better receiver when the game's on the line?
Well, due to yesterday's game, I'd have to go with Terrell Owens because he had the touchdown in the clutch. Lito Shepherd completely shut down Randy Moss. He, as you said, he only had 86 yards. And if I want to go to a big game receiver in a clutch situation, I have to go with Terrell Owens.
Yeah, well, Terrell Owens will run all the routes. He'll run deep. He'll run across the middle. And Randy Moss pretty much just goes with the deep routes. And Terrell Owens has that good quarterback. McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him. But off the field problems, Terrell Owens, that's the only hesitation I'd have. Because Moss, since coming to Oakland, he really hasn't had many problems.
Right, I definitely think that the Eagles have a solid team this year. Maybe make it back to the NFC Championship game. Hopefully they don't, though, because I really don't like the Eagles. Anyway, guys, the Giants, after starting off 2-0, last night I almost cried in front of the TV. I think Tom Coughlin forgot to bring the defense or something. They dropped the 2-1 last night against the Chargers. Dane Tomlinson, 4 touchdowns, 2 rushing and 1 throwing. Guys, what happened with this game, and where was the defense?
Well, everything that the Giants did in weeks 1 and 2, they didn't do yesterday. They played no defense. LaDaine Tomlinson He looked like, an all-pro running back, which he is, but he just tore up the Giants' defense. Drew Brees, he looked like Joe Montana out there, just picking apart the defense. If you want to take two positives out of this game, you take the second quarter for the Giants when they came back and trailed by 1 going to the half, and Eli Manning throwing for 352 yards and 2 touchdowns and no interceptions. He stayed in the pocket, hung in there, and threw to his receivers. Those are the two positives you take out of this game.
Right, I also thought that Eli had a career day. I really hope that he can continue this because he's my fantasy football quarterback. I'd like him to pick up the pace.
Yeah, well, the Giants, I think they forgot their defense at LaGuardia. But you can take some positives from this game because you knew this was going to be a tough situation for Eli Manning going against the hostile crowd in San Diego. And he really stepped up to the occasion. But, the defense is going to have to play good. When you're facing running backs like Tomlinson and you got big tight ends like Antonio Gates, you're going to have to stop these teams. And they didn't show any signs of that.
Do you guys think that the Giants can come back next week and improve?
Well, the Rams, that's who they're facing. They're a very inconsistent team. Mark Bulger, 1 week he'll throw for 3 touchdowns. The next week he'll throw for 450 yards, but they'll have like 5 interceptions. So I think the Giants, for their history, the past couple of years, they've gone into the Dome beating the Rams. I think they can rebound from this loss and have a nice victory next week over the Rams.
Yeah, the Giants could bounce back, but if they can't stop Keenan McCardell, they're not going to be able to stop Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce. And, you got to stop the run. They couldn't do it last week. And this is what you got to do. You got to stop the run and then be able to sit in your zone and stop the pass. And Bulger throws a lot of picks. You got to capitalize on those mistakes.
Right. I also thought the run defense of the Giants, normally they've been pretty solid, only holding them, I think it was 50 yards or less, maybe a little more. I'm not really sure about that. But I thought it was very important that normally you need to shut down, make a team one-dimensional. And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week. I'm sorry to say, it's all the time we have for now. We'll be back with more drill after this. Ready?
Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and today's guests, Dave Suntup and Andrew Axelband. This segment, we'll be talking about NFL Week 4 preview. First, we're going to start off with Monday Night Football from Week 3. The Broncos beat the Chiefs 30-10 in Denver. What went wrong for the Chiefs?
The Chiefs couldn't stop the run, and Jake Plummer is one of the best quarterbacks in the game, and also, when they did the play-action play, the Chiefs couldn't really stop that, so that's what got the Denver a lot of touchdowns.
Okay, Andrew, I'll agree with you on the play-action play that Jake Plummer when he rolled out to his right and then threw a touchdown pass to Rossman. I'll agree with you on that. But Jake Plummer is not a good quarterback. He throws so many interceptions, and has he ever led a winning team anywhere? Answer that question.
David, he's the best quarterback. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. You'll see. Just watch football.
I do watch football, but he's not one of the best quarterbacks in the game. He wouldn't even be in my top 16 out of 32.
Well, I picked him first out of my fantasy football, and he's doing very well.
Yeah, because he didn't draft right. Okay, well, back to the Chiefs and the Broncos. Well, Chiefs don't play well in Denver. Denver has the advantage because of the high altitude, and the Chiefs just didn't do well on offense because the Broncos' defense improved and their run defense improved.
All right, the Jets, they've been struggling lately. Now they lost Chad Pennington due to a torn rotator cuff in their loss to the Jaguars 26-20 in overtime. In addition, now Jay Fiedler, their backup, is injured. He hurt his shoulder. Now he's out to 6 weeks, possibly the rest of the season also. Can Brooks Bollinger, the third-string quarterback for the Jets, help them win against the Ravens in Baltimore this week?
There's no way that the Jets are going to win any more games, even against the Baltimore Ravens. Brooks Bollinger has only played one career game. He had 5 out of 9 completions. And with Pennington out and Fiedler, there's no way that the Jets are going to even make the playoffs.
Well, obviously it's going to be tough. They had a tough schedule to begin with. Now with Pennington out, Fiedler out, you don't know what this kid Bollinger is going to bring to the table. But back in the 2000 season, the Ravens won the Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer as their quarterback. And the Jets defense is going to have to carry them in this period, and Curtis Martin's really going to have to run the ball. But Pennington couldn't throw the ball down the field anyway, as you saw in their loss to the Jaguars. So maybe having someone who could throw the ball down the field and get it to receivers quicker will help the Jets out. But it's going to be tough.
All right, the Giants got destroyed by the Chargers 45-23 in San Diego. This week, the Giants are playing at home against the Rams. What adjustments do the Giants need to make to win?
The Giants need to have more defense. When they were playing against the Chargers, Damian Tomlinson ran the ball up to the gut. Michael Strahan couldn't do anything. The Giants, Will Pearson, quarterback, he couldn't really do anything. The Giants need to step up their defense. They said that they were like number 1 in the league, but they're really not. They really need to have more defense.
Well, the Giants' defense hasn't been good the whole season. They've gotten lucky because they haven't played the best offensive teams because they played against Arizona and New Orleans, and they don't exactly have explosive offenses. But San Diego has that with LaDainian Tomlinson, Drew Brees in the passing game, Antonio Gates, who's really hard to cover in a one-on-one matchup. So the Giants really have to improve their defense, but Eli Manning played really well last week, finding open receivers. He looked really comfortable in that game. The Rams passed the ball a lot, so the Giants really have to play well in the secondary. Well, Andrew, going back to a couple of shows ago, we were doing the show, you said that the Giants' extra home game didn't help them out. I think it helped them out. Wouldn't you agree? Against the Saints when they had that extra home game?
It helped them out, but what are you talking about?
Well, you said it wasn't. You said you didn't think it wasn't fair that the Saints had to play their home game at Giants Stadium.
I said it was fair.
Well, it was a big disadvantage to the Saints, as you
But
saw in
that's
that
their
game.
home game. They were playing home.
But no, they were away.
put Saints colors
They were
away.
away.
David,
They were
you don't
away.
watch too much TV.
Okay, next question, dude.
All right, now we're going to talk about Eli's brother. Peyton has not been himself this season. He's only thrown 2 touchdown passes in 3 games since game 1. And I mean, this week the Colts are playing the Titans, and will this be Peyton's breakout game?
Yes, Peyton Manning, I think, is the best QB in the game right now. Last year he threw a record of the most touchdowns in a single season. And this will be Peyton Manning's breakout game because the Titans are not really a good team. They're okay, but I believe that Peyton Manning will have more than 2 touchdowns and over 300 yards passing.
I agree with you, Andrew. This is going to be his breakout game, and we do agree for once because he plays well against the Titans. The Titans' defense is not very good, as you have seen against the Rams and then the Steelers. And also, Peyton Manning has played against good defenses this year. Baltimore defense, one of the tops in the game. Then Jacksonville, which always plays well against the Colts. And then the Browns. People are mistaking the Browns because they weren't good last year, but Romeo Crennel is their coach now. And he was the great defensive coordinator for the Patriots, so he knows how to play Peyton Manning. So he will have a breakout game this week.
I agree with you, Dave, and that wraps up NFL Week 4 preview. More drill coming up after this.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Today we're going to be talking about the AFC wrap-up for Week 3. Now, guys, tell me, let's start talking off about the hometown New York Jets. Now, after a solid win against the Dolphins in Week 2, they faced a solid Jacksonville Jaguars ball club. Now, a tough 26-20 loss in overtime drops them to 1-2. Now, are the Jaguars a legit contender, and are the Jets falling apart with Baltimore next week?
Well, the Jaguars can certainly be considered a legitimate contender. They have, as you said, the great defense. They stop the run and pass at the same time. They have names, when you think of the Jacksonville defense, you think of John Henderson, Marcus Stroud, Rasheed Mathis. They stop the run and they stop the pass. And if you think about the Jets, are they going to collapse? Well, they play the Ravens next week, who have had no offense this year, and they've been relying on their defense. Jamal Lewis has been inexistent. Kyle Bowler's out till November, so the Jets can still have time to save their season.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why Jacksonville can't make a run at the playoffs because that defense, they got the 2 best tackles in football, John Henderson, Marcus Stroud. These guys just stop the run, and they also got a pass rush. Mike Peterson, one of the best linebackers in football, even though he's very underrated. And the Jets, yeah, they're looking really tough right now. I mean, they got Baltimore coming up, their quarterback situation, who knows? And their offense is taking a beating right now between Miami and Jacksonville and now Baltimore. How much of a beating can this team take without just collapsing?
Now let's also talk about the Miami football Dolphins. Now Nick Saban from LSU is doing a fantastic job with this team. After wins against Denver and Carolina, is the 2-1 team a threat to the Patriots on top of the AFC East?
Well, I don't think they're a legit contender to win the East, but I think absolutely they're a contender to make the playoffs as like a wild card team, a 10-6 team. This defense, last year they took a year off, but this year they're returning to the form that they're known for in the past years. Sam Madison, he's been doing very well. And as the offense, Ronnie Brown, he's been carrying the load. And Gus Frerotte, he's been doing a solid job at quarterback. So I guess you can say that the Dolphins can be a legit contender.
I've had enough hearing about how good Brian Urlacher is because Zach Thomas is a better player than him. I mean, he had 17 tackles and a pick against Carolina. And yet the guy still doesn't get the credit that Brian Urlacher does. And Gus Frerodte's really stepping up for them. Ronnie Brown not getting the production that he should be getting, but that offensive line still got a block. They got good receivers, good tight end.
I don't know if they're going to make a run at the division, but it's really an improvement from last year, especially with Ricky Williams coming back.
Now, by far the most intriguing matchup all week and maybe all season was New England Patriots visiting Heinz Field and Bill Cowher's Pittsburgh Steelers. Once again, as we all know, Adam Vinatieri comes up clutch once again. Is it me, or does Bill Belichick win most when going against the odds?
Bill Belichick's an excellent coach in this NFL. He's proved everybody wrong. Everybody thought they were going to fall back down to earth, be a regular team like everybody else, losing Charlie Weiss and Romeo Crennel, Teddy Bruschi, Ty Law. He's proved everybody wrong, going into Heinz Field and beating the Steelers, who Ben Roethlisberger hasn't lost a regular season game in his career. Bill Belichick proves his critics wrong, and yes, he does win against the odds every single game.
Yeah, Belichick really tied up Ben Roethlisberger, who was a great quarterback. But the thing about the Patriots is they always find someone to step up. In this game, Rodney Harrison and Matt Light go out, their best tackle and probably their best defensive player, yet they still find a way to beat Pittsburgh, who might be the most physical team, and they love to run, and they were still found ways to stop the run. This is a huge win for them, and they win against the big odds.
All right, well, thanks, guys. And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
We're talking baseball here on the drill. I'm Chad Cutler. Sean Quinn, Wesley Till, guys, the AL playoff picture is coming to a rise now. The Chicago White Sox has clinched the Central Division. They edged out Cleveland. Now Cleveland's playing Chicago in an effort to win the wild card. If you're Chicago right now, do you play your starters?
Well, I believe that Chicago should play their starters because they are playing for home field advantage. And if they don't, they're just going to give Cleveland an easy pass, like right into the playoffs. And I think Ozzie Guillen's going to play his starters and try to take Cleveland for all 3 games.
I think they should definitely play their starters, keep up that momentum going into the postseason, and don't let them sit there on the bench the whole time and throw rookies out there.
You guys, I know an inside source on the Chicago team, and he has clearly told me that Ozzie Guillen's guys are flat out exhausted. Does that at all impact the decision, or do you stand firm with they have a responsibility to the Red Sox and Yankees to try to hold off Cleveland?
I mean, obviously, if their players are exhausted, I'm sure if they win the game tonight, I'm sure they're going to give them a day off for tomorrow or the next game, whenever they play. But I think they're really going to play their starters, regardless of if they're exhausted or not, because it is like a big game for them. So
I think their starters could deserve to sit it out. They've been playing small ball the whole year with very low scoring games, and starters have been pitching lights out. So it's up to them.
All right, let's get out of this series now. Let's get to the big-time drama, the New York Yankees, the Boston Red Sox. We knew it was going to happen eventually. It did. Today is September 30th. We start today. Chien-Ming Wang against David Boomer Wells. Yankees up by 1 game in Fenway Park. What do you look for from this series as far as excitement from the crowd?
Well, I really think the crowd's really going to be in Boston's favor because they're playing in Boston. Yankees are not really playing they're not that confident in Fenway Park. So I think that's going to really be help to Boston a lot.
I think Boston's going to get a lot of help from the fans. I'm personally going to the game, so there'll be at least one person rooting for the Yankees there, but I don't think they're going to have the support from the fans this time.
Yeah, obviously, Sean, you mentioned the support here. Do you think that really hurts New York? Obviously, they've been there many, many times over the past 15 years or so. But frankly, if you don't have a lot of people on your side, does that make you really think about that during game situations and try not to make errors as much as the fans are going for you and you feel confident?
I think the fans are really going to play a big role here. I mean, if you got people booing you the whole time, it's going to be tough, especially if it gets into 1-2-run 9th inning.
So, guys, I said we got Chien-Ming Wang, David Wells in the first game. Chien-Ming is a rookie, 24 years of age. He came out mid-season. He's pitched extremely well despite having some rotator cuff problems. What are your thoughts opening up Friday, September 30th?
Well, I think that Chien-Ming Wang is going to play just like he's been pitching all year. He has an 8-4 record. He's just playing and pitching it like the way he should be pitching. And David Wells is 14-7. I think he's really going to struggle tonight. I think Yankees are going to be all over him.
I think Chien-Ming Wang, I'm not that confident in him. David Wells has a lot of history. He's a veteran. But I'm not looking for that much out of Chien-Ming Wang.
Yeah, Sean, you said, I want to stick with you here. You said David Wells is a veteran. We certainly know that. He is a seasoned veteran at 40-plus years old. Once, like I said, 24-year-old Wong. Do you think you give Wells the advantage there because he has so much experience?
I definitely do, because all the pressure in this game, this series coming up, and he's handled it before with the Red Sox as well as with the Yankees. So it's going to be a close one tonight.
Okay, Game 2 is on Saturday. That's a pretty good one, too. The big unit, Randy Johnson going for the New York Yankees against who other than the Yankee killer, the knuckleballer, Tim Wakefield. You might say he tops out his fastball at 75, but he's got a knuckleball that's the best thing since a rubber spatula. So let me get your thoughts on this Game 2.
Well, I think that's going to be a very even game because they both are two pitchers who have 16 wins. They're pretty much evenly even because the way Randy Johnson's been shaky this year, and Tim Wakefield has had nasty stuff this year. So I think it's going to come down to 8th and 9th inning in a bullpen game, but I think Yankees are going to pull it off in the end. I really do.
It's definitely coming down to the bullpen in the late innings of the game, but both pitchers are hit or miss. They're either throwing one-run games or getting shut out. It's tough.
Guys, Randy Johnson, his past couple starts, seems to have gotten that velocity back on his fastball. He's up there at 95, 96 miles an hour again. Do you attribute that to the cold weather here, or is it a fluke, or what's the deal here? Can he keep this up?
Well, I really think he could keep it up because he's been pitching the way he's paid to be pitched, and he's just playing the way he really should be playing. So,
I think he finally found his groove. His first year with the Yankees, and very different experience for a lot of people, and finally found it and got into that rhythm, and he's going to keep it up straight through.
All right, guys, sit right here. We're not even done with this series. We'll take a break. Come on back. We continue our baseball coverage here on The Drill. I'm Chad, Sean Quinn, Wesley Till. Guys, it's the Yankees and the Red Sox. We're not done with that. We left off after 2 games. There's another game. It's Game 3, and the 2 people that have struggled the most, Curt Schilling for Boston, despite the bloody sock effort last year and pitching gem after gem, he's just not that good anymore, and Mike Mussina is the most inconsistent pitcher on this Yankees staff. So let me get your thoughts on Game 3.
I'm going to say it's going to be a really high-scoring game. I think you're going to probably see 9-8, 9-7, but both teams have great offensive stats, and it's going to be a high-scoring game.
well, I believe Curt Schilling is going to absolutely pitch his heart out. And I believe Curt Schilling is going to throw a 3-hitter going into the 9th inning. I think he's going to shut down the Yankees totally, and they're going to lose that game 8-1.
Wesley, you touched on what I was going to ask next. Let me stick with you here. Curt Schilling, I said it before, he has not been the same pitcher this year. Not even close. He's not an image of what he was last year. If Captain Curt can get it together and pitch a good game against New York, let's say they make the playoffs, do you see that transpiring into good start after good start when the postseason arises?
Oh, I definitely believe that. I believe that Curt Schilling, when it hits like October, he turns into a different pitcher. He's going to absolutely be dominant in the playoffs if they make the playoffs, and he's going to win MVP of the playoffs if there's a playoffs, if you make it.
Speaking of MVP, David Ortiz of the Red Sox and Alex Rodriguez, his name of the New York Yankees, has been brought up as the top 2 candidates. Personally, I think it's David Ortiz. Big Papi has proven he's the most clutch hitter in baseball. So let me stick with you guys here. What do you think on this, and how do you think they're going to perform in this 3-game, pretty much playoff series?
I think, personally, I want A-Rod to take it. I'm a Yankees fan, but Ortiz has had some very, very clutch hits, and this series is really going to determine it because without him playing the field, unless he gets those big hits, there's no way it's going to happen.
I mean, well, I don't think there's a doubt in my mind that A-Rod is not going to get this. Ortiz is batting .297, A-Rod's batting .320. They both have 47 home runs, but Big Papi has 15 more RBI. So I'm still going to go A-Rod, but I think it's going to be very, very, very deciding on this last weekend.
But guys, let me ask you this here. With Alex Rodriguez, he's extremely vulnerable to striking out. The high fastball has killed him in clutch times this season. David Ortiz, can you explain to me, if you're a pitcher, how do you get this guy out? I don't see a weakness in his zone. Alex, you give him a high fastball, most of the time he's not going to touch it. When you get Big Papi, it is trouble.
I really don't think you can get him out. I mean, the guy has single after home run after another single, and RBIs all the time. There's no way to get him out.
I mean, I believe he is probably the most dominant hitter in the major leagues. He's better than Pujols. He's better than anybody, but I still don't think he's going to be MVP. I don't believe it.
Well, Wesley, if he's the most dominant hitter in the league, then why isn't he MVP? You can't base it all on defense. If he's the most dominant hitter, he's the MVP of the AL. Why not?
Because if he does not play the field, why should he be MVP? A-Rod works every day in the field. He does so much work in the field. I believe that he really gives 120%, and he just deserves MVP.
We're going to have our disagreements in the year, and I just can't see eye to eye with you guys. The Cy Young of the American League is Bartolo Colon, Mariano Rivera, or other?
I'm going to have to go with Mariano Rivera. 4 blown saves the whole year. I mean, it's just, he's on a roll. He's unhittable for the most part. And just nobody else but him.
I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. I'd probably say Bartolo Colon. He has 21 wins, I think, 22 wins, something of that sort. And he's just been dominant for the Angels this year. He was just very, very, very impressive.
All right, guys, and getting off the Yankees, Red Sox here. Final question, who takes these 3 games?
Oh, it's definitely going to be the Yankees. No doubt in my mind.
I think the Yankees are going to win the first 2 and lose the third one, which is not going to mean anything. I think that Boston's going to be playing to try to make that wild card spot with that last game. And I think they're going to win. They're going to make the wild card, and Cleveland's not going to make the playoffs.
It's very interesting. It could happen either way. All right, we're done with the American League until the postseason arises. Now it's time for the National League. The wild card race looks like this. The Houston Astros are up by 2 games over Philadelphia. Philadelphia is playing Washington. The Astros are playing the Cubs. Neither one of those teams are involved in any type of race to get to the playoffs. So do you look at this holding up now with Houston moving on with a pitching staff of Roger Clemens, Roy Oswalt, Andy Pettitte, and let's not forget to mention Mr. Lidge at the back end of that bullpen?
I think Houston's going to go on. I mean, they have 2 starting pitchers with ERAs in the 2 range. It's definitely going to happen for Houston.
I believe Houston's definitely going to make the playoffs. I feel that they're going to make it in probably the second round, losing the second round. They're not going to make it past the second round because I think their pitching staff is dominant, but I think there's going to be an injury on that pitching staff sometime soon that's not going to help. It's going to hurt them in the playoffs.
Yeah, the injuries on the pitching can be key. I, too, like the Astros here. The pitching is spectacular. Real quickly, MVP and Cy Young of the National League.
I'm not really sure who I'm going to go with MVP there. There's a lot of people up there, but Cy Young, definitely going with Clemens here. Definitely.
I believe the MVP of the NL is probably Derek Lee. Derek Lee by far, I think. Or either him or Pujols, but I'm going to go with Lee. If I was a voter, I'd probably pick Lee. And for my Cy Young, I'm going to go with the D-Train, Dontrell Willis.
Let's not forget about Mr. Andrew Jones, the center fielder of the Braves. 50-plus home runs. You guys got to do your homework. We'll be right back with the drill after this.
As for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for their wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and
another one just terrible.
The Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 4th week edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host once again, Alan Bernstein, here, my guests Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Guys, we're here, got to talk about some NFC action. First off, we got the Falcons and the Vikings. Guys, the Vikings, where are they? Last year they started off very well. The year before they started off well. This year, last game they lost 31-10. Dante Culpepper was shut down, throwing 2 interceptions to the Falcons' defense. There was a scare in the second quarter when Mike Vick went down, but his backup came in. They've played well. Guys, if Mike Vick stays healthy, can these guys win the Super Bowl or at least make it far in the playoffs?
Well, if they shut down the Vikings offense, who people consider to be one of the best in the NFL, yes, they can be considered a legit Super Bowl contender. Mike Vick, a little scary in the second quarter when he went down. They put in Matt Schaub. He did a solid job. Defense gave up only 10 points to the Vikings. Their running game almost rushed for 300 yards combined between Warwick Dunn, T.J. Duckett, and Mike Vick.
Matt Schaub even had a 20-yard run for himself. But if they can keep this up, and if Mike Vick can stay healthy, lead his troops into the playoffs, I think they can be a Super Bowl contender.
Well, we all know that the NFC isn't as strong as the AFC, and I think that the Falcons can make a run in the playoffs. The Eagles are always going to be in the way. They're a great team. But the Falcons have all the components to a championship team. They got a quarterback that changes the game. They got 2 solid running backs and a very underrated defense. Patrick Kearney and Brady Smith, 2 very strong defensive ends. I think this team can make a run in the playoffs if this defense just plays solid.
From one great quarterback to another, guys, Donovan McNabb led the charge in a big comeback, 36-31 over the Chiefs. Guys, an injured McNabb, he's playing well, leading his team. Guys, can the Eagles make it back to the NFC Championship game, and will they possibly win their first Super Bowl in franchise history?
Well, earlier in the week, the Eagles received terrible news when a doctor said that Donovan McNabb had a sports hernia, which, in fact, if they had surgery, it probably would have ended his season. But then he went into Sunday's game, played against the Chiefs, who their defense this year has been looking pretty solid. In the first half, they were down 24-6. The Eagles, nothing was running for them, clicking. Their offense was not looking good. Their defense looking terrible. They gave up Dante Hall at a kickoff return for a touchdown. They came out in the second half, table turned. Donovan McNabb led the way for them. Brian Westbrook made some key plays down the stretch. T.O. had the touchdown catch, as we said. And the Eagles, if they continue to play this way, and even McNabb, imagine if he's healthy, he can definitely lead to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Donovan McNabb is really looking like a Steve McNair. He's battling through all these injuries, and he's putting up huge numbers. And when you have a receiver like Terrell Owens, you're going to win games and you have that deep threat. So you're never going to be out of games. And Brian Westbrook, probably the most versatile player in football. All I got to say is props to Andy Reid. He does a great job with this team.
Definitely, guys. One more NFC East team. New York Football Giants, #1 offense in the league. Guys, Eli Manning, 4 touchdown passes. It looks like he's really maturing in the offense. If the G-men can fix their glitches in the defense, can they make it through the playoffs? And, can they win the NFC East, basically?
Well, if Eli keeps playing like the way he is, they can definitely win the NFC East. Yesterday he had 4 touchdown passes, almost throwing for 300 yards. He's clicking with Plaxico Burress yesterday, having 204 receiving yards alone and 2 touchdowns. Shockey, usually he's in the groove with him. Yesterday he didn't really get clicking, but he's got Amani Toomer. He's throwing well to them. The defensive line is looking excellent. Their linebackers, they've had some problems. If Will Allen can stay healthy in that secondary and they can solve Corey Repser's problems with coverage and the deep balls, I think they can be a contender to win the NFC East.
The only problem I see right now in the Giants is their secondary, and once they play the Eagles, they got to find someone to stop Terrell Owens, or is he just going to pick them apart with Donovan McNabb? And I really like the linebackers. Antonio Pierce was a great off-season signing. Their DNs, Jumanur and Strahan, really solid, could stop the run, rush the quarterback. And the receivers, they're playing good right now. Burris, he can get open. He's that deep threat that they never had last year. And Shockey, he's still one of the best tight ends in football. Eli is playing great ball. I don't know if he's going to be his brother, but he looks like it right now.
Definitely, guys. I think it was also important. But, guys, remember, last year the Giants started off very well, and they fell apart after the bye week. They ended up being 6-10 in the year. The year before that, same thing. They really didn't play well in the second half of the season. I think basically the Giants need to keep up their play, or we're going to see another terrible, terrible season under Tom Coughlin. Guys, I think it was also important how Tiki Barber and Brandon Jacobs are playing well together. And I think their running game and their passing game, they could really be a contender this year. Guys, I'm sorry that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm once again Alan Bernstein here with my guest Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Guys, in a game that featured defense versus defense, we had the Jets taking on the Ravens. Guys, 13-3, low-scoring game. Jets 1-3 right now after losing. Is a reason to panic for Gang Greene.
Well, basically they had a college quarterback in Brooks Bollinger starting. Before that game he threw 9 passes in the NFL. But yesterday, as we saw, the Ravens, they just made him look terrible. They put a lot of pressure on Brooks. And his offense, Curtis Martin, inexistent in the running game. His receivers, Lavernius Coles, Wayne Corbett, Justin McCarron, they looked awful. The only thing they have is a defense, but you can't win all these games with only a defense. And if you're the Jets fans, yes, you should panic because next week you have Vinny Testaverde as your quarterback who hasn't played a game since last year in January against the Giants. So if you're a Jet fan right now, you have to catch lightning in a bottle and see if Vinny Testaverde can play a little better.
Well, Bollinger wasn't really even a good college quarterback, and now you're putting him in the NFL playing against the Ravens, the best defense in the league. When you're lined up against Ray Lewis and Ed Reed, two of the better defenders in the league, of course the guy's going to be scared. But the Jets, I mean, they have the good defense, but that division really isn't looking good right now. The Patriots 2-2, the Dolphins are 2-1. The Dolphins are playing probably the best ball in the division. The Bills, they're just looking awful right now. The Jets don't have a good quarterback situation, but the division really is not looking good right now.
Do you think at all that Herman Edwards' job may be in jeopardy?
Well, you can say that because in the NFL, everybody's job's in jeopardy. But in Herman Edwards' case, this year they had really high expectations. Some people consider them Super Bowl contenders, Super Bowl winners. But now they're 1-3 going into October. Things aren't looking good for them with the quarterback situation. Their offense, Mike Heimerdinger, he's not getting anything done for them. But if you ask, you can think Herman Edwards, his job's in serious jeopardy.
No, Herm's got a secure job because he can't do anything about injuries, but personnel issues he can do stuff about, and he's going to have to put in Vinny Testaverde, and when he puts him in, that's going to be the decision that shows his jeopardy as the New York Jets coach. And what he did for that team last year, bringing them into the playoffs, making a run, this guy does a great job. He has a good level of confidence, and I think he's a good coach. He should stay in New York. Perfect fit.
Guys, in another stunning win, the Chargers beat the New England Patriots 47-17. Guys, after so many years of great play, the Patriots are looking pretty mediocre right now. Is there a reason to be worried if you're a New England fan? If you're a Chargers fan, are you jumping up and down in your seat?
Well, personally, if you're a New England fan, I don't think you have anything to worry. As years pass, they've gotten off the slow starts. 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl, first game of the season, they lost 31-0 to the Bills. What happened there? From that point on, they went 12-4, won the Super Bowl against the Panthers. But if you're a Patriots fan, you shouldn't be worried. There's rumor that Teddy Bruschi might be coming back early from his stroke, and their defense, great coach in Bill Belichick. He's going to get this team together. They have a great quarterback in Tom Brady. And if you're a Chargers fan, you should be really happy because the past 2 weeks you beat two good teams, the Giants and the Patriots. LaDainian Tomlinson looking excellent as usual on the offensive side. Drew Brees looking very good, hitting his receivers, keeping the interceptions low. And the defense, you have to be impressed, holding New England, who hasn't lost since 2002 at their own stadium, to 17 points. So if you're a Chargers fan and a Patriots fan, you should be very happy.
Yeah, now Schottenheimer is calling good games, and he's getting the ball to Kidding. And now he's getting the ball to LT, who's the best running back in the league, and Antonio Gates, one of the premier tight ends in the league, and taking it over to New England. Whenever you have a guy like Tom Brady, you're going to be in games. And even with all the injuries in this defense, they still have one of the best defenses in the league, Richard Seymour. He's still maybe the second or third best defensive end in football. I wouldn't worry.
Right, I think that Bill Belichick really does a great job week in, week out, and I really hope they can turn it around because I'm not really a big fan of the Jets personally. Anyway, the Raiders, guys, beat the Cowboys, Big Tuna, who is playing like I don't even know what they're doing right now. 19-13, guys. The Cowboys just looked awful right now. They really have no offense. Their defense has been absent from the plane the last couple of weeks, and now they're just coming back. Guys, do you have reason to worry if you're a Cowboys fan? And if you're a Raiders fan, can they start overpowering teams if they have to keep this great offense?
Well, the Raiders, they made an absolute mockery out of the Cowboys last weekend. Bill Parcells, he's not having a clue of what to do right now. Julius Jones, he's misusing him. He's not running the ball when he has to. Drew Bledsoe, he tried to reincarnate him before the season. He's not doing well either. The defense, it's looking confused out there, even though they held the Oakland offense to 19 points. But if you're a Cowboys fan, you should be worried. And if you're the Raiders, yes, they could start overpowering teams with this offense, and especially if their defense starts stepping up.
I'll keep it short and sweet. The Cowboys shouldn't just worry. They should panic because that division is looking great right now. The Giants playing good, the Redskins playing good, and the Cowboys really look like the weakest team in that division. They should start panicking right now.
Guys, I'm sorry. That's all the time we have. I'll be turning the show over to Ryan Dubin, who'll be talking NFC and AFC Week 5. Anyway, that's all the time we have. We'll see you next week.
My father was a great hitter, but he knew that life was about more than just one game.
The easy way out, or the right thing to do.
So when that umpire made a bad call that ended the game for Dad,
No matter the decision,
and then needed help with his car, My father made the right call.
The easy way out,
Helping others.
or the right thing to do.
Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guest, Andrew Axelband, David Suntup. We're going to be talking about NFL Week 5 preview. All right, the Jets lost the past week to the Ravens 13-3. I mean, they're playing the undefeated Buccaneers this week, 4-0. Are they going to hand the Buccaneers their first loss? And can the Jets offense start scoring points?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to beat the Jets. The Jets cannot stop the run, and with their new quarterback, Brooks Bollinger, he's not playing that well. And the Jets will get beaten, I'd say about 45-0, because of Curtis Martin. He's not playing that well, and of the new quarterback, he still a lot of passes, but the receivers are not catching most of them.
Well, this is going to be a tough game for the Jets. The Bucs have started off great. They've really played well on defense. Their offense has played well. But I think the Bucs are going to win this game. But it's going to be closer than people think, because if Cadillac Williams, who got hurt in his last game, doesn't play the whole game and doesn't play well, the game's going to be closer than people think. And as for the Jets on offense, they have to start scoring points. When you have a first and goal on the other team's 1 yard line, you have to score on that play. Curtis Martin got stuffed 2 times and Brooks Bollinger tried to do a bootleg into the end zone. If you don't score on first and goal on the 1, you're not going to be winning too many games. And as for Martin, he really has to run the ball. 11 carries, 30 yards. That's not going to get the job done but Brooks Bollinger has to throw the ball, because if he doesn't throw the ball, then Martin's not going to be able to run the ball. But Bollinger showed good poise, and I think he's going to do better. And the Dutch defense is still playing well, so I think it's going to be closer than people think, but the Bucs will still win.
I agree with you, Dave. The champs were killed by the Chargers 41-17 in Foxborough, which they haven't lost since the 2002 season. This week, the Patriots are traveling to Michael Vick, and they're 3-1. And can the Patriots get back on track and win?
I think this game will be a very good game. I think the outcome will be the Patriots will win. With Tom Brady throwing to his receivers and Michael Vick, he'll probably run the ball most of the time. But I think that the Patriots will come out with a win.
I think the Patriots are going this game also. The Patriots respond well after losses. Last year in St. Louis, they put a big game in the Dome and they won. This year in Pittsburgh, they came back and won. Atlanta, they have a good defense, but their offense is inconsistent. But the Patriots have not stopped the run well. Even the last 2 years, LaDainian Tomlinson ran all over that defense. And Warwick Dunn played a great game against Minnesota this past Sunday. So the Patriots are going to have to stop the run if they want to win. And also it depends on Michael Vick's health, because he left last game because he hurt his knee.
The Eagles, after their Kansas City comeback, they're playing the Cowboys in the Big D this week. Do you think that the Eagles can bring their momentum back to Dallas and win? And can the Cowboys recover from their tough loss from the Raiders?
I think that the Eagles, they will win this game with Owens and McNabb kind of back together. And Dawkins, he's playing pretty good. He got hurt yesterday, but he's okay. But the Big D, Cowboys, Bledsoe playing pretty well. But I think Owens will have a big game, and so will McNabb. So I think the Eagles will come out with a win.
I agree with Andrew here. I'm saying this. I agree with Andrew. And I think the Eagles are going to win this game also, because the Eagles are a better team. McNabb and Owens played great last week in that comeback. But Westbrook has to run the ball. He did have a good game against the Chiefs. But I think the Eagles are a better team, better defense than Dallas, and their offense has been playing well with McNabb and Owens. And Dallas really hasn't. They've disappointed me. I thought their defense was better than it was. And then Bledsoe, he completed less than 50% of his passes against the Raiders in the black hole. And the Raiders don't really have a good defense. And Julius Jones hasn't run the ball like people expected him to. So I think the Eagles should win this one fairly easily in Dallas.
All right, out of the 4 undefeated teams, Tampa Bay, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, and Washington, which team will, out of Week 5, will still remain undefeated?
Indianapolis, Tampa Bay, and Cincinnati. Those are 3 teams I will pick that will be undefeated. I don't think Washington will be undefeated because they really haven't shown a lot. When they played against the Jets like a few weeks ago, they only won like 9-3, and that's not a lot of points shown up. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 4-0. They have a good offense. Cincinnati, with Chad Johnson, he's very good. And I think Indianapolis, Peyton Manning, a big game this week. Those are 3 teams.
Well, Andrew, just to correct you here, the Redskins last played the Jets in it was the 2003 season, and they don't play them until, I believe, the 2007 season next. So that was the Bears who you were talking about, but the Bears have a good defense. Anyways, I think Indianapolis and Tampa remain undefeated. Indianapolis is playing at San Francisco. 49ers are a very good team. Peyton Manning should chew up that secondary. And then Tampa Bay playing against the Jets. Jets have a very good defense, but they can't score points with Pennington out and Martin not running the ball well. I think Jacksonville's going to beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati didn't do too well against the Texans defense last week in Cincinnati, and Cincinnati didn't win by a lot, and the Texans, not a very good team, played them tough in Cincinnati. And I think Washington is very overrated. They have a very good defense, but their offense is not very good. And playing in Denver is always tough because Denver has the advantage because of the altitude, so I look for Denver to take that game.
That wraps up the drill. Chad Cutler will be back talking about baseball playoffs.
The Major League Baseball Division Series has begun. I'm Chad, and this Wesley Till, that's Sean Quinn, guys. We're going to start out in the AL. The New York Yankees and the Anaheim, well, check that, the LA Angels of Anaheim. I think I got that right. It's 1-1. The Yankees took that home field advantage away from the Angels. They split, they won Game 1 with a brilliant effort by Messina. And they lost Game 2 due to errors by Alex Rodriguez, Chin-Ming Wang, and just plain not smart plays by everyone. So let me get your thoughts. Game 3 is tonight. Randy Johnson against Paul Byrd. Completely different pitching styles here. Randy, he can get it up there 96, 97. Paul Byrd, more of a finesse guy. Still pretty good. What are your thoughts, Game 3?
Well, my thoughts for Game 3 is I think the Yankees are going to win by numerous runs. I say they probably win 8-3. They're going to get a lot of run support for Mr. Johnson, and I think they're going to go all over Paul Byrd.
I think you're going to have to look to the Yankees here. I mean, they are so far ahead. They've got, Randy Johnson's pitching for them. He's got a great home track record, and he's probably not going to let up more than 2, maybe 3 runs at the most.
We'll stick with Randy Johnson here. I want to get your thoughts. He's criticized the New York crowd lately. He said that they have not been impressive compared to Arizona. Arizona, he said, they would really get him pumped up. He feeds off those emotions. I'm sure it's going to be running pretty high tonight, but statistically, Randy Johnson in the division series has been subpar, to say the least. Can you play into anything with that, or do you think he'll be able to go out there and pitch to his capabilities?
Oh, I think he's going to step up his game tonight. I mean, I'm going to be one of the people in the crowd yelling, cheering for him, but I really think tonight's going to bring a whole new atmosphere to Yankee Stadium. He's totally going to step up his game tonight.
If he pitches the first or second inning pretty well, he's going to have the crowd behind him, and then that won't be an excuse. But if he gives up 2, 3, 4 runs in the first 2 innings, the crowd's going to hate him.
All right, the second game at Yankee Stadium is Game 4. That features mid-season acquisition Sean Chacon against a left-handed pitcher for Anaheim, Jared Washburn. Washburn's pretty good, statistically brilliant against the Yankees. Let's say the Yankees take Game 3. How important is it for Anaheim in that Game 4 to come out to an early lead?
I mean, come on, Chad. This can't be happening. I mean, Sean Chacon, he's gonna win. Obviously, I mean, like, he's been pitching over better than any pitcher that's been pitching for the Yankees, and I think that he's probably gonna win, and he's definitely gonna win actually. So,
I think Sean Chacon's gonna win this one too. I mean, Washburn's good, but Sean Chacon, as long as he has some decent run support, he's definitely gonna take the victory here.
Okay, guys, I want to stick with Alex Rodriguez. I mentioned him as part of the reason why the Yankees lost that Game 2 by a score of 5-3. His fielding has not been too good this series. Quite frankly, he hasn't been able to touch the ball and put it in fair territory. He's striking out a lot. He looks extremely uncomfortable. Do you think going back to Yankee Stadium here will make an impact on Alex Rodriguez's swing, or is this just the guy that cannot perform in postseason play?
well, Chad, I feel that he is going to step up his game tonight in the stadium because he has the crowd behind his back, and he's not going to be performing under pressure like he did in Anaheim. But I don't know. It's going to be tough. I still think he's going to be a little shaky out there.
He's probably going to be pretty shaky, but he is going to have the crowd with him here. And as long as he doesn't make an error in the beginning, They'll be behind him the whole way. And if he gets a home run, everything will have been forgotten about what's been happening.
All right, one final note with the New York Yankees. My man, the first baseman, number 25, Jason Giambi, Major League Comeback Player of the Year. A lot of people thought that he couldn't do it. I was one that said the Giambino is for real. What were your thoughts on this award?
Well, I feel he deserved it. He had many very hard past year, but he overcame all of his problems, and he really had a good season for what he had to deal with.
The pressure from the press was intense on him in the beginning of the year. He had a horrible record. He just wasn't performing, and now he's just stepped it up. I mean, great batting average, on base most of the time, from walks, hits, singles, whatever. He definitely deserves it.
All right, now let's shift over the other American League playoff series. The White Sox and the Red Sox, and to my surprise, the Chicago White Sox have jumped all over Boston. They are up 2-0. That's right. The White Sox are up 2-0, heading into Fenway Park. Game 3, Tim Wakefield, Freddie Garcia. It is going to be intense in Boston. What are your thoughts on if the Red Sox have any shot at coming back?
Well, Chad, I absolutely despise the Red Sox, but I really want them to get a few wins in here to prolong the series, make the White Sox pitchers a little tired, because we know the White Sox are obviously going to win. I mean, Boston's a joke now. We already figured that out. But I really want them to prolong the series and allow the Yankees to rest because they're going to win tonight and Saturday.
Well, I'm definitely looking to the White Sox for this one. I mean, they're facing Tim Wakefield, and it's going to be tough. But I mean, you got Freddie Garcia in there on your side. He's got a 3.4 ERA. He's definitely going to take the win here.
Wes, I want to stick with you here. You were awfully quick to jump on the world champion Red Sox. I was a little surprised by that. That's not usually your demeanor. But let's stick with this now. Let's just say the Red Sox win Game 3. Then they have Curt Schilling going in Game 4. Why would you say they don't have a shot with their ace going?
If you call Curt Schilling an ace, there's something wrong with you. I mean, Curt Schilling has had one of the worst years of his career. He is absolutely horrible. He's been pitching horrible. And I do not consider him an ace on any team.
Well, that's Wesley Till at his best, I'll tell you that. Guys, sit tight. We got the NL. Maybe I'll touch base on the Yankees again. Maybe. We'll be back. We continue our baseball coverage here on The Drill. I'm Chad Cutler, Wesley Till, Sean Quinn, the NL now. Well, first off, guys, the San Diego Padres and the St. Louis Cardinals, well, it's been a mismatch. We knew this. The Cardinals are up 2-0. They're going to win the series, so if we could just get a little moment of silence for this Padres and their fan base for the excruciating losses that they've been facing. Now to the Braves and the Astros. That series is tied 1 game apiece, and it's become pretty apparent you cannot take this Atlanta Braves team for granted, because that's what a lot of people were doing when this series began. Atlanta won the division 14 consecutive years. Not many teams can say that. In fact, no team can say it because it's never been done. The series, like I said, tied 1-1. The Braves absolutely took apart Roger Clemens in Game 2. What do you look for the rest of this series?
I think that the Braves are going to still pull apart who the pitcher, Roy Oswalt. Roy Oswalt is pitching, and I think Andrew Jones, Chipper Jones, Francoeur, Langerhans, I think they're all just going to dominate, and I think that's going to be a very high-scoring game. And I think Atlanta's going to take the last 2 games of the series and just not even give the Astros a chance to win.
I'm definitely looking to Houston for at least this game. You got Oswald's pitching, but the only problem for him is going to be Andrew Jones. He's going to be a thorn in his side the whole game.
Well, in this Game 3 upcoming for Atlanta, Jorge Sosa's pitching. This is a guy that they acquired from the Tampa Bay Devil Rays at the beginning of the year for Nick Greene. So obviously they didn't expect this guy to be an impact player. He's been more than an impact player. He's practically been a number 2 pitcher behind Johnny Smoltz. So what do you expect from him as far as playoffs goes? Because during the regular season, an ERA of 2.5, the guy had 14 wins. He's got a lot of pop on his fastball. What do you expect from Mr. Sosa?
I mean, I was reading Mr. Sosa's stats last night, and 9-0 on the road this year. I mean, they put him on the road purposely because they knew he was going to dominate on the road. I'm expecting him to have a very good game on the road like he's been doing. But I don't know. He's still young, and I don't know what to expect from him. But I think he's still going to keep the streak going on the road and make it 10-0.
He has been 9-0 on the road. That's his strength. He's 13-3 on the season, but he's going up against Oswalt. And I just don't think he's going to do it. It's the postseason. It's a different ballgame.
Speaking of a different ball game, the Atlanta Braves have shown they can play all types of ball games, whether it be small ball or hitting the ball out of the ballpark. Andrew Jones during the regular season hit 51 jacks. After the past month in September, he really didn't hit that well. In the postseason, it's been a little bit of the same. In order for the Atlanta Braves to beat the Houston Astros, how big does Andrew Jones have to be?
I mean, Andrew Jones has to step up his game now in the playoffs. I mean, he played good the first half of the season. He started slacking off a little bit. He's still going to be the MVP of the National League, I believe. I mean, I saw his batting stance, and he changed it a lot, and I think he's going to still bring power to the playoffs.
I think he's the key to their team. If he hits good, the rest of the team's going to do all right at the plate. But if he keeps up what he's doing now, it's not looking that great.
I said at the end of the last segment, I'd mention the Yankees. I will. I'll say it to myself. The New York Yankees will win Game 3. They'll lose Game 4. They'll go back to Anaheim. Win Game 5 with Mike Messina pitching. Wesley Till, Sean Quinn, it's been a pleasure. I'm Chad Cutler. Be right back. Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey. And
another one, just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. I don't know. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Week 5 edition of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein, with my guests, of course, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. We're talking NFC wrap-up this week. Some big games. Of course, number 1, the Green Bay Packers coming in 0-4, destroyed the New Orleans Saints, 52-3. I don't understand what happened with these guys. Both teams were struggling coming in, but the Packers picked up their first win. But I think that it was important that they finally got a game, and they really destroyed the Saints, which could get their season back on track. And I don't know, what do you guys think? Can the Packers come back in the week NFC North and win?
Well, last week we saw Brett Favre, what he's used to doing, and the week before against the Panthers, we saw a little bit of what he's used to doing. He almost came back, won that game. He came up a little short this past week. Offense looked excellent, scored 52 points. The only bad thing that you take out of this game, Greene was hurt, and now their backup, Najee Davenport, he's out for the season apparently with a broken ankle. So if the Packers, if their defense plays up to their capabilities and Brett Favre can actually step up and lead this team, they can win the NFC North. Excuse me.
Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that no one's really feeling bad for the Saints right now. No one's talking about them playing off emotion or anything. And second of all, the Packers really did play impressive on the offensive end. When you have a leader like Brett Favre, a veteran, you're always going to be in games. But this defense still scares me. They only gave up 3 points this week to New Orleans, but they don't have the greatest offense in the world. KGB's got to get a pass rush, and this team could be a contender, especially with that division. I think the leader has 1 or 2 wins.
Yeah, I think the division is probably disappointing everyone. There was some strong teams in there. Another team, guys, we've got to talk about the Desert Battle, the Panthers and the Cardinals, 26-20 in overtime. I think that the Panthers started off a little slow. Maybe they're coming into their rhythm. A lot of people think the Panthers can make it to the Super Bowl. Do you guys see them going far in the playoffs and possibly making it there?
Well, with that defense, with Julius Peppers, Ricky Manning Jr., of course they can make a Super Bowl contender. Their offense, Stephen Davis, he's been leading the rushing attack with Deshaun Foster. Steve Smith's had an excellent year. Jake Delhomme, he's been solid. Special teams has been pretty decent. So if the Panthers, if they play up to their capability and if they play like they did yesterday when they just went into overtime and they beat the Cardinals 26-20. I think they can be Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah, I really like the Panthers this year. And the last few years of Super Bowl winners, the Patriots have had a good coach in Bill Belichick. And you look at John Fox, and he really is an excellent coach. And the Patriots also had that great defense. And when you look at the Panthers, they have great DNs. They got Dan Morgan, a great linebacker, a great secondary.
Right, you got to remember that when the Giants had their best defensive years, John Fox was also their coach.
Yep. And I like the way that Jake Delhomme plays, even though he takes a lot of chances. You just got to watch out. If he plays a good defense that takes risks, he could throw a lot of picks.
Right, definitely. Guys, another huge NFC East rival game. The Cowboys destroyed the Eagles 33-10. Guys, the Eagles had nothing really today. McNabb was dismal. They didn't really have too many offensive yards. What does Andy Reid have to do to get this team back on track? And can the Cowboys be a contender in the playoffs this year?
Basically, Andy Reid has to run the ball much more often. Brian Westbrook has been not getting carries at all. He carried the ball 19 times for 9 yards. I mean, you can't do that in a game, and especially if he wants to get the offense going, he has to mix up with Brian Westbrook. Even if he doesn't run the ball, throw some screen passes. Don't put a load on T.O. and Donovan McNabb. And whereas the Cowboys, can they keep this up and make the playoffs? Well, quite frankly, I hate the Cowboys, so I really hope they don't make the playoffs. But since they have the soft schedule, besides next week, they have to play the Giants, so that's going to be a tough game for them. But they have the same schedule as the whole NFC, basically the whole NFC East, and it's a very soft schedule, so they can maybe squeeze in at the playoffs as a 9-7 team. Hopefully they don't.
I really think that Andy Reid's a tremendous coach, but you got to put this game on his shoulders. You know McNabb is beaten up, and you have Brian Westbrook, one of the most versatile players in the NFL, and you're barely using him. He could spread out, he could run the ball, and I really don't like the way that he called the game. The defense, I don't know what was wrong with them. Brian Dawkins isn't playing up to par. Javon Kearse, he's got to get a rush. I mean, the Eagles are going to bounce back because they're such a good ball club, but they got to be able to protect Donovan McNabb.
I also think, guys, what do you think the problem with the game was? Do you think the Eagles played poorly, or do you think the Cowboys played great and they were able to shut down the Eagles?
Well, it was a little combination of both, because it's pretty obvious that the Eagles, they didn't play up to their potential. The Cowboys, they stunned a lot of people. That's a great job, them scoring 33 points. But this is not the real Eagles team. When you see the real Eagles team in the following weeks, the Eagles will show what they're capable of. Westbrook playing well, McNabb playing well in that defense.
McNabb's huge back there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the Cowboys, they did surprise people this week. So they can, if they play like this in some of the big games down the stretch, they can win some games.
Yeah, the Cowboys really did play well, and Julius Jones is now turning into the back that he really was last year. Early in the year, he didn't play good. Now he's playing well, running the ball. They have a big offensive line. If they could establish the run, they're going to be tough, especially with that defense.
Right. I mean, the NFC East is great this year. You have a lot of great teams. Always. I mean, that's a tough division, especially this year with the great coaching and all teams. I'm interested to see what's going to go on. I'm sorry, that's all the time we have for this segment. I'm going to turn it over to Tom Galo, who's going to be talking AFC wrap-up. We'll be back with more drill after this.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Today we're going to be talking about the Week 5 AFC wrap-up. Now, guys, there was some big games this week, and the most anticipating one was definitely the Patriots beating the Falcons with a game-winning field goal by Adam Vinatieri again. Now, it was 31-28. Now, would a healthy Michael Vick have given the Falcons a win?
No, because they didn't play defense, the Falcons, to their capabilities. Tom Brady looked excellent back there, completing 22 of 27 passes, throwing 3 touchdowns. Patrick Kearney and Brady Smith, they had terrible games. The secondary looked lost for the Falcons. Even if they did have Michael Vick, they didn't really need him. They scored 28 points. That's enough for a win for an offensive team. Matt Schaub, he led the way for them. The running game was fine. They just need to step up the defense. If they played defense that game, they probably would have beat the Patriots. So healthy Michael Vick doesn't equal a victory for the Falcons.
Well, Matt Schaub really did play good, and you could see that he's a better passer than Michael Vick. But Michael Vick changes the whole image of the game, the way defenses play. And I know Bill Belichick is a great coach, but even he's a guy, Michael Vick, that he's tough to cover, whatever he does. You know that he's going to run the ball, and it's still tough to stop him. He's so fast. You can't put a linebacker on him. He'll just run right around you. I think Michael Vick would have helped this game, but at the end of the day, they played Matt Schaub, and they still only lost by 3 points to the Patriots.
Now, another upset this past week was the New York Jets, led by Golden Oldie Vinny Testaverde, beat the previously undefeated Buccaneers 14-12. Now, we're at being 2-3. Can the Jets build on this win and make a run for the AFC East crown?
Well, Vinny, he didn't have great numbers. He went 13 for 19 with a pick, but you saw something that he didn't see in the first couple of weeks for the Jets. You actually saw heart, desire. The defense stepped up. The rushing attack They didn't have Cadillac, but they had Michael Pittman. They didn't do anything. Brian Greasy looked terrible. Defense stepped up, and Vinny, he led the Jets to the drives when they needed him. Curtis Martin got his first 2 touchdowns of the season. So the Jets, if they can build on this win, they can definitely make a run in this AFC East, especially when they play the Patriots who have had a lot of people hurt on defense. They can really make a run for this.
Yeah, well, Vinny brings another dimension to the Jets, and that's the vertical threat, which they didn't even have with Chad Pennington, and it really opened up the running game with Curtis Martin. You could see his production was up from the first 4 weeks of the season. The offensive line was playing better off that play action. You know that they have good receivers, Lavernius Coles, and I really don't think they're using Doug Jolly enough. They're using Chris Baker, and I think that Jolly's a better tight end. And yeah, they're still in contention for that division. New England is 3-2. Miami is 2-2. They're right in the mix with all those other teams.
Now, the Colts destroyed the 49ers 28-3. Now they're 5-0. Now, if the Colts keep the great defense and the complimentary Peyton Manning and their electric offense, can they have a great team still?
Well, they're holding opponents to only 5.8 points a game. And with that offense, when you think of Peyton Manning, who had 49 touchdowns last year, he's starting to pick it up this year. Marvin Harrison, Edgerrin James, Reggie Wayne, Brandon Stokely, everybody on the offense contributes. That whole offensive line, they haven't given up a sack this year. And especially if that defense is holding opponents to 5.8 points a game, they can start destroying teams. They could be 10-0 by week 11. I mean, it's ridiculous how this defense has been playing. Nobody thought this would come, and if they start playing defense, they could be the favorite to win the AFC.
Well, I'm still not sold on that Colts defense for the plain fact that they haven't played a good offense yet. And you know that offense is just going to wake up one day and they're going to start putting up 45 points a game on these other teams that they usually beat up on. And they have a very underrated offensive line. Tariq Glenn, Jeff Saturday, these guys are 2 of the best in the league. You know that receiving core is probably the best in the league. Edgerrin James really puts another dimension with the receiver that could catch the pass and then run inside and out. Peyton Manning, can't say enough about this guy. I think the Colts are definitely going to be a contender. They're going to be tough to beat, especially at home.
All right, thanks, guys. And when we come back, we'll have Ryan Dubin talking about Week 6 preview for the NFL. More in the 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Jimmy Stockdale and Dave Suntup. We're going to be talking about NFL Week Preview 6. The Giants travel to Big D. Dallas beat Philadelphia Eagles. Big upset. Can Giants go to Dallas and win this game?
You know, I really don't know, but the most important things the Giants needs to work on right now is the defense. They need to work on their defense. Okay, they need to learn how to stop the running game. Okay, against the Eagles, Bledsoe threw for 3 touchdowns. They just need to learn how to stop that. But recently, Manning and Plaxico Burress have been hooking up pretty well, and as well as Jeremy Shockey. So I think they make a good combination.
Yeah, the Giants have played very well this season on offense. Manning looked like an all-star in his last game against the Rams, throwing touchdowns to Burress, a great catch by Toomer, where he had to cradle the ball and make sure his feet were in bounds, one of the best catches I've ever seen. But Dallas played a great game, honestly. Bledsoe threw for 3 TDs. Running game was good. Defense was good. But I think the Giants could win this game just because Philadelphia didn't have a running game. Brian Westbrook was just horrible, and he wants a big payday. Well, run the ball, man. Tiki Barber could run the ball, and they have Brandon Jacobs in goal line situations. So I think the Giants could get this thing done.
The Jets are coming off a big win against the undefeated Buccaneers. You know, can the Jets ride their momentum and beat the Buffalo Bills this week?
2 weeks ago, I'd say absolutely not. But after the performance Vinny Testaverde put on against the Bucs that were 4-0, I don't know what to think. They beat the Bucs 14-12. I think this one's up in the air.
Well, it's going to be a close game. The Jets have had their troubles playing at Orchard Park the last 2 years. They've lost games playing in Buffalo, so it's not a place where they like to play, football. But last week, Testaverde, he's a threat with the long ball, so they had to cover the pass a little bit more. So Curtis Martin played a little better. He got 2 touchdowns, and the Jets' defense is always there. They always play great. They have Donnie Henderson, the defensive coordinator, Denny Marson, the D-line coach, so the defense is always ready. But these teams are like Buffalo also has a quarterback problem. They have Kelly Holcomb playing quarterback for them now, but McGahee hasn't run the ball that well this season. It's going to be a close game, but I think the Jets could pull it out, and I think they will.
The Dolphins are going to Tampa. Now they got Ricky back. What do you expect of him this week?
Absolutely nothing. I don't expect him to do anything. The guy hasn't played a regular season game in at least a year. He moved over to Australia or wherever he was, unless he was practicing over there. I don't expect anything from him, especially after the Bucs being 4-1 now. If they play nothing like they played last week against the Jets, then they should do good.
Well, he was doing some Bible studying over there and doing some camping. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome Jimmy Stockdale to the show, making his 30-minute drill debut. But Ricky Williams, I don't expect him to do that much because Ronnie Brown has played great football the last 2 games. 200 yards in his last 2 games, 97 yards one game, about 130 another game. He started out slowly, but he's really coming on. And Ricky Williams, he hasn't played in a regular season game in a year, but he was impressive during the preseason. He has been working hard, so I think he'll get his carries.
The Baltimore Ravens were horrible. They lost to Detroit, 21 penalties, 2 players were ejected. You know, is Brian Billick, has he lost control of their team, and can they bounce back against Cleveland?
First of all, that was the worst game I've ever seen in my life, but the Ravens need a quarterback. They really do. I mean, they're working off of second-string quarterback who, to be honest with you, really isn't that great. All their penalties were pretty much just stupid. I mean, just play the game. I don't know why they're playing pretty bad, and they needed to work on their defense most of all to stop the running game and stuff like that. But the Browns are 2-2, and I don't know. They might be able to pull it out.
Okay, guys, you could laugh at me right now as you're watching the show, but before the season, I said if the Ravens had any bit of offense, they would win the Super Bowl because of their great defense. Well, this defense has just been horrible. They lack toughness. They're not tackling the ball. I mean, I thought this was such a good run defense, but Detroit is running right over them. Their defense has just been awful. And Brian Billick's in charge of this thing. I mean, he's supposed to be an offensive coach, and their offense is terrible. They have a great offensive line. They have Todd Heath playing tight end. They have Jamal Lewis running the ball, and they got wide receivers. They got Mark Clayton in the draft, and they got Derek Mason, a Pro Bowler from Tennessee. I mean, there's no excuses. I know Anthony Wright's not the best quarterback, but come on, you got all these weapons. They're supposed to be winning football games, and they're not. Brian Billick is on the hot seat, and if the Ravens don't improve, he's gone. I mean, he's an offensive coach, and the offense is horrible. He's gone after this year.
The Patriots aren't looking themselves lately, and they're rematching Denver from the 2003 season, which they had a great game. Who wins this game?
I don't know. The Patriots were good until they lost at Carolina and San Diego, but they did beat Atlanta 31-28, so I think they got a shot.
Well, it's going to be a very good game. New England, they've been inconsistent this year, but they have come up big when they've been down. They beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, Vinatieri field goal. They beat Atlanta in Atlanta, another Vinatieri field goal. Their offense has played well. Brady and Dillon played great last week, but their defense has to play better. They haven't been stopping the run well. Matt Schwab chewed up that secondary. If the Patriots don't improve that defense, they will not win this game. And besides, Jake Plummer, who a couple weeks ago Andrew said he was one of the best quarterbacks in the league, he's played okay this year. Last week he didn't do that much. But the running game, Tatum Bell really ran the ball well. He ran all over the Redskins. And I think he's going to have a good game for Denver against the Patriots on Sunday.
Thanks, guys. That wraps up Week 6 preview. Chad Cutler will be back talking about baseball.
We're recapping the American League Division Series between the New York Yankees and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. I'm Chad Cutler, Wesley Till, Sean Quinn. Guys, going into this series, you all picked the Yankees. I picked the Yankees. The Yankees didn't win. They lost in 5 games. How is the outcome different than what you expected?
Well, the outcome is very different than I expected. I expected the Yankees to win 4 games, Game 4, which they didn't have a chance to win in Game 4 because they went down in the series 2-1. But I expected them to come back, win Game 4, which they did, and win Game 5, which they didn't do, which is real bad and real upsetting as a Yankee fan.
I expected a 4-game series, especially after they split the first 2 out there with the Angels. I expected Game 3, a solid outing from Randy Johnson, and he just didn't give it to him.
Sean, you mentioned Randy Johnson. That's exactly what I was going to touch on. The Yankees and the Angels were tied at 1 game. Everyone thought the Yankees were going to win Game 3. They had the big unit. They had their ace on the mound. But it just didn't work out that way, did it, Wesley Till?
No, it didn't work out that way because I was at the game in the rain, which was very, very upsetting, watching the Yankees lose after I went all the way to New York and had to sit there in the pouring rain, watch Randy Johnson get bombed, absolutely bombed. It's pretty sad when Paul Bird pitches work better than Randy Johnson, so I was pretty upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, he only lasted 3.5 innings. Like, what is this? It's not what we pay him for. And he was just getting hit left and right all the time.
Guys, Randy Johnson made a relief appearance in Game 5, and he pitched spectacular. We didn't see that in Game 3. What was the difference as far as his composure on the mound? Or you just think flat out in Game 3 he didn't have his stuff?
Well, I really don't want to talk about Game 3 anymore because that was probably that was a the series-changing game. And he obviously pitched good in Game 5, which he had to, or else I think the Yankees were going to drop him.
He had a pitch good in Game 5. I mean, Game 3, he was just all over the place, didn't have his stuff, didn't have that command on the mound. In Game 5, he knew if he didn't do it, he was going to have a lot of angry fans to come back to in New York.
So obviously, if you're a Yankee fan, you can pin some on this for Randy Johnson. But you got to give a little to Alex Rodriguez and Hideki Matsui because flat out, they didn't perform out there, especially with runners in scoring position. Alex Rodriguez didn't get any hits, period. I think he had one. Matsui got some hits, but they weren't that important. What did you see from these guys? Were they pressing too much?
I mean, Chad, they really absolutely played horrible. A-Rod went 4 for 12, 4 for 20. It was like absolutely ridiculous. Like I expected him to at least, if he wants to be MVP, he should play like an MVP. He played like one of the worst players on the Yankee ball club.
A-Rod just totally fizzled out there. I mean, he was 2 for 17 on the series. He played horrible. He made a costly error in the field, and he was batting terribly, striking out half the time.
Now, you both sat here our last show, and you looked me in the eye, and you said Alex Rodriguez is the MVP of the American League. I stood here, I said, no, David Ortiz is. After this series, has your view changed on the man I'd like to call Mr. Alex Rodriguez?
Well, Chad, you were right about that. I mean, my views have totally changed on Alex Rodriguez. If David Ortiz was up in that position with the runner, with Derek Jeter on first base with nobody out, I'm almost guaranteeing David Ortiz would not have grounded it to a double play. I'm guaranteeing at least a double for David Ortiz, who is going to be the MVP of the American League.
I think Alex Rodriguez is still the MVP of the season, but of the series, had it been David Ortiz, he would have definitely performed a lot better up there. But A-Rod did a lot for us in the season, and he just fizzled in the postseason.
Guys, let's switch over now. One of the Yankee greats, the center fielder, Bernie Williams, might have played his last game with New York. It appears he has. Whether or not he plays next year is up in the air, but it appears his career with the New York Yankees is over. What did you think of the crowd response to Bernie in that Game 4 back at Yankee Stadium?
Well, I thought they gave him a very, very good applause. Very much deserved by Bernie. He played a great career at the New York Yankees. Now I'm just looking for Manny Ramirez to play left field and Matsui to get over to center. We should be right back where we were next year, so hopefully winning.
You can't say enough about Bernie. I mean, career batting average with the Yankees is .290. I mean, 15 years. The fans gave him a couple curtain calls that game. He's just all around. He used to be a really good fielder with a strong arm, fast. He just got old.
All right, guys. One final note on the Yankees, then we're going to go. Brian Cashman was in the final year of his contract. We don't know if he's going to be back. What do you expect from Georgie Porgy here, George Steinbrenner? You think he brings back Cashman, or he says, you know what, we're not winning the World Series anymore. Let's get somebody else on the helm.
Well, man, I really don't believe that he is going to be back. I feel like they're going to get the GM from Tampa Bay. I forgot his name at the time, but he's going to be probably to be the free agent for the New York Yankees because I strongly feel Cashman is not going to be there next year.
I think Cashman did a good job this year. I don't know if he's going to be back or not, but he definitely did a great job bringing in Small, bringing in Chacon, bringing up Robinson Cano. He did his job, and they just didn't come through.
Sean, I like that right there. They brought in Chacon, they brought in Small. I'd bring back good old Mr. Cashman. We will be back after this. We are one step away from the World Series here on The Drill. It's the Championship Series. I'm Chad Cutler, Wesley Till, Sean Quinn. We start out in the ALCS. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim are playing the Chicago White Sox. What are your thoughts? The series is tied 1-1 right now. What were your thoughts on these two ball games?
Well, I think both games are pretty fair, low-scoring games. Game 2 is definitely decided by that bad call right there, but I think you're probably going to look to the White Sox again for victory in the next game coming up and also in the series.
Well, Chad, I think Anaheim is a clear people to win the game because they're playing a lot better than Chicago, I feel. I feel that Anaheim has better players. Their outfield is a lot more solid. And I feel like their batting order is a lot better and they're definitely going to take the series.
Well, there's one thing I got out of that. Sean is off to the races right here. He mentioned exactly what I was going to touch on next. The strange scenario in Game 2. I'm going to ask you both this. It seems as if it was the bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, A.J. Brzezinski up, full count. No problem, right? There was a problem because Kelvin Escobar struck out Brzezinski. It didn't hit the ground. The umpire called him out, and then out of nowhere, Brzezinski starts running to first base, and he called him safe. What were your thoughts on this? Because I can't make any sense of it.
I think the umpire just got confused. I mean, he called him out. He called a strike 3, called him out, and then Brzezinski just starts running to first base and basically sold it to the umpire that it hit the ground.
Well, Chad, I feel that the umpire was so used to calling strikes because obviously, how good were the Angels playing? Everything was a strikeout. So he's so used to calling the strikes, he's got used to doing it, and accidentally, he knew the ball hit the ground and just accidentally made the out sign, but he really knew that he was safe because the ball did hit the ground.
So you believe it did hit the ground?
Oh, I believe it hit the ground, and I believe that the call on the field was correct, but he made the wrong sign.
You see, when they had the umpire in the press conference after the game, he clearly said there was a change of direction in the ball. Obviously, Wesley saw that. I didn't. Did you, Sean?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it on any of the replays. Nothing that I looked at showed that there was a ball hit the ground.
So after that controversial call, the series tied 1-1. Does that give the clear-cut edge to the Chicago White Sox? Does that really just flat out demoralize what the Angels accomplished in Game 1?
I think that could have turned the momentum towards the White Sox. I mean, they don't have a lot of run support, and getting a little help from the umpire staff, that might help.
Well, I feel that the Angels are still going to take the series because they have Vladimir Guerrero, and quite frankly, that's all you need. And I think that their pitching staff is a lot stronger than the White Sox. They're playing a lot stronger than the White Sox, even though the White Sox have Burley and Garland and Contreras. But I think the Anaheim's still going to take the series because of Vladimir Guerrero.
I want to ask you guys one question with the White Sox bullpen in particular. They got a guy named Jenks in the back end of that bullpen. He is their closer. He's 24 years young. It's his first season. They called him up midway through, and he was lights out against Boston. But this is a different kind of Anaheim team. They're more of a small ball team. Who do you think gets the advantage there? Do you think the non-experience by Jenks helps him out, or the flat-out small ball of the Angels gives them the edge?
I think you got to look to the Angels here. I mean, if you got somebody like Vladimir Guerrero getting up in the ninth inning, I think they're going to have the advantage because he's such an intimidating force there at the plate.
I feel that all Angels players are going to take full advantage of Jenks. I mean, he's so young, and the Anaheim Angels are so experienced. Like Garrett Anderson, he's having a monster playoffs. And I know that Vladimir Guerrero is not going to let Jenks throw anything by him, so I feel that Anaheim's going to take full advantage of Jenks.
All right, so finally, to cap off this series, who wins and in how many games?
I'd say White Sox in 6, definitely.
I have to say, go opposite of you and say Angels in 6, just because of the way Angels are playing right now.
All right, now the NLCS. We shift over to a series that has an extraordinary amount of offense and a ridiculous amount of pitching. Of course, I'm referring to the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. It's 1-1. Andrew Eugene Pettit in Game 1 got hammered, flat out. Cardinals were all over him. And then Game 2 came around, and Mark Mulder didn't have his stuff. Roy Oswalt is sick. Literally, I don't mean he's ill, but the guy knows how to pitch. He's proven that. He shut down the Cardinals. It's 1-1. What are your thoughts going into Game 3?
I'm going to look for the Astros in Game 3 with Clemens on the mound. I mean, 1.87 ERA. The man knows how to pitch. The older he gets, the better he gets.
Well, I feel that Clemens is getting way too old to be playing baseball right now. I feel he should be at home with his kids while the Pujols and all the young players are still absolutely on a tear right now. And I feel St. Louis is going to take this in 3 more games.
Let me ask you guys, on the Cardinals, they have a guy they acquired last year around midseason through, Larry Walker. He plays right field on this team. Bona fide Hall of Famer already. There's no doubt about it. But it just seems like he doesn't have it this year. Against lefties, he's less than subpar. Against righties, you may just call him an average hitter. Is that it with Larry Walker? Or will he get some type of, some type of extra effort in propelling him and hitting the ball?
I mean, he's batting, 143 right now. I mean, his just, unless he gets a big hit, he's not going anywhere. It's just terrible.
I feel that Larry Walker is very old, and I feel like he had many good years with the Colorado Rockies, and I think that he is very old and he should not be playing anymore. I feel that he should retire after this year and go out on the championship Cardinals, who are going to win the World Series this year.
All right, guys, it's been a pleasure. Stick around. We'll see you next week. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and
another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 280 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome to the next edition of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. This week we're talking with Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor again. Guys, another week of NFL action, another week of dismal Giant performance once again. But first, we got to talk about other games in the NFC, the Falcons and the Saints. First of all, 34-31 in the Saints' home field in San Antonio, Texas. The Falcons played well, I thought. The Saints also played a good game. But the Falcons keep coming together like this. Can they make some noise in the weak NFC?
Of course they can, because if they play defense, especially with that electric offense, with the running game they have with Warwick Dunn, T.J. Duckett, and Michael Vick running the ball, and Vick hitting his tight end, Algie Crumpler, he's an offensive threat. If they just start playing defense, the week before when they lost to the Patriots, they scored enough points even with Matt Schaub at quarterback. So if they start playing defense, especially against the weaker teams in the NFC, they can definitely make some noise in that division.
Well, Atlanta's really playing great ball right now, especially on the defensive end, and you know what Michael Vick does for this team. You can't say enough about this guy. But they got to worry about this division. The Bucs are playing great right now. Carolina's right behind them. And with yesterday's game, I don't even know what to say about the referee call. I don't know how you could call defensive holding on a field goal. I mean, the refs in this league are getting ridiculous. If you breathe too much, they're going to start throwing flags on you.
Yeah, I think an important thing is Mike Vick's decision-making. Although he does get out of the pocket a lot, I think he needs to calm down a little bit, hit his receivers, because he's injured right now. He's playing hurt. I think that if he keeps scrambling like that, he takes some big hits. He falls on his knee. He's going to be in big trouble, and that means the Falcons are going to be in trouble also.
Well, he's also getting used to the West Coast offense this year, and last year. He's still adjusting.
Right, he's using his strength, so I guess that's a positive thing. Guys, the next game we got to talk about the G-Men with a horrible performance. Again, dropped to 3-2. We got to talk about some positives. The Cowboys played well. And also, are we going to see that the Cowboys have beaten the Eagles and the Giants in the last 2 weeks? Are they going to be able to come out in the NFC East, or are we going to see them drop back in week 2? They lost to the Redskins 14-13.
Well, the last 2 weeks, they've looked like a totally different team. Beating the Eagles, they totally controlled that game. But the past week against the Giants could have easily won that game, especially with in the first half, Dallas turning the ball over 4 times. Drew Bledsoe looking like he has been the past couple of weeks, very inconsistent. They were without Julius Jones. And the defense for the Giants, they just couldn't. They kept on laying up the third down plays, laying up the key plays. Even though they only gave up 16 points, they gave up so many yards. They gave up the rushing yards, the rushing game for the Cowboys. Anthony Pittman looked pretty good yesterday. The Giants, their defense, they have to solve those problems in the linebackers and the secondary especially on those third and long plays. Corey Webster's got to step out. Will Peterson's out for the next 3 weeks. So the Giants have some issues to solve, and Tom Coughlin does as well. Now the Cowboys, they looked like a totally different team the last week. But if they can easily this year go back to the old team they were like when they blew the 14-point lead against the Redskins in week 2.
It was also stupid, I think. Tom Coughlin and Tim Lou's got to get their act together because they're past defense. I don't think they know what they're doing back there. Also, I think disappointments in the league have been Will Allen and Will Peterson because, when they first came in the league, everyone expected them to be great players. Over time, they would improve. But I think right now, the Giants' pass defense is looking very average at best. And I think in order for them to be a real contender in this league, they need to start getting their act together. And another important thing is that the Giants they cannot control the ball right now. They're giving the ball over 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. And Eli has trouble playing away from home. Everyone knows that. He hasn't won a game away from home in his time with the Giants last year or this year. And I think the Giants really have to get their act together.
Well, the Giants' main problem is really in their secondary. Will Allen, he had a chance for maybe 3 picks yesterday, and he was 0 for 3 in all those opportunities. The Giants did a good job shutting down the run yesterday. And on the offensive end, I don't know why they didn't use Brandon Jacobs. Even though people are going to question Tom Coughlin for putting him in and fumbling the ball, he's still going to be their short yardage back, and he should be the rest of the year. He's big, he's strong, and he can get that 1 yard that Ron Dane couldn't get last year. And I noticed how you say that they played horrible, but it maybe says something about the team if they played horrible and only lost 3 points to a quality Cowboys ball club.
Right, but maybe if this is who the Giants are, we can't ask much more from them. I'm sitting at home. It's kind of painful to watch the Giants play against a team that they should be beating, and they're the number 1 scoring offense in the league before this week, and I think they really should get better. But next week, 3-2, they got the Broncos coming into town. Can they rebound from this difficult loss and maybe put something up?
Well, if they lost to the Cowboys, it's going to be extremely difficult to win against the Broncos, who are surprising everybody. They're first place in the AFC West. They're 5-1. They finally solved their running game problems this year. Tatum Bell, he had multiple touchdowns the last game against the Patriots. And Jake Plummer, he's in my opinion, the most inconsistent quarterback in the NFL. But if Denver starts playing defense against the Giants, the only advantage that the Giants have is that Eli's at home, so Eli's going to be much more comfortable in the pocket. And if the Giants can solve their running game, and if their secondary steps up, the Giants have a chance to win this game.
Well, I don't know if the Giants are going to be able to bounce back this week because the Broncos are playing excellent ball. You just saw them beat the Patriots this past week. And the only thing that the Giants have going for them is the Broncos are due for a letdown game, and the Giants are at home. They play much better. Eli won't be throwing those risky balls. I think the Giants is going to be a struggle for them. Maybe the following week, Washington, they could win that game.
Right, but also I think that Eli has to start proving himself because right now he hasn't won a game away from home. But I don't think there should be a reason why he should play better at home than away. He should be able to still find the receivers. It's the same team. The only difference is the crowd control, really. And I think that's a quarterback's job to get the game under control. I'm sorry, that's all the time we have for this segment. I got to swing it over to Tom Galo, who's doing AFC right after this, and we'll see you right after the commercials.
Thanks, Alan, for turning it over to me. Now, we're going to be talking about Week 6 AFC wrap-up. Now, guys, in a thriller in Mile High, the Denver Broncos defeated the New England Patriots, who are without star running back Corey Dillon, 28-20. Now, Denver now is 4-1 and in first place in the AFC West. Now, can a win like this against a team like the Patriots lift a team dramatically?
Well, now the Broncos, who are at 5-1, of course, is going to lift a team like that, especially to be a team like the Patriots, who've won the last 2 Super Bowls. Corey Dillon, who was slowed by an ankle injury, not available for the other day's game, so that was a factor for why the Patriots lost. But down 28-3, the Patriots, to even mount a comeback of that sort, to be down by 8, and Denver almost blowing the game, but then getting the first down within the first 2 minutes. That helped the Patriots out, and the Patriots, you can look back to the next week. I think they play on October 30th, their next game, so it's going to be tough for them to recover from this loss.
Well, this is one of the best jobs that Mike Shanahan has done with this ball club, and Jake Plummer is really playing excellent. And next week they're traveling to New York, which is never easy. And if you take back to Week 1, losing to Miami, when you're going into the playoffs and they're fighting for a division with the Kansas City Chiefs, that's a game that you're going to look back and say, we should have won that game. And talking about New England, I think they're 3-3 right now. That division is just getting tougher every week. I don't know what's wrong, but with Teddy Bruschi coming back next week maybe, that's a big risk for this ball club.
Now, the Jets traveled to Buffalo this weekend and played the Buffalo Bills, and they lost 27-17. Now, the Jets, who could have won this game, committed some key turnovers. Now, with Atlanta next week on Monday night, can the Jets take some positive from this game and work on their mistakes and go into the Georgia Dome and defeat the Falcons?
Well, the only positive I think that you can take out of this game is that Curtis Martin, who was really non-existent in the first couple weeks of the season, rushed for 148 yards against that good Buffalo defense. Whereas, is there anything else positive? You can't really think of anything because the Jets' defense, they played mediocre. Vinny Testaverde committed, I believe, 3 turnovers with the fumble loss, and he threw 2 interceptions. So that's not really good for your quarterback, who everybody was saying that Vinny Testaverde was really going to spark this team. Yeah, he sparked the team the first game. Let's see if he can beat the Falcons next week. Then that's going to be really tough, especially on Monday night against the Falcons, who their defense is starting to come together. So, whereas the Jets, can they rebound from this loss? It's going to be tough. If their defense steps up and Martin and Testaverde play well, I think they can beat the Falcons.
Yeah, Herman, the Jets have to travel to A-Town next week, and that's never going to be an easy win. Michael Vick, if he's healthy, he changes the whole image of a game. And talking about the Bills, they've been 2-0 in their last 2 games with Miami and the Jets, 2 big division wins. And this is without Takeo Spikes, their best defender. The Bills are looking in good shape right now, and the Jets aren't.
Now, the Steelers, who were missing 2 key players, Ben Roethlisberger and Hein Ward, they lost to the Jags in overtime, 23-17. Now, is this a huge win for the Jags, and this loss of the Steelers a sign of things to come?
Well, now the Jaguars beating the Steelers at Heinz Field, who the Steelers have lost their last 2 home games there. Of course, it's a big win, especially for the Jaguars. Now they're 4-2. They can make a run to
be a wild card team because I don't think they're going to catch the Colts in that division. And now with the Steelers, you're going to have to worry because you lost the last 2 games there. Now you're 3-2, and with the Bengals running away with that AFC North, it's going to be tough for them to recover.
Well, Jacksonville really is in good shape right now. Jack Del Rio is doing a good job. Their defense is looking solid. Byron Leftwich is playing quality ball. And now the Steeler fans are realizing that without Big Ben, Tommy Maddox cannot get the job done. And this was probably the most intriguing matchup of the week because they're both physical teams. They both stop the run, and both teams like to run the ball. And it just seems like the Jags won this matchup up front, and that's why they won this game.
All right, well, thanks, guys. And when we come back, we'll have more 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guest, Andrew Axelband. He's back, and Dave Suntup. We're going to be talking about Week 7 NFL preview. I'd like to thank Tom Galo for getting me here. It's an honor, Tom. Guys, the Giants, heartbreaking loss in overtime yesterday to Dallas. And I don't know, Jacobs fumbling that ball really got me upset. Can the G-men recover and beat the 5-1 Broncos team in Giants Stadium?
Yes, they will be able to beat the Broncos with a 5-1 record. Eli Manning is going to show more what he did on Sunday versus the Cowboys. And Jake Plummer's going to still be playing the way he is. And like I said a few weeks ago, I believe he is one of the best quarterbacks in the game right now.
Well, Andrew, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I disagree with you on Jake Plummer. He played well last game against the Patriots, but the Patriots' defense has been nothing this year. I mean, their secondary, no Rodney Harrison. They lost Bruschi on defense, so their defense has just been horrible this year. But Plummer did play a good game, but I don't think he's disciplined. I definitely do not think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But this is going to be a good ball.
Okay, then why are they 5-1?
Well, they have a running back, they have a defense. Yeah, that's why they're 5-1.
It's a team.
It's a team game, Andrew. Well, going back to the Giants, Eli Manning has to play better than they did on Sunday. He completed under 50% of his passes. They had big turnovers. I mean, they had so many chances to get points in the first half, but they kick field goals. And when you're kicking field goals, you can't expect to win football games, And Barber played well on Sunday. So I don't think the Broncos are a good team, but I don't think they're this good. And I think the Giants are at home on Sunday, so I think they'll pull it out.
The Jets are traveling to Atlanta to face the 4-2 Falcons. I mean, Monday night, you think Vinny can lead the Jets to a victory?
No. Michael Vick is going to tear up this defense. Vinny's he's getting too old, and Curtis Martin, he's been running pretty well, but not that well. But Michael Vick is going to probably get about maybe 2 touchdowns, and the Falcons are going to win.
And you have a question.
What does pretty well but not that well mean? I don't understand.
He's been playing well, but he hasn't been getting a lot of touchdowns and some rushing yards.
Well, Andrew, 18 carries, for 148 yards and a touchdown. I take that on my running back position. But anyway, going back to the Jets matchup with the Falcons, it's going to be a tough ball game. Michael Vick, he could change the game. He's a playmaker. He changes the game. Falcons have a very good defense that can run the ball with Warwick Dunn and T.J. Duckett. The Jets have been playing better on offense. The teams respect the long ball because Vinny's in there, even though Vinny is not the best quarterback in the NFL. But they respect him, and that's why Martin's running the ball. But the Jets have to play better on offense if they want to win this game. It's going to be a tough game. I think the Jets could possibly pull it out, but it's going to be really tough.
Dave, how come in the first few weeks Curtis Martin didn't get any yards or touchdowns?
Yeah, because they didn't respect the long ball. That's why, because the Jets had no one to throw the ball. Pennington had a hurt shoulder, and he couldn't throw the ball deep.
No, in the first week he had a hurt shoulder.
Yes, he did. He had a hurt shoulder all this time.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he did. Okay, that's
all right. Next question.
Andrew, you had such a dispute to the show. The Pittsburgh Steelers are traveling to Cincinnati to play the Bengals are 5-1. You think the Steelers can recover from their tough loss against Jacksonville and win?
Yes, they will. Roethlisberger, Tom Maddox, he's gonna beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Byron Leftwich and Fred Taylor. They're gonna do well, but in the outcome, Pittsburgh Steelers are gonna win this one.
Well, I think you're getting a little confused. They're playing the Bengals this week. Yeah, I think you're going back to last week when they played the Jaguars, and the Steelers lost that game in overtime despite Tommy Maddox. He was just awful. He looks like an XFL quarterback. That's what he really is. He won the MVP back in that league. 3 interceptions. Despite his horrible play, the Steelers still brought the Jaguars, who are a very good football team, to overtime. This is a tough game, but this is an important game. Bengals are leading this division at 5-1. Steelers are 3-2. The Steelers win this game, they're tied with the Bengals. They lose this game, and they're going to be 3 games they're going to be 3 games behind the Cincinnati Bengals. So this is a very big game for both teams, especially with the Ravens falling behind and same with the Browns. But the Steelers need this game. They have to play good defense. They have to run the ball, which is Steelers football. If they could do that, they'll have a chance to win this game.
The Eagles are playing the Chargers. I mean, the Eagles were just hammered last week, 2 weeks ago by Dallas. Can the Eagles stop the surging Chargers?
I don't think so because of Drew Brees and Lane Tomlinson. Tomlinson has been playing very well, and McNabb, Owens, they're pretty good this year, but I think Drew Brees and Tomlinson are going to connect, and the tight end, I think it's Oates, he's going to play very well too.
No, it's Antonio Gates, their tight end. He's just a beast in the middle of the field. You know, it's impossible to cover the guy. Just throw him the ball, he'll jump up and get it. But anyways, going back to the Chargers, they've just been on fire, the San Diego Chargers. They lost their first 2 ball games, both very tough losses. They lost to the Cowboys at Qualcomm Stadium, and then they went to Denver and they lost. But then they beat the Giants. They beat the Patriots. They lost to the Steelers, who are a very good football team. But then last week in the Black Hole, they dominated the Raiders. They just dominated them. LT, he ran for a touchdown. He caught a touchdown. He threw for a touchdown. He's so versatile. He does it all. The Eagles are going to have to stop him because LT has just had an incredible season. Drew Brees could throw the ball. Keenan McCardell, Antonio Gates, great passing offense. Chargers offense is just a juggernaut. And it's going to be a tough game for the Eagles because they haven't played that well this year. They barely beat Oakland. The 49ers, they clobbered the 49ers, and those are 2 of the wins that they had this year. And they almost lost to Kansas City. They had to make a big comeback. So the Eagles are definitely not the same team this year as they were last year, and their defense has not been as good. But it's going to be a very good game. I'm not sure who's going to win now.
Thank you, guys. When we get back from the drill, Chad, Wes, and Sean will be talking MLB baseball.
We're recapping the AL and NL Championship Series here on The Drill. I'm Chad Cutler, Sean Quinn, and WT Wesley Till. Gentlemen, we start out with the AL Series here. The Angels, they fall pretty badly to the White Sox, 4-1. What were your thoughts on this series?
I would attribute this pretty much straight to Vladimir Guerrero. I mean, his ineffectiveness this whole time totally killed the Angels ball club.
I mean, obviously you can't put any fault on Vladimir Guerrero. I mean, the White Sox pitchers absolutely shut down all the Angels hitters. They were batting horrible, probably under 200 against Burley, Garland, Contreras, and Garcia. I mean, they had 4 pitchers who threw, I think, complete games. I don't even know. It was amazing. And they just really stepped up their game like they're going to do against the Houston Astros. And I think they're going to beat the Houston Astros in the same series.
Well, you both touched on things I was going to bring up. Sean, we'll stick with you here. You mentioned Vladdy Daddy. Quite frankly, he couldn't hit anything. You know, I think he had 1 hit in this series, and it just seemed like even if he hit the ball hard, it went right at a defensive player for the White Sox. Let me ask you here, if you got a normal regular season type performance from Mr. Guerrero, do you think this series turns out differently, or at least the Angels win more games?
I think it would have gone to at least 6 games. I mean, he left runners on base once in a while when they got there, and he wasn't hitting the ball good.
All right, Wes, you touched on the pitching of the White Sox. I'm going to ask you both this. Start out with you, Wes. The pitching of the White Sox is absolutely unbelievable. But let me ask you both this. Despite the fact that they got those 4 complete games, does that hurt the bullpen of not getting some use in the next series?
Well, I think it affects the bullpen, but it's not going to affect them greatly. I mean, obviously you'd love for all your pitchers to throw complete games. I mean, Yankees wish they had their pitchers to throw complete games, which they couldn't do. And I think it's going to affect the bullpen, but not as bad as people think it's going to affect the bullpen.
I mean, they only pitched 2/3 of an inning in the whole series. I mean, I don't think the bullpen got much workout, but if you got more complete games coming on the way for the World Series, don't worry about it.
All right, let's take a little flashback here. Game 2 of this series, we all remember it, the A.J. Pierzynski incident. Catcher dropped the ball, or did he? It's obvious he didn't. They gave A.J. first base. Let me ask you this. If A.J. Pierzynski was called out on that play, the game would have gone into extra innings. Would the series have turned out differently for the Angels? Did that game pretty much tell them that they couldn't win, everything was against them?
I think that game and that call specifically was a turning point of this series. I mean, it changed the momentum into the hands of the White Sox, and that was it.
I mean, I think that call really put the dagger in the heart of the Angels, and they figured out that after that they lost all momentum, went to Chicago. I think that they felt the umpires were with Chicago, and I thought that really, really puts a dagger for them.
Okay, now over to the NL Series. The Astros knock off the Cardinals 4-2 right into Game 5. Albert Pujols hit a 3-run bomb that I'm just not sure if it landed yet off Brad Lidge. Did this give you a sense that maybe the Cardinals, just maybe, they could come back and win this series?
It really didn't. I mean, he hit the home run with 2 outs in the 9th inning. I think had he hit the home run, maybe in the 8th inning, it would have been a little bit more effective, but it was just luck. That's all.
I mean, I think it gave some confidence back to the Cardinals, and it made them feel like they were probably going to win the series, even though we all knew they weren't going to win the series because of the Astros' amazing pitching. But I think it gave them some confidence because their best hitter is coming through in the clutch for their team, and any other team would get confidence from that.
Guys, was this another classic example of how pitching always prevails? On the Houston side, you got Andrew Eugene Pettit, you got Roger the Rocket, you got Roy Oswalt, and even Brandon Backey chips in there with a dominant performance. Is this just another classic example of how if you're going to build your team, you do it with pitching?
Exactly. I mean, both teams, their pitching didn't fail in both series, and that caused them to come out ahead.
I mean, the Yankees really regret now getting rid of Eugene Pettit, because he was one of their best pitchers in the playoffs. He was a big lefty who was big. You need a lefty starter in the playoffs, which the Yankees had Randy Johnson, which didn't really seem to work too good. But I think the Yankees really regret letting go of Pettit, and I think that killed them.
Guys, I have a theory that if the Cardinals did not play the Padres in that first round, because the Padres any other year, they're not even a playoff contender. They're not in the running for the wild card. This year, they win the division. Cardinals run right over them. My theory is if they didn't play the Padres, if they had somewhat of competition in that first round, just maybe this series would have turned out differently. Do you agree?
I totally agree with that. I mean, they had a cakewalk in the first series, and then come time for the championship series, they actually had to play, and they just couldn't do it.
I mean, I feel that's semi-right because the Yankees thought they were going to have a cakewalk. I feel that the Yankees really thought they were going to walk all over the Angels, which they didn't do. And you got to go in there, play your best baseball, regardless who you play against. So I really don't think it was that big of a deal because the St. Louis Cardinals had to bring it every day. So.
Oh, it was a big deal. Guys, it's World Series time. Stick around. We'll be back. We're talking about the World Series of Baseball here on The Drill. I'm Chad Cutler, Sean Quinn, WT, Wesley Till. Gentlemen, if I would have told you at the beginning of the year the World Series would be the Chicago White Sox against the Houston Astros, would you look at me as if I was crazy?
I would have laughed in your face. I mean, I would have said, Chicago who? I mean, just unbelievable that these two teams have made it this far this season.
I mean, Chad, if you would have mentioned those two teams to me, Chad, I probably would have laughed in your face, would have said that was absolutely remotely wrong, and probably been like, where are the Yankees? That's exactly what I would have said.
Where are the Yankees? Okay, guys, normally in World Series, go back to last year, the year before, you got teams that can really hit the ball out of the ballpark. Last year, Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz. The year before, Yankees and the Marlins. Obviously, Mike Lowell on the Marlins and the Yankees, well, they got everyone. This year, not so much. How do you look at the hitting on these two teams? They're pretty comparable, no?
They definitely are, but I wouldn't call it hitting. I would call a few people that can get a couple hits once in a while. I mean, you have Craig Biggio and Konerko, but that's about it.
I mean, I give the hitting advantage to the White Sox, which is not really an advantage because they have about two people on the lineup that can hit home runs. I mean, they got Scott Podsednik, who I look very highly of. I mean, he's like a total all-around baseball player, I think. I think he does everything for them. And the Astros got Biggio, but I think Podsednik is a little above Biggio.
All right, guys, we'll get to the pitching in a second, but as we all know, Fox is doing these games. They're going to be broadcasting them. Does that hurt their ratings? Because despite the fact that pitching usually prevails, people want to see some big home run balls.
I think the biggest thing that hurts Fox's ratings is the fact that the Yankees aren't in it. There's no bigger teams in it that have a huge national following. And then, of course, the small ball games, that doesn't really help them either.
I mean, I believe Fox lost a lot of money overall, not only from the World Series. I think that like the whole entire playoffs was very upsetting because Yankees didn't even make it second round. Boston didn't make it second round. Like a lot of the major teams didn't make it second round. And I think that just totally shot down the viewers for all the playoff baseball.
All right, now we'll get into the pitching, and it is a star-studded pitching rotation on both sides with Chicago. Obviously, the Cuban Jose Contreras, John Garland, Garcia. You got Mark Burley, the left-hander. On the Astros side, you got the Rocket, Mr. Clemens, Lidge at the back end of that bullpen, Andrew Eugene Pettit, we've mentioned him, and Roy Oswalt. So who do you give the pitching matchup to, if anyone?
I'm going to have to give it to the Astros by a little bit just because they have the experience with Roger Clemens and Andy Pettit.
I mean, Troy, I know you're kidding, it's obviously going to have to go to the Chicago White Sox. I mean, they got the dominant pitchers. They have the personal trainer, Mike Calacurcio. He keeps every single one of them in shape. I mean, I was talking to him. I got a phone interview with him. He said that every single one of them runs 10 miles each day. I mean, they're all very well in shape, and I think Mike Calacurcio keeps them way in shape.
Wesley, let me stick with you here. You mentioned Mike. You know him on a personal basis. The pitching performance by these Chicago White Sox pitchers in this previous LCS series is just unbelievable, extraordinary. But on the flip side, they're a pretty young group of guys. They have not had the experience of pitching in big-time games like the World Series. Does that hurt them?
No, sir, Chad. It does not hurt them at all. I feel that I thought they were going to struggle the last series, and they didn't struggle at all. I mean, I was talking, as they said, to Mike Calacurcio. He said that everything, their mind is focused like it's a regular game. They're not struggling. He said they're practicing just as they would practice for a regular season game. I think their heads are on straight.
All right, let's go to the bullpen now. We mentioned the starting pitching. The bullpen of the Astros, obviously, it's pretty good. Wheeler has been extremely impressive in the 8th inning this year, Dan Wheeler. And then you got Mr. Lidge at the end of that bullpen. Lidge is coming off a pretty rough outing against Pujols, who hit a shot that it's what I'd like to call a moon shot. It's an absolute bomb. It's one that doesn't come around every couple of years. You probably see it once every 50 years. How does Lidge respond?
I think Lidge has just got to get rid of it. You know, brush it off, forget about it, and approach it as a new game. But he definitely has the advantage in the bullpen.
I mean, Lidge is he's a veteran. I mean, he knows how to shake stuff off like that. Like Mariano Rivera shook off when he gave up the game-winning hit to Luis Gonzalez. I mean, he came back next year and threw amazing. I think Lidge is going to do exactly the same thing. I think he's going to come back this series. Just forget about that. They won. That's all that matters. I think he's going to give up one earned run the whole series.
And guys, here's the $15 question. Will we even get to see the Chicago White Sox bullpen?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that they can keep this game streak going on, this full game streak, but you never know. If you do see them, it'll probably be high runs because they're on so much rest.
Well, Chad, I'd be willing to guarantee you see every single game you see a White Sox relief pitcher because they know that they need to save their pitchers for if it gets to Game 7 or gets to Game 6. They're going to need these pitchers, and they're going to need them, and they're going to have to have like a very solid bullpen.
And finally, gentlemen, the picks. Who wins, the Houston Astros or the Chicago White Sox?
I'm going to have to go with Astros in 7 just because of veteran pitching staff.
I'm going to have to go with White Sox in 5 because the pitching staff is more dominant than Andy Pettit and Roger Clemens and Mr. Oswalt.
I like the Astros. They're destined for good things. Gentlemen, it's been good. It's been good. We'll be back. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and
another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I'm surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Welcome to the 7th edition of the 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein, for this week of NFC action. My glorious guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor here. A lot to talk about this week. Number 1, we got the Giants. Big win, 24-23, over the Denver Broncos. Let's talk about this game.
Well, first of all, the Giants' defense, they got really lucky because the defense, they didn't play up to their standards this week. Passing game looked pretty weak. The rushing game, Mike Anderson rushed for 100 yards against the Giants last week. But yeah, the thing you have to take the positive out is that the Giants, they fought themselves back. They came from behind. Eli Manning looked much better, even though
In the beginning of the game, he was overthrowing his receivers, but as the game went along, he got back in tempo, found his groove. Tiki Barber looked good, so it's good that Eli Manning got the Giants' offense back in the swing of things.
Well, Andrew, I noticed how you talk about the Giants' defense maybe slacking a little bit, but it seems like the Broncos run on all the teams. We saw last week they were running on the Patriots, and we saw that Will Allen really is an improved player. He was knocking down passes. Should have gotten 2 interceptions off his deflections, and we're seeing signs that Eli Manning is the leader that, like a Tom Brady, he could lead his team down the field and get a late field goal if they needed. In this case, he got a big touchdown to Amani Toomer in a play that I thought he was just going to throw it up the grass, maybe throw an interception. And Tiki Barber, he really established the run in the second half. It was just an all-around good game for the Giants, big win for them.
Although the defense was kind of dismal again, I thought it was important. The special teams came together very well. Jay Feely coming up with 2 big field goals. I think it was very important.
But it also helps, Alan, it also helps that Willie Ponder set up good field position every single time he returned the kickoff for them, so that helps them as well.
He's definitely a key player of this team. Again, the Giants 4-2. They haven't played well in the bye week after the bye week in the recent years. Also, they had a terrible second half of the season. Do you think the Giants are going to make the playoffs in this situation?
Well, it's going to be tough because, as you said, after every bye week, it seems every year the Giants seem to collapse. Every second half, they seem to start slowing down. But with this team, they have a lot of potential. The questions are, can Eli handle the pressure down the stretch? Can Tiki carry the rushing load on this team? And as well, if the defense can actually play some good ball for them, they
got to come together.
Exactly.
They have to.
Yeah, but if they start playing defense, they probably can make the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, next 2 weeks are key for the Giants. You got Washington, San Francisco, and I think the key word for this team is depth. When you get into an NFL season, guys are going to go down, and you're going to need a depth at all these positions. And I think the Giants have the guys, especially at the running back position, to back up Tiki Barber.
I hope so, because I really hope the Giants make the playoffs. They've been having tough years the last 2 years. Hopefully they can come together. It's now time for rapid fire, guys. Number 1, we get best individual performance.
Probably Amani Toomer of the Giants.
Jeremiah Trotter.
Which above 500 team is not going to make the playoffs?
Washington Redskins.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Which below 500 team will make the playoffs?
Green Bay Packers.
Minnesota Vikings.
Your biggest disappointment?
Probably the Packers defense so far.
Dallas Cowboys.
Your best clutch player?
Jeremy Shockey.
Eli Manning.
Biggest choke of the year?
Drew Bledsoe.
Jason Elam.
The best coaching decision?
Lovie Smith of the Bears.
Jim Johnson's defense.
Most impressive team?
New York Football Giants.
Vikings in the second half against Packers.
Got to go the other way, the least impressive team.
The Boys of Dallas.
49ers.
Well, that was the first edition of Rapid Fire. Guys, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be right back with more drill after I swing it over to Tom Galo, who'll be talking about the AFC.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm Thomas Galo with my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene. Now, today we're going to be talking about Week 7 wrap-up for the AFC. Now, one of the games is the Steelers and the Bengals. Now, the Steelers beat the Bengals 27-13. Now, guys, tell me, with the Steelers' schedule coming up, do you think that the Steelers have a chance in the AFC North?
Well, it helps that they beat the Bengals because they only have to play them one more time this year, and their schedule helps them out a lot, except that they have to play the Colts, so that's going to be the toughest game probably they're going to play the whole year. The rushing attack with Bettis and Willie Parker has been playing pretty good. Ben Roethlisberger, when he's healthy, he's a legitimate threat at the quarterback position, and if their defense continues the way they play and stopping the run, stopping the pass, keeping low points on the board, they can definitely make a run for the AFC North crown.
Well, I disagree a little bit, Kyle. I mean, you're right about that, but I honestly think with the Bengals' schedule, I think with the Bengals' 5-2 record that they can make the playoffs, and that's all I have to say. They can just make the playoffs over the Steelers.
Now, Monday Night Football was the Jets and the Falcons, but Vinny Testaverde did not have not a good game at all, but they lost 27-14. Vinny Testaverde with 3 fumbles and 1 interception. It's just not the old Vinny. Now, with this terrible performance by Vinny, how will it affect his whole team?
Well, no, Vinny didn't really catch any magic last night against the Falcons. They totally demolished him. He even got hurt in the third quarter. He strained his right Achilles tendon, so his status is unknown. They already had the problems. Pennington's out for the year. Fiedler probably out for the year. Now Testaverde's hurt, so now they have Brooks Bollinger. They're probably going to have to sign another quarterback, so the Jets are really in a really tough spot right now. But if you're a Jets fan, you got to look at the positive. In 2002, they had the same record, 2-5, same start of the season. They went on a run. They went 9-7. They won the AFC East crown. So it's doable. It's just going to be really tough. They're going to have to go on a big winning streak pretty soon.
Well, yes, Vinny has 43 fumbles, like you said, 1 interception. But also, I mean, how about Curtis Martin? And you know what? Honestly, and this defense, their defense is trying real hard. You know, I mean, let them 27 points, but if you got no offense, I mean, how's the confidence going to look? And to tell you the truth, the only thing that's looking good for the Jets right now is their special teams. All right, it's the only thing that's looking good. And you know what? I'll give it up to the Falcons. The Falcons are really playing well with the 5-2 record. They came out really beating the Eagles in the first week, and now they're just off on a run. They're looking to win the NFC crown this year.
Okay, and now it's time for rapid fire. All right, let's go. All right, above 500 team that will not make the playoffs.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Cincinnati.
Below 500 team that will make the playoffs.
New York Jets.
Chargers.
Best individual performance.
Willie Parker.
Edgerrin James.
Biggest disappointment.
Willis McGahee.
Lamont Jordan.
Best clutch player.
Priest Holmes.
Chargers offense.
Biggest choke.
Excuse me, Lamont Jordan.
Biggest choke.
Broncos defense.
Chargers offense.
Best coaching decision.
Bill Cowher.
Norv Turner.
Most impressive team.
Raiders.
Pittsburgh.
Least impressive team.
Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens.
All right, I'll do it for rapid fire, and also that'll do it for the 30-minute drill. And when we come back, we'll have Ryan Dubin talk about Week 8 preview for the NFL. More on the 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and joining us is David Suntup and Andrew Axelband. We're doing NFL Week Preview 8, and we're going to start off the show with a new thing I like to call Gridiron Picks. I'm going to explain it. First, I'm going to call out two teams, and Dave and Andrew are going to say one team that they like to win this game. Let's start. Arizona at Dallas.
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 Oakland at Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Oakland.
Green Bay at Cincinnati.
Green Bay.
Cincinnati.
Chicago at Detroit.
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 Washington at the Giants.
Giants.
The G-Men.
Minnesota at Carolina.
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 Jacksonville at St. Louis.
Jacksonville.
Jaguars.
Cleveland at Houston.
Houston.
The Texans in a big upset.
Miami at New Orleans.
Miami.
New Orleans.
Kansas City at San Diego.
Kansas City.
San Diego.
Philadelphia at Denver.
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 Tampa Bay at San Francisco.
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Buffalo at New England.
Buffalo.
New England.
Baltimore at Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh.
And for our last one, Tom Gallo or Alan Bernstein.
Alan Bernstein.
I'm going to have to go Bernstein here because he's a fan of the G-Men. Galo, he's a great person, but he's a Cowboys fan.
All right. The Giants coming off a great fourth quarter led by Eli and the offense. They're playing the 4-2 Redskins at the Giants Stadium. Who wins?
Giants. Giants had a big game last week. Eli Manning threw for a couple of touchdowns. Tiki Barber had a good game. Monty Toomer for the Redskins. They're also they're pretty good with Mark Brunell playing very well. But the Giants will stick this one out.
It's going to be a very close game. I think the Giants will pull it out. Eli Manning played great in the fourth quarter, fantastic on that last drive, going to all his weapons. Toomer, Burris, who had a great touchdown catch in the first quarter. Toomer had the game-winning touchdown catch with time expiring in the fourth quarter, and then Shockey made a big catch on that drive. And Barber, they didn't run the ball a lot last week, but when they ran it in the fourth quarter, it was effective. But it's going to be a tough matchup because the Redskins, Mark Brunell has played great. I know they only played the 49ers last week, but Santana Moss has been one of the best receivers in the NFL, possibly the best one. And Portis ran the ball well last week, one of his best games ever as a Redskin. So it's going to be tough, and the Giants will have to blitz Brunell because Brunell is not mobile. So blitz Brunell, play good defense, play good against the pass, and the Giants will win this game.
Guys, do you think the Eagles can continue their lucky streak and go to Denver and play the 5-2 Broncos and win?
No. The Eagles got very lucky last week. They blocked a field goal, and he ran it back for a touchdown. But the Broncos with Jake Plummer, he's playing pretty well. I think the Broncos will win this one.
I think the Broncos are going to win this one also because the Broncos are going to be motivated coming off a bad loss at Giants Stadium when the Giants just marched on the field and beat the Broncos by 1 point. The Eagles played. They didn't play great last week, but they did stop the run. LaDainian Tomlinson did absolutely nothing. He just got stuffed by the Eagles' defense. The defense of the Eagles was just great. And then they got the block kick and they returned it. So they've been lucky. They got lucky in that game. They were lucky against Oakland. Again, they barely won. But playing at Denver in that altitude, I don't think the Eagles are going to win this game. And as Andrew said, Plummer, he's not a great quarterback, even though Andrew thought he was a pretty good quarterback. But he's been disciplined and he hasn't thrown an interception in a couple of games.
The Bears and the Lions play a big matchup, NFC North, at Detroit. Who wins?
Detroit Lions with Joey Harrington
and with Roy Williams out, but the Bears, they have a rookie quarterback, and Joey Harrington's more experienced. I think the Lions will win this one.
Well, I think Joey Harrington is one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, he has all these weapons. I know Roy Williams has been a little banged up and Rodgers has been suspended. But when you have Williams, Rodgers, and Kevin Jones running the ball, I mean, you have to have some type of offense. But the Lions just don't have that. Harrington has to be one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL. But I think the Lions will take this game just because of home field advantage. You know, defense hasn't played that poorly. They won a big game in Cleveland against a tough Browns defense. But I think the Lions will win this game just because they're home. The Bears have played well. They have one of the best defenses in the NFL. And Kyle Orton has played well as a rookie. But since the Bears are on the road and the Lions are home, I have to go with the Lions in this one.
Thank you, guys. That wraps up the. And Chad will be bringing us the rest of the way.
Hi, welcome to the 30-minute drill. My name is Matt Greene. Just to let you know, for the next month, I'll be filling in for Chad West and Sean due to their special assignment. And I'm here with my special guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. So, guys, in the recent BCS poll, the Texas Longhorns, led by Coach Mack Brown, have jumped the Trojans of USC for the #1 spot in the country. Do you think Texas can get the #1 spot in the country by the end of the season?
No, they can't, because USC is just too powerful of a team. Last year, national champions, as we all know. Matt Leinart having another fantastic year for the Trojans. Reggie Bush and Lindell White, just an excellent running attack for them. And then their defense, just playing excellent as usual. Vince Young, he's having an excellent year, but you can't count Texas over USC in the BCS poll.
Well, Andrew, I notice how you say that USC is a more talented team, but talent really doesn't matter. It's how good you do in your games. And USC should be the #1 team in the country, and they are a more talented team. And they had one tough game that was going to Notre Dame, which was a brutal game. You had Notre Dame coming off a bye week. Charlie Boyce, he had a lot of time to prepare. USC played as bad as they can. Notre Dame played as good as they can. And they still came out victorious. And Texas really hasn't had any tough games. They played Texas Tech, which we found out was a very overrated ball club. I think USC is the #1 team in the country and the best team in the country as well.
I totally agree with you, because, I watched that Notre Dame game, and that may have just been the best college football, honestly, the best college football game I've ever seen in my life. And USC just pulled out that game, beating #9 at the time, Notre Dame. You know what? They're just a great ball club. I totally agree with you. But also, out of the AFC, Virginia Tech is also undefeated and ranked #3 in the country. Down the road playing Florida State in a game for the ACC champs. If the Hokies win this game, should they also be a contention for a national title? Anything?
Well, they can get serious contention to be a national title contenders, but they had to depend on Marcus Vick playing consistent throughout the year. He's been running the ball excellent the whole year, so you can count on him to be clutch in the big games. They have a better defense, in my opinion, than Texas, so they can be legitimate contenders. They just have to continue to play good ball, and they're going to get a lot serious. People are going to look at them because they have no losses right now, so they can be in the title game as well.
Well, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be in contention. They have no losses. Marcus Vick is really playing tremendous ball. Mike Emo, he's one of the most recognized running backs in the game. And they have a wide receiver by the name of Eddie Royal. This guy's a speedster. He could beat receivers one-on-one. And they probably have the best tight end in the country, Jeff King. This guy's probably going to be a top 10 pick this year. And their defense really is impressive. I had a chance to see them this year at the University of West Virginia, 34-17 victory for the Hokies. And I was really impressed with the way that their coach Beamer coaches their games. They're a very well-coached team, and they have a lot of talent on both ends of the ball.
I totally agree with you. I think Virginia Tech, as long as they keep up their undefeated streak, I definitely think they have a great contention to be in the national championship. I think as USC Trojans. But also, in the past few seasons, the SEC has also been a collegiate powerhouse with teams such as Florida, Auburn, and Tennessee. This year, both Georgia and surprise Alabama have no losses. Now with Georgia facing off against a struggling Florida, can Georgia lock a BCS bowl game with a victory right now ranked #4 with DJ Shockley out?
Well, it's going to be tough because Shockley, he's a playmaker for that team. And if they continue to play good defense, they can definitely be a contender for the SEC. But as you said, in this league, in the college football, you have to. If you have no losses, you're definitely going to be a good contender for the title. So if they have one loss by the end of the year, they can definitely draw serious concerns for the title game.
Well, I'm looking at upset special this week. I think that Florida coming off a bye week, Chris Leak, he's due for a big-time game, Shockley out, and you really got to feel bad for this guy. He stayed around his first 3 years, sat down behind David Greene, who had a tremendous career at Georgia, and now in his senior year, he's got his team undefeated, and he gets hurt, he's out for the year. Georgia still has a good ball club. They're known for their great defenses in the past 10 years, but it's going to be tough playing a Florida team that's just due for a breakout game.
Yeah, and going back to you, Galo,
Yeah, you could have undefeated losses, but you know what? There's a few undefeated teams, but not all the undefeated teams can obviously make the national championship or anything like that.
Well, obviously last year because Auburn was undefeated, they didn't make the
Yeah, you're right, exactly. And it just depends on the schedule. That's all it does. And for a final question, is Alabama a contender for the Rose Bowl if they win the SEC undefeated?
I don't think so because you just have so many teams ahead of them. Virginia Tech, we mentioned, USC, Texas, even, as we said, Georgia. So even if they go undefeated, I can't see Alabama the way they've been playing. They've gone undefeated, but they haven't been blowing away teams so consistently as the other teams have.
Yeah, well, they're not blowing teams out, but they're also playing in the toughest conference in the country, the SEC. And if they go undefeated, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be. They have a great defense. Brody Croyle's playing good ball right now. He's playing over his head, but that doesn't matter. He's playing really good, and I think he could lead his team to victory, especially if they win the SEC undefeated.
I totally agree with you guys, because Alabama's a great ball club this year. I totally agree. Well, that's all the time on the 30-minute drill we have for today. We'll be back with more drill after this.
Better life.
Welcome back to the drill. It's the moment you've all been waiting for, the World Series. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, Dave Suntup and Andrew Axelband. Okay, Chicago White Sox. They haven't won in 88 years. Why did they win this series so early? I mean, they swept the Astros. What's going on?
Well, they had great pitching. Their defense was very good. They beat the Red Sox. That gave them a lot of momentum. They also beat the LA Anaheim Angels. That's also gave them momentum. And they swept the Astros. And they're a very good team, and I believe that they can repeat next year.
Well, the White Sox won this series because they had great pitching. Contreras in the first game gave them a big start. Even though Burley didn't do great in the second game, the White Sox battled back. They had a big grand slam by Paul Konerko against the Astros bullpen, and they had a big comeback and then put Sinnick at the end of game 2 with the walk-off home run. And then in game 3, they were down early 4-0, and they battled back against Roy Oswalt. So they hit one of the best pitchers in baseball, and they came back into that game. And then Jeff Blum in the 14th inning hit the game-winning homer. And then in Game 4, they won because of defense and pitching. Freddie Garcia gave them 7 strong innings, and then they turned it over to the bullpen. I mean, Polite got 2 key outs. Neil Kotz, if he was called upon, he got a key out. And then Bobby Jenks at the end of the game to close it out. But yesterday, Juan Uribe played great defense at shortstop. He made 2 great plays, which were close plays at first. And then in the bottom of the 9th inning, he dove into the stands and made one of the best catches I've ever seen. So the White Sox, they won this series in 4 games, but they didn't kill the Astros. I mean, the White Sox only won the last 3 games by 4 runs.
Do you guys think Roger Clemens' injury had an effect on why the Chicago White Sox had a sweep?
Not at all. When he pitched, he didn't do that well, but when he pitches like pretty fast. But the White Sox beat him to his game. They hit on him well, and it really did have an effect.
Well, in the first game, I think it may have affected their pen because their bullpen had to go a lot of innings because the Rocket only went 2 1/3 innings, I believe. But he wasn't really pitching that well anyway. He was a little rusty. The White Sox hurt him pretty hard. I would say if this series went 6 or 7 games and the Astros lost Game 5 because Roger Clemens couldn't pitch, then it would have hurt them. But the Astros had their chances. They had so many chances to win this series, and they just didn't get the job done. So it hurt in Game 1, but the Astros had chances and they didn't capitalize.
Jermaine Dye, this guy got the MVP award. And do you really think he deserved it?
Yeah, he played very well. In the regular season, he played very well too. And also in the playoffs, versus Red Sox, he had some key hits. But I really think that Konerko should be the MVP of this series.
Well, Andrew, you said Dye. He did play well during the regular season, but this is the World Series MVP. They do it based on the World Series. They don't do it based on regular season or a prior series. But Dye got the game-winning hit in Game 4, and that won the White Sox the World Series, so I can understand why they gave it to him. All the pitchers pitched well, but you can't give it to one individual pitcher. If you had to give it to one pitcher, you give it to Freddie Garcia because he was the winning pitcher in Game 4 of the World Series. But I would have given it probably to Joe Creedy. This guy's played really well. He played really well in the ALCS. He played even better in the World Series, defensively, offensively, got key hits, hit big home runs. So I would have given it to Creedy in that spot. He deserves his recognition. But Dye isn't a bad pick because he got the game-winning hit, and that won the White Sox the World Series.
What was the turning point in this year's series?
When they beat the defeating champs, the Boston Red Sox, that gave a lot of momentum. And also when They beat them the third game when Jake Blum hit that home run, and that was probably the turning point because they were up 3 games and they were probably going to win the last game, and they did, and they won the World Series.
Well, just to clarify, we were talking about the turning point of the World Series, and you said Jeff Blum. Well, there are 2 of them. One, the Astros had a big lead in Game 2, and then Konerko hit the grand slam. The Astros came back and tied that game, and then Podsednik, who didn't hit a home run in the regular season, hits a walk-off home run in Game 2. And then Game 3, the Astros were up 4-0. Roy Oswalt, their best pitcher in the postseason, who won 3 games prior to pitching in the World Series, was on the mound, and he blows a big lead. He blows a huge lead, and then Blum hits the walk-off home run. So after that, I knew they were done. The Astros had their chances. In Game 4, they had at least 10 chances with runners in scoring position, 0 for 10. That's just unacceptable. They didn't get the job done. So the Astros had their chances with runners in scoring position, but they didn't get the job done. The White Sox deserved to win this series because they got the key hits when it mattered.
Thanks for joining us on this week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. On behalf of everyone on the show, I'm Ryan Dubin. Thank you.
That night, and I'll never be brought back to life once again. I know.
He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I was surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 200 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-Minute Drill.
Hey everyone, welcome back to 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. This week I got Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor right here. We're talking NFL football, a lot of games to talk about this week. First game we got to talk about is the Cowboys against the Cardinals. Pretty much an expected outcome here. The Cowboys won 34-13. I thought it was an interesting game because the Cowboys proved themselves that they can come out consistently every week. What do you guys feel?
Well, it was a typical Bill Parcells game. You know the Cowboys are not going to play 2 bad games in a row because the previous week they lost on the last-second loss to the Seahawks, and it just shows how much depth the Cowboys have. Marion Jones coming in for Marion Barber rather. He had a huge game for the Cowboys. Drew Bledsoe played well. Defense stepped up, so it just shows how much depth the Cowboys have.
Yeah, the Cowboys are really playing good on the defensive end, and Drew Bledsoe really playing good ball. And they found a guy, Marion Barber, that could run the ball consistently. Now they got a 2-headed backfield with him and Julius Jones once he comes back. And the Cardinals, they're really in trouble right now. Dennis Greene, he doesn't know what he's doing with his quarterback situation. They have no offense, no defense. They don't even have any bright spots on this ball club.
Also, the NFC is so tight right now. You have the Redskins, the Giants, all these teams really playing great ball. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this division at the end of the season?
Well, I hate to say it, but it's going to be between either the Eagles or the Giants. The Giants, they're looking excellent.
How can you say that? I think the Eagles are just not in tune right now. They're not playing well. Donovan McNabb is on his back foot. He's hurt. The Eagles are not in a good spot right now. I think the Eagles will not make the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I'm not saying I want them to. It's just due to the previous seasons, the way Andy Reid's coached this team, how they overcome adversity. I think that's the way unfortunately it's going to happen.
Well, the key word I'm going to use is experience, and that's why I think the Eagles are going to make the playoffs. When you got a coach like Andy Reid, he's been in these situations before. He knows how to coach in big games. And Donovan McNabb, he's taking a beating right now, but in big game situations, he's the guy that you want at the quarterback. And when you have a big play receiver like Terrell Owens in the fourth quarter, that's who you want to give the ball to.
But I think on the Eagles side of the ball, your good luck has to run out. They've gotten very lucky in the last year, especially last week. They had that block field goal, return it for a touchdown, and ended up winning the game. I think their luck has run out, quite frankly, and I think that this is the time maybe the Giants, the Cowboys, or the Redskins even to step up and claim that spot in the NFC. Another game we got to talk about, the Giants and the Redskins. A huge blowout for the Giants, 36-0 at home. Guys, what do you think about this game?
Well, first to start off, Wellington Mara, you were a great guy, rest in peace. Giants coming out with all this emotion, beating the Redskins at home, everybody clicking, offense clicking. Eli Manning, he didn't have his best game, but it didn't.
Horrible, to say the least.
He played pathetic, but it made up that Tiki Barber, he had a career day rushing for over 200 rushing yards, having two runs over 50 yards. The defense, this was what I thought the most important factor was, the defense finally looked like they actually exist. Antonio Pierce had a huge game. Defensive backs, they looked much better, only letting up 36 yards in the first half.
Antonio Pierce had a lot of proof.
Yeah, I mean, only letting up 36 yards in the first half to the Redskins. It just proved, the Giants proved a lot right there that they can win with a lot of heart and desire.
Yeah, rest in peace, Wellington Mara. He was one of the great founding fathers in the NFL. Back to the game, we always talk about this Giants offense, how they've been clicking. But how about this defense this week? Antonio Pierce with the interception. He was really a great pickup, especially playing versus the Redskins, his former team. He had a lot to prove. And Usi Umenyiora is really something that the Giants never had. They now have two rushers. Michael Strahan, we all know about him with his sack records. Now we got Umenyiora, so you can't just key on one guy.
Right. Also contributing there was William Joseph had a sack. But do you think the result of this game was due to the Giants playing fantastically, or was the Redskins just playing that poorly and their miscues led to their defeat this week?
No, I think it was the Giants, they playing off the emotion of Mara's death. I mean, it was from the first play of the game. You just saw that the Redskins, they couldn't match the Giants' emotion. It's not like the Redskins, they were doing what they were doing the previous weeks.
Tiki showed a lot of heart first play, had a huge run, definitely.
Exactly, but I'm just saying the Redskins, they couldn't find an answer. I feel if the Giants played any team this week, even if the Colts, I think the Giants, they probably would have won because they're just playing off all this emotion. And the way, if they keep playing with this emotion for the weeks to come, it's going to be very hard to beat.
Well, it simply comes down to one thing. The Giants just wanted this victory more. They knew that this could be a big divisional game down the run. You got Washington that was on top of the division. They were playing well. And the Giants secondary really stepped up. Santana Moss was having a huge year for the Redskins, and they pretty much shut him down. Brunell had nowhere to go with the ball. Pressure was key. The D tackles and D ends put a lot of pressure on him, and when they sent blitzes, they were getting to him almost every time. You got to give a lot of credit to the defense here.
Right, but what we're saying here is basically the Giants won because of their desire. But as a fan, that's kind of upsetting to me because you'd like to think that your team wants it so much every week and they want to give out their best effort. But I guess that's just a reality that we can't all have. Well, guys, that's all we have the time for this segment. We'll be right back with more 30-minute drill right after this. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein, here with my guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Another week of NFL action, another week of AFC action to talk about. First off, I'd say welcome back to Teddy Bruschi. He's a great guy, and I'm happy that he's back in the league. Best of luck to you, Teddy. First game we're going to talk about, of course, is the Chiefs and the Chargers. A big win for the Chargers, 28-20. Antonio Gates, 3 touchdowns. Quite a breakout game for him. Let's talk about this.
Well, now that they're 4-4, it gets them back into the playoff picture, especially beating a division opponent in the Chiefs. So that's big for the Chargers. And what's really important, their defense, they look solid this week after not looking too good in the previous weeks, especially the previous week losing basically in the last minute to the Eagles. So it redeems themselves that their defense started to play well and that LaDainian Tomlinson finally got his game back on track.
Yeah, I'm looking at the last 2 weeks with Philly and this week with the Chiefs, and the key is really establishing LaDainian Tomlinson. Versus Philly, what do you have, 7 yards on like 10 carries, and that couldn't open up the pass to Drew Brees and to Antonio Gates to get him the ball. This week against the Chiefs, they were able to establish the run, and you saw what Antonio Gates was doing. The Chiefs had no answer for him. He's so big, he's so strong, and just to remember, he didn't even play college football.
Right, do you guys realistically think that the Chargers are like a playoff team?
Well, I think they can win the West personally, just because of all the weapons they have on offense between Drew Brees playing the consistent ball that he has been playing, Antonio Gates my opinion, the best tight end in the National Football League. I think he's better than Tony Gonzalez at this point in Tony Gonzalez's career. And you got LaDainian Tomlinson, which probably the best back in football. And if they play defense, they can definitely win the West and be a threat in the playoffs.
I think you need to include Jeremy Shockey in the names of those three, though. He really fights hard, this guy. He really, when he has the ball, he automatically turns his body upfield and fights for every yard. I think that's a key point. I think you need to include Jeremy Shockey, by the way.
Well, Jeremy, he probably can, as you say, he can be in that class because he's so clutch, because he comes up in those big situations. That's why you can include Shockey.
Although he does zone out at times, so I think it's something to think about.
Yeah, the Chargers' offense is very efficient, but you got to look at the defensive end, and that might be their only worry. You got to make sure that Donnie Edwards and Steve Foley, the two linebackers on this team, really play well. And a rookie by the name of Luis Castillo is really putting a good rush on quarterbacks. I think he might win the Rookie of the Year in the AFC. This guy is really a tremendous pass rusher.
Another NFC East game we got to talk about. Well, it's the Eagles over the Broncos over the Eagles, 44-21. A big game, especially for the Broncos. Eagles are a very tough team, but I think that they've kind of lost a step. How big was this for Mike Shanahan and the Broncos? And is Andy Reid lost a step?
Well, this is very important for the Broncos because it proves to them that they can actually hold a lead. As you saw in the previous week, the G-men coming back and beating the Broncos.
The G-men.
Exactly, in that fourth quarter. So, I mean, and it just shows that the Broncos were up 28-0. People didn't think they were going to blow the lead, but it was a little scary. Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles coming back there gave me a little fright.
Yeah, especially you saw McNabb and Owens. They started to really get something going. They had no answer to the Broncos, but they settled down. Champ Bailey settled down. They finally once they picked up that down pass that they returned it to the house. It really proves that the Broncos they're a legitimate contender, especially with this rushing attack that they have of Tatum Bell and Mike Anderson.
Yeah, slowly but surely we're learning that the Broncos are for real and they could make a run in the playoffs. In the last few years, they've been getting killed playing the Colts in the first round in Indianapolis, and it seems like they get knocked out first round every year. But Mike Shanahan is known for producing 1,000-yard rushers, and when you got Tatum Bell and Mike Anderson, they both run the ball. This week, they both had over 100 yards, and the defense...
Right, you got to think of Terrell Davis previously.
Oh, yeah, and they produced Clinton Portis, if you don't remember him as well. But the key is always going to be Jake Plummer. He's got to play consistent ball, and turnovers is what's been his problem, especially when he was with Arizona. If you can cut down on turnovers, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
Definitely, guys. One last game we got to talk about: the Rams over the Jaguars, 24-20.
Yes,
it was a big game. I thought it was pretty important that Jacksonville lost 24-20 to the Rams. Let's talk about this game.
Well, the Jaguars, as you said, they lost to the Rams at the Edward Jones Dome, so it was important for the Rams to win this game, especially with their new coach, Vitt, coming in for Mike Martz, Mike Martz, as we all know, he's out for the year with an infection in his heart, so we wish him the best. But anyway, back to the game. The Jaguars, really, their offense, Byron Leftwich, he was playing well throughout the whole game. They couldn't step up in the big spots on defense. They had the lead going into the fourth quarter, just that Jamie Martin, who nobody even heard of this guy because he backs up Mark Bolger the majority of the time. He led the drive back for the Rams, so it's just a little glitch in the fourth quarter for the Jaguars. That's the reason they lost this game.
Yeah, this loss is as bad as it gets for the Jaguars. You had the Rams without Torrey Holt, maybe the best receiver in the league, and they were without the Mountaineer, Mark Bolger, and that means they don't really have much offense. They have guys like Kevin Curtis that aren't really big-name receivers, but Steven Jackson really played tremendous out of Oregon. He's really establishing the run, and he's going to be a runner in the league. But Jacksonville's got to get back on track. That's what good teams do. After a loss, they bounce back.
Do you think the Rams are in trouble because of all these injuries?
No, because I think Holt's going to be coming back sometime sooner or later, and I think the most important move the Rams made. It's upsetting that Martz is out, but finally now with the new coach Joe Vitt, he's playing Steven Jackson, something that Mike Martz didn't do, and look what Steven Jackson's doing. He ran for 179 yards yesterday on 25 carries, so this guy was a hidden gem, and with Martz, he barely was playing, so it's important that he's playing now.
Quite frankly, I think Mike Martz is a horrible coach. I think he made a lot of bonehead decisions in this season and the last season, resulting in some losses. I think that they're almost better off without Mike Martz.
Well, he's not even a real coach. He's an offensive coordinator that tries to be a coach, and he really, as you said, he doesn't have a clue. He calls timeouts in the dumbest situations, and he's not a defensive coach. That's why his team always has bad defenses, so it helps out.
You can't win in this league without a good defense.
Exactly.
Just think of the Colts every year. They have a fantastic offense, but they always get beat by the Patriots, who are pretty much a solid team, and they always get beat with the lack of defense.
It was the kiss of death once Lovie Smith left the Rams, because now they had no defensive coordinator, and they were lost from that point on.
Yeah, Mike Martz is an awful coach, but I really wouldn't worry if I'm the Rams because that division is so bad. You know, Arizona is just an awful ball club. The only team you have to worry about is Seattle, and once they go on the road, they're not going to win many games. I really wouldn't be worried if I'm St. Louis, especially once you get Holt and maybe Bolger back.
I mean, it also has to be considered once the injuries come back, they will improve, and hopefully they can pull it together and make the playoffs. Guys, I'm sorry that's all the time we have for this segment. I'm going to swing it over to my man, Tom Galo, who's going to be talking about next week's games and picks for next week. We'll be back in more 30-minute drill right after this.
Scatman's World.
My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? My seam's clean, do you know what I mean? It's not here to die.
Life's about living, laughing, loving. Drugs, baby, baby, they ain't about nothing.
It's not hip to die.
Drugs, they ain't about nothing.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo. My guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we'll be talking about Week 9 preview for the NFL. Now, one of the games happening is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Redskins. Now, they lost to Dallas, they lost to the Broncos, and they lost to the Falcons. They're just not having a great season. And the Washington Redskins, they killed the 49ers 52-17, but they lost to the Giants in a terrible loss, 36-0. Now, who do you think is going to have the advantage this week?
Well, it has to be Philadelphia just because Andy Reid, he's a great coach. He's going to lead his team to victory because he's not going to let his team go into a little slump like this. And Donovan McNabb, I feel like he's going to have a great game, especially this defense is going to make a statement after giving up 49 points to the Broncos last week. I really think the Eagles, especially with, I think Brian Rustick's going to get his game back together, I think the Eagles win this game.
This game has two of the best coaches in the NFL, and really, they're going to have to bounce back after last week. Both teams really took a beating last week. None of their offenses are really on track, and the defenses, and both teams are known for their defenses in the last few years. But I think Washington's going to win this game for the fact that Terrell Owens isn't playing. He's out 2 weeks. And I think that the Washington defense is being able to shut down Donovan McNabb.
Another game happening is going to be New England Patriots and the Indianapolis Colts. Two decent teams, but I think Indianapolis is going to have an advantage here. Now, the only team left in the NFL that's still undefeated, and the New England Patriots, they were Super Bowl champs last year, but believe me, they don't look like Super Bowl champs now. Who do you think is going to have the game win?
Well, because Teddy Bruschi's back and the coach that Bill Belichick is coming back last week against the Bills, and it showed that they had the heart and the desire to win games and that they belong in this league. I think that the Patriots will win this game, especially at Foxborough, where Tom Brady, he's just a monster at that field. He never loses at home. And I think the Patriots, after that win last week, they're just going to go on a run from here, especially if they beat the Colts.
Yeah, you know the Patriot faithful are going to be ready for this game. They know that Peyton Manning, when he comes to Foxborough, he's never up to par. But this year, the Colts have a new look, and that's running the ball and establishing. Ezra James, he leads the league in rushing. Peyton Manning, he's still an effective quarterback. His numbers aren't what he was last year, but I don't think anyone can have numbers like he did last year. But I like the Patriots at home. I think if it's cold enough, they're going to get a little snow there, and it's going to be a big advantage for New England.
Okay, and now it's time for rapid fire. All right, you guys ready?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Bengals, Ravens.
Bengals.
Titans, Browns.
Titans.
Texans, Jaguars.
Jags.
Raiders, Chiefs.
Oakland Raiders.
Chiefs.
Falcons, Dolphins.
Falcons.
Lions, Vikings.
Detroit.
Chargers, Jets.
Jets in an upset.
Chargers.
Buccaneers, Panthers.
Panthers.
Seahawks, Cardinals.
Seattle.
Bears, Saints.
Lovie Smith's Bears.
The Bears.
The G-Men or the 49ers?
The G.
The
Steelers or the Packers?
Steel curtain.
The Eagles or the Redskins?
Eagles.
The Redskins.
The Colts or the Patriots?
New England Patriots.
New England.
And that'll do it for rapid fire. But when we come back, we'll have more 30-minute drill.
Welcome back to the drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin. Today's guests, the hockey expert, Brian Rossman and David Suntup. I'd like to thank Alan Bernstein and Tom Gallo for getting me here. Today's segment is going to be on hockey. All right, guys. What is your opinion on the new rules, and how do you think the rules are affecting today's game?
I don't think they're the rules, the way they were put out to affect the game. It's not affecting it in that way. They were put out to have more scoring, have more excitement, and more room for the skaters to skate. Now, with the red line rule and the larger attacking zones, it did do that. There's more breakouts with no red line, and the 4 feet that are added to the attacking zones, it definitely gave more room for the players to shoot the puck. And it did increase scoring a little bit. But the box behind the net where the goalies can only shoot, can only control the puck, I don't think that works because above the goal line, they can go wherever they want and shoot the puck. I don't understand why they just go behind the net. And I think that the goalies controlling the puck makes it more exciting. You know, goalies can score. I think that's more exciting. And you know, when the goalies, they minimize the pads, you know, that just made it harder for the goalies. And being a goalie, I think that's just not right. You know, it's hard enough to save them with the pads we are. To minimize them, that's just ridiculous.
Well, I think the new rules are definitely affecting the game. There's more scoring because there's no more two-line passes. Like Brian said, there's more breakouts, there's more attacking room, and also there's more goals being scored because the goalie equipment was lowered. Now the goalies can't cheat because all the goalies will have the same size equipment, and now you really have to have a good goalie to win because there's going to be a lot of goals scored, and because in shootouts when a goalie's going to go one-on-one, you know, in a shootout situation, and also you have to. It's an offensive game now. You need offense to win, and if you have offensive players, you're going to win.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm disappointed lately with the Devils. They're 6-5. They're not the team that they were, you know, winning 3 cups in 10 years. Why are they playing so bad?
One word: defense. They were used to playing the neutral zone trap for basically their whole existence, and now without the red line, they can't do that anymore. So they got to find a new way to play defense, and they got to stick with that, and hopefully that'll bring them another cup.
Well, when you lose 2 players that have the caliber of Scott Niedermayer and Scott Stevens, you're not going to do as well. And Marty Brodeur, he has been the same goalie this season. He's had trouble adjusting to the new rules, as Brian would say. And I know, first of all, I'd like to welcome Brian to the show, making his 30-minute drill debut.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome, Brian. Well, and they don't have enough offense. This isn't an offensive team. When they won their cups, they won 3 cups in a 10-year span. They won with defense. And you can't do that in this game anymore. You have to have offense to win. And the Devils just don't have enough offense. And also, they're struggling from the loss of Patrick Elias, who should be back about the end of December, the beginning of January, because he's suffering from hepatitis.
The Rangers are 6-3-3. They're off to their best start in years. I can't even remember. You know. And why are they playing so well?
Well, right now they have great defense. You know, they got great players behind them to score the goals, and their goalie, Lundqvist and Weeks, they have 2 great, capable goaltenders. But you know, each year this happens. Rangers come out doing good, Devils come out doing bad. I still think the Rangers have time to choke, and I think they will.
Whoa, Brian, the Rangers never started out this well in a long time.
Dave, they did. A couple of years back, the Rangers started out like over 500 a couple of times, and everyone was like, oh, this is the Rangers' year.
No, they
usually didn't come out like that. They haven't made the playoffs since '94 when they won the Cup.
No, that's not true. They made the playoffs in '97 when they beat your Devils, but they lost to the Flyers in the conference finals. I mean, Brian, you're a Devils fan. You should know this stuff. Come on. Come on, Brian. You're supposed to be the guru of hockey. You got to know this stuff, man. Well, anyways, the Rangers, great goaltending from Henrik Lundqvist. He's played great in goal. He's been just a brick wall. The Rangers power play, they scored a power play goal in every game. Jaromir Jagr leads the NHL in 11 goals. He's just been fantastic. Martin Straka, Martin Ruchinski, Steve Rushin, they've been great role players. So they've really played well this season. And they have young players who fight for the puck and play hard, and Tom Rennie's been a great coach for this team.
Another important change was the NHL implementing a salary cap. Do you think that, you know, the change in parity is a good or bad thing for the NHL?
I think it's a good thing. I mean, you know, this is, for the past like 5 or 6 years, you've been seeing the same teams: the Devils, the Avalanche, and you know, the Tampa Bay Lightning the past year, all going and predicting them to win the Stanley Cup. Now with the salary cap, every team has a good chance to win the cup, and you're going to see different teams making the playoffs and going farther. So I think it'll be a little bit more exciting.
Oh, I think it's a great change. Now teams like the Columbus Blue Jackets, the Atlanta Thrashers, and some other teams like the Phoenix Coyotes, who have struggled in the last couple of years, now they have a legitimate chance to win the cup, and now it's an even playing surface. You know, teams have to build on players making smart decisions, making good trades, good free agent signings, and drafting well. If you don't do those things, you're not going to win.
That wraps up the segment. Keep watching, because when we're back, we're going to be talking about NBA basketball. Welcome back to The Drill. I'm your host, Ryan Dubin, and Brian Rossman left us. Now we got our basketball expert here, Andrew Axelband and David Suntup. We're going to do NBA segment, and we're going to do a preview of the 2005-2006 season. First, we're going to start off with hardwood picks. We're going to make our predictions for the season right now, guys. All right. I'm going to name something. You guys got to tell me what you think about it. The Atlantic Division champ for the season.
New Jersey Nets.
New Jersey Nets.
Central Division champ.
Pacers.
Indiana Pacers.
Southeast Division champ.
Heat.
Miami Heat.
Southwest Division champ.
Spurs.
Spurs.
Northwest Division champ.
Denver.
Denver Nuggets.
Pacific Division champ.
Phoenix.
Sacramento Kings.
Eastern Conference champ.
Heat.
Pacers.
Western Conference champ.
Spurs.
Spurs.
NBA champ.
Spurs.
San Antonio Spurs.
Surprise team this year.
Utah Jazz.
Utah Jazz.
Disappointing team this year.
Philadelphia.
I would have to go Phoenix Suns.
Worst team.
Atlanta.
Portland Trailblazers.
MVP.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Most improved player.
Andre Iguodala.
Nenad Kristic.
Defensive player.
Ron Artest.
Ron Artest.
Coach of the year.
Greg Popovich.
Jerry Sloan.
Rookie of the year.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul.
Rookie bust of the year.
Deron Williams.
Charlie Villanueva.
All right, guys. The New Jersey Nets, they recovered from a tough start last year and had a series full of injuries. But they still made it to the playoffs as the 8th seed, and they got swept by Miami. The Nets now play with a full season of Richard Jefferson, Jason Kidd, and Vince Carter. Plus more depth and better Nenad Kristic. And can the Nets contend for the Eastern Conference this year?
Yes. The combination of Carter, Kidd, and Jefferson can be unbelievable. This team will definitely do very well. And also, if Kristic can play good interior defense, they will be very good.
I definitely think the Nets could contend. I think they'll be the 4th best team in the East. That's my prediction. But I don't think they could contend with the likes of Miami, Detroit, and Indiana because the Nets don't have the interior presence that those teams have. The Nets failed to get a power forward during the offseason, but Nenad Kristic did get a lot better. They did get Mark Jackson, who will probably start for the Nets team. Jason Collins is solid off the bench as a backup. And I like the depth that they got. They got Scott Padgett. They got Jeff McInnes, who could start on many NBA teams, backing up Jason Kidd. And they still have Jason Kidd, who's one of the best point guards in the NBA. Vince Carter, he played like an MVP when he came to New Jersey, averaging over 27 points a game, playing great defense, great passing. And now Richard Jefferson will be healthy. He's rested because he's played a lot of basketball to start off his career. So now he's going to be fresh coming into the year. And I know this Nets team is motivated after getting swept by Miami. So I definitely think it can make some noise, but I don't know if they can win the Eastern Conference.
All right, last year's 33-49 Knicks. You know, they got a totally new team this year. They got Larry Brown, great coach. They got 3 first-round picks, and they got a new center. And can these moves get them over the hump in the postseason? And what will Larry Brown bring the Knicks this year?
No, Stephon Marbury is not a leader. He is terrible. He will not lead this Knicks team to victory. They need another star to pull them through, this young team through. But Larry Brown will be a great influence on this team.
Well, Andrew, Stephon Marbury is not terrible. I mean, he's made a couple of All-Star teams, and he averages over 20 points a game and close to 8 assists a game. I never knew those numbers were terrible, Andrew.
Dave, he's not a good leader, and he will not lead his team to victory.
Yeah, because he hasn't been on good teams. That's why his teams haven't been good. But anyways, Larry Brown's going to bring swagger to this Knicks team, toughness, and defense. When the Knicks were successful back in the late 90s and the early days of 2000 and 2001, Jeff Van Gundy was their coach, and they won because of defense. They didn't have the most talent, but they had everything that they needed to win, and they played very good defense. That's what I liked about that Knicks team. The Knicks this year, they have Marbury. They traded Kurt Thomas for Quinn Richardson, and Quinn Richardson should add an outside threat to the Knicks. Crawford and Marbury will become more disciplined under Brown because Brown brings discipline to the Knicks. I like their 3 first-round picks. Channing Frye, he can play the power forward position. He shoots the ball well. He's a big body. David Lee, a very energetic guy. He plays hard. And then Nate Robinson is probably going to be the backup point guard. By many people think he's the fastest player in the NBA. He's going to bring a lot of speed and quickness to the court. And the Knicks want to run sort of an up-tempo style this season. And then the Knicks, they got Eddie Curry. If he could stay healthy, and Larry Brown could get him to play, he's one of the top centers in the Eastern Conference. So I think the Knicks will make the playoffs as the 8th seed, and I think they'll be about 42-40, 43-39.
All right, San Antonio Spurs added Nick Van Exel and Michael Finley to this year's roster. Can they have a repeat of last season?
Yes, definitely. They are already a deep team. They are even deeper. They are very unselfish also. And all the good players will share the ball, and they will be leading to another championship this year.
When you have Michael Finley as your 6th man, your team is just absolutely stacked. This is a great team. They have Tim Duncan coming back. He's one of the top players in the NBA. He has to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, I think the Spurs will win. They have Emmanuel Ginobili. He's a great 3-point shooter. He plays the game well. He's smart. He passes well. He plays great defense. They have Tony Parker, one of the best young point guards in the game. And I like their depth. They have great veteran leadership. They have Brent Barry, Michael Finley, Nick Van Exel coming off the bench. And they have a very good team. Greg Popovich, one of the top coaches in the NBA, stresses defense, good coach. He teaches his team how to play the right way. So I think the Spurs are definitely the team to beat.
That wraps up this segment of The Drill. On behalf of everyone from The Drill, I'd like to say thank you and see you next time.
touch, 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burris is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burris, and Jeremy Shockey, and another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I was surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 280 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over, they pass all over. Dante Culpepper looked like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. It's Spirit Week here at Wayne Hills and Hat Day here on the drill. A lot of games this week to talk about. We're going to start with the NFC. A big game, the Redskins against the Bucks. Bucks stuck it out at the end, 35-34. It was a tough game. Coach Gruden choosing to go for 2 points at the end. How do you guys feel about this game?
Well, it just showed that Chris Sims actually is a good quarterback because up to this start, he's basically been terrible. But then now that he got Coach Gruden's trust, and especially at the end with Gruden making that decision at the end there, especially because they were going for the extra point, and then they got the penalty. So then after they got the penalty, they actually the extra half yard. So then that was the decision to go for 2. It succeeded. If he didn't get it, we would have been criticizing him today on the show.
Well, Dick Vermeil really set a trend in the NFL, and that's going for the win and not going for overtime. And the way that Chris Sims played, they really played a great game, the Bucks. And if you have a guy like Mike Allstott, a great fullback and running back that has power and can break tackles, I'd go for it too, especially when you're at the 1-yard line. If your line can't get 1 yard and your running back can't just run over one guy, especially someone as big as him, you don't deserve to win games. And about this Washington defense, they're really falling apart. I mean, we know about LeVar Arrington, Sean Taylor, was out, but the Giants and the Bucks, they were just putting up points at will on them.
Right, another game we had to talk about is the Seattle against St. Louis. It's a big game, 33-17. Came out, the Seahawks are now 7-2. They're a dominating position in the NFC. Do you think that maybe they could possibly win home field advantage or come out on top?
Well, if they do win home field advantage, you can definitely not count them out of the playoff picture like in the playoffs.
Right, it feels maybe a little too early to be talking about this, but
yeah, I know, but just because we all know they're a dominant team at home and on the road they have their issues. But this year it appears that they basically resolved those issues. They're playing much better on the road and at home. Nobody can go in there and beat them, and it's going to be tough, especially for the Giants in a couple of weeks. They have to travel to Seattle, so we'll talk about that later. The Giants are in a little weird position right now, but Seattle, they're 7-2 now. Right now, they're in the driver's seat. This is their opportunity because I feel Sean Alexander, he's in his prime. He's only going to get better. If they can build on him and then just keep on continuing to win like this, they can definitely make some noise in the NFC.
Yeah, we know what Sean Alexander could do, but the key for this team to win is can Matt Hasselbeck be consistent? And so far this season, he has been. And if this team gets home field advantage, it's going to be tough to beat them. They like to establish the run, and then they could pass it deep. And this was an impressive victory, especially with the Rams. They had Bolger coming back and Torrey Holt. This is a big win, especially in the division for this ball club.
Right. Do you guys think that they could possibly go far in the playoffs, and they're going to have like an early playoff exit?
Well, the only way I think they can go far in the playoffs is they can lock up like a number 1 or a number 2 seed, getting a bye, then having home field advantage. Because otherwise, I don't have enough trust in them if they're on the road, especially in the playoffs. They don't have enough experience on the road to win. So if they get a home field advantage, of course they can make some noise. But any team that has Sean Alexander as a running back, regardless of who else is around them, they're going to be in good position to win games.
Well, right now the Seahawks and the Panthers are really looking at that 1-2 spot in the NFC. And I think that the Panthers are going to pull out that 1 seed. They're playing great. John Fox is this ball club really playing well. But I think the Seahawks are going to get a 2 seed. They'll have a few first-round games at home. And then going to Carolina will not be easy at all.
On top of all this, where do the New York Giants fit into this picture, losing 24-21 to a much, much weaker Minnesota Vikings team? It was a disappointing game from where I thought. Eli Manning, 4 picks, terrible game for him. Also, the receivers were out of sync. One bright spot was the defense, who only let up 3 points at the end. And, I think the special teams they've been so solid for the Giants early in the season, and now they kind of let up. What does this mean for the Giants in terms of, A, their playoff hopes, and overall team morale?
Well, after it just seems every single year this unfortunately happens to the Giants because they They played the first 2 months. They play solid football.
Right, you can't help but go back to the last 2 years where they start off very strong and they have horrible slip-ups and they end up finishing 5-11 and then 6-10.
It kind of reminded me, especially 2 years ago when they were like 4-2 at a game at home against Atlanta, but Atlanta, Michael Vick was hurt and Doug Johnson was hurt, so they had their third-string quarterback, Kirk Kittner. It reminded me yesterday, Culpepper's out for the year, and we had Brad Johnson going for the Vikings at Giants Stadium. The Vikings, they haven't been doing anything this year. Mike Tice hasn't been doing a good job at all coaching. The offense has been terrible. Defense, forget about it. But of course, since they're playing the Giants, that gives them an advantage because the Giants, they always seem to slide towards the end of the year. The special teams yesterday looked pathetic the whole year. Special teams, they've been relying on Willie Ponder setting up kickoffs, giving them field position. Yesterday, he fumbles the opening kickoff. From that point on, you know that it's going to be a typical Giants game during the midseason. Eli, he looked like the old Eli, throwing interceptions, not getting the ball high enough to his receivers. His receivers, you can't blame it all on Eli because his receivers dropping passes, not running the right routes, not looking at the right times. And basically the only positive is the defense. But I'll get back to the defense in a minute, but about that last opening drive. But as a whole, the defense, they played their game, and that's what you want out of the Giants. You want their defense to start playing much better, and that's what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I don't see how things could go uphill for the Giants ball club. They got a tough schedule. We know next week they got Philadelphia. They also have Kansas City on New Year's Eve. They got to go to Oakland, which is always going to be a tough game. And this schedule is just going to get harder and harder. We know they got another game with Dallas and Washington. And the special teams, which has been really solid for the Giants. Willie Ponder was playing great early in the year. Jay Feely was consistent. And yesterday, it just seemed like a total collapse for this ball club. And I don't know, it just seems like Eli Manning, all his passes were floating, and the teams found out how to stop the Giants, and that's double-team Plaxico Burress, double-team Jeremy Shockey, and let the guys like Amani Toomer beat you.
But what's unfortunate about this whole thing is, in the last couple of weeks when the Giants haven't had so much success, they got the ball on the run. For a while there in the second half, all they did was pass. Instead of putting the ball in the hands of Tiki Barber, Ward, and also Brandon Jacobs. Now, I also find that this is like a coaching decision problem here, especially with the defense, because they were blitzing, a lot of pressure all game. Then they came back at the end, and their prevent defense, which is stereotypical like Giants game, you just fall back and you let the team get back into it. You got to think also that San Francisco game where they're up in the third quarter and they let it go. What do you guys feel? Do you put this game on the coaches or do you put this game on the players?
Well, first of all, I want to go to your point about Eli when you said that in the second half he just kept on passing. He's got to look to more of his options. He seems every single time he goes back to drop and pass, he always is looking for Plaxico Burress as his first option.
On that pick, he was double coverage. Sharper took it to the house there.
Yeah, especially also in the third quarter when he threw the pick in the end zone. He had Tiki Barber wide open, so there goes 6 points right there. But anyway, to the defense, I think it has to do with coaching because you cannot blame this defense. They did their job. But at the end there, the whole game they're blitzing, they're putting pressure on Johnson, they're putting pressure on they're stopping the running game. The receivers have no answer for the Giants. But of course, at the end, Tim Lewis says, you know what, guys, let's relax. Let's go into overtime. Let's play prevent. No, you can't do that because then the receivers are just going to jump all over your defensive backs, get the yardage that they needed because you weren't, number one, when you play prevent, you're stopping a touchdown. You're not stopping a field goal. And that's what the Giants seemed like they were trying to do. They were trying to chop a touchdown when all the Vikings needed was a field goal. So I think you have to blame that all on Tim Lewis because the defense, it's not their call. It's Tim Lewis's call.
Right. They were solid all day, a lot of pressure, and then they just fell apart.
Exactly.
All I'm going to say is at the end of the day, the Giants found a playmaker in Curtis Deloach. When he stepped in for Will Peterson, we thought that we were just having a scrubbed cornerback, and he's going to turn into a good player. And also, you got to say that when they played Dallas in this past week, they played awful games. Their offense wasn't executing, and at the end of the day, they were still in the game. So that says a lot about a team's character and talent.
All right, now they lost their lead in the NFC East. They're not on a positive note right now. What does this mean for the Giants the rest of the year? And do you still feel they can come out on top in the NFC?
Well, number one, next week, Philadelphia. Obviously that's no easy game when you got Donovan McNabb as the quarterback down there. This is going to be a game of testing. If the Giants can beat the Eagles, I don't know what to think about the Giants because they're just so inconsistent. I mean, how you can lose to the Vikings so that you can beat the Eagles? I
think if they beat the Eagles, we can safely say that this Minnesota game is a fluke.
I hope so because if they do lose the Eagles, you can just say, okay,
Giants all over again. They go 6-2. Wow, that's great. Now they're going to lose the rest of their games, go 6-10.
And winning heals every wound in this league.
Exactly, and I don't know. I mean, it's not like they're in a terrible position, but we're just so used to the Giants, seeing the Giants in this position year after year, having a great first half, and all of a sudden just losing
They tease you a little bit.
I guess so, yeah. They just get a series of losses in a row, like last year when they had 8 losses in a row. So I don't know what to expect from this Giants team. If they can beat Philadelphia, you could safely say that this was a fluke. But if they don't, I don't know what's going on.
Well, the Giants have to win their division games, and that's always the most important. They got 2 more games with Philly. They got 1 with Washington, 1 with Dallas. But the most important thing is you got to win when you're on the road, and that's what Eli Manning really hasn't done this year. It went to San Francisco, but I really wouldn't consider that a tough game. But all he's got to do is win on the road, and then you got to win your division games. It's going to be tough for the Giants with that tough division, but that shows how strong of a team you have.
Right, and this is probably the most solid division in football right now. You get the Cowboys, the Redskins, and of course the Eagles. It's going to be a tough end for the year for the Giants, and hope that they can turn it around and hopefully make the playoffs. Because I miss seeing the G-men playing in, January and December. Guys, all the time we have for this segment. We'll be right back in more 30-minute drill after this. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein, here with Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Another week of AFC action now. We got to play New England. We got to talk about New England and Miami. It was a big game for New England. They've been on their heels lately, especially with the lack of success compared to previous years. How big was this win in Miami?
Well, now it just basically gave them an advantage in the division going back over 500. And it was important now that the defense with Teddy Bruschi, he looked excellent. He looked like his old self yesterday, especially arguably he plays his best in the red zone. That's when they stopped them in the red zone, the Patriots. The defensive backs, they looked pretty good. And it was really important that Tom Brady can reestablish himself. They really had no running game because Corey Dillon was hurt, so they had Heath Evans. But Tom Brady led his team back down for the winning drive, and that's just going to put the Patriots down the driver's seat. They can take over that division right away.
Well, the Patriots really played a great game, and that's just without Corey Dillon, their star running back. And the Dolphins really have been playing also well of late. They almost beat the Falcons last week. Now they gave the Patriots a tough game. But the Buffalo Bills in this division, they just had a huge win against the Kansas City Chiefs. They're going to challenge this division when it comes down to it. And the Jets, they're just in a league of their own.
Well, now another big team right now, the Colts, at 9-0, sitting pretty in the AFC. Probably almost already have made the playoffs. This state, 9-0 right now. Peyton Manning playing a nice game. Edgerrin James playing well. The defense has stepped it up more than previous years. I think this Colts team is different this year because previously they relied on their big playmakers, namely Peyton Manning, Edgerrin James, and Reggie Wayne, and Marvin Harrison to really make big plays for them. And their defense kind of just was like, all right, hurry up and get off the field so we can, get on there and score some points. But now this year is different. I think they still have their playmakers, but they have some great defense too. Now, sitting at 9-0, how do you feel about this Colts team, and do you think that they're going to really go far this year?
Well, besides the Pittsburgh game, they really don't have another challenging game on the schedule. I mean, if you want to count Jacksonville as a division opponent, yeah, but the big test is going to be Monday night against Pittsburgh, and I feel like they can beat Pittsburgh because Peyton Manning, he just seems unstoppable. Edgerrin James arguably had the best first half for a running back this year. The defense has been looking excellent. I mean, I can't understand why you can't count the Colts out. And they have a shot, really, at getting, 14, 15. I don't want to say go undefeated because that's just so difficult in the NFL, but they have a shot. I mean, and especially in the playoffs, if you want to count maybe if they have to play the New England in the snow at Foxborough in the playoffs, I mean, that's the only test I think that they still have
I don't
left.
think any NFL team can go undefeated. There's always going to be one week where a team is better prepared than you, knows what you're going to do, and I think it's just impossible in this professional league. It just doesn't happen.
That's why I would say the Colts probably will go 14-2. They can't go 16-0 or 15-1 maybe.
Well, last year the Colts had an offense that was kind of like the old Rams offense that had Kurt Warner, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce was in his prime, Marshall Faulk was just an unbelievable back. But now the Colts like to run the ball, establish Edgerrin James, but their schedule gets a lot tougher right now. They still got Cincinnati, Jacksonville, they got Pittsburgh on Monday night, and at Seattle. Seattle, we know they're great at home. This is going to be a dangerous game for this ball club. And the MVP on their team, they have Edgerrin James, they have Peyton Manning. How about Cato June this year? He had 14 tackles yesterday. He's really playing excellent ball. And their defense is really stepping it up. We all know about Dwight Freeney. He's probably the best D end in football. This defense is stepping it up, and the offense, you can't say enough about him.
Another game we got to talk about, of course, the Jets getting spanked 30-3 at 2-7 right now. It's probably one of their least memorable seasons, or most memorable for poor play, I should say, in recent years. Now at 2-7, do you think that the Jets should kind of just give up and get ready for Matt Leinart or possibly Reggie Bush to come into their ball club next year?
Well, it's just like a series of events for the Jets because every single year they come in with like huge expectations. Then they just collapse. The one year, after 98, when they went to the AFC Championship game, 99, they had huge expectations, Super Bowl expectations. Testaverde gets hurt. They have Ray Lucas. They go 8, and last year, they arguably should have been in that AFC Championship game. They should have beat Pittsburgh on the road. This year, coming in with a lot of people expecting them to be in the Super Bowl. Pennington gets hurt. Basically,
just a second there. I don't think Pennington is so good. I think he's overrated, but I think they're in need of a serious new quarterback. I think Matt Leinart would be a good pickup for them because I think Pennington, he has pretty good accuracy, but he has the arm of a little girl. He can't throw the ball. So anyway, I think 33, that doesn't say well about their offense or their defense.
Well, it also doesn't help that their whole roster's depleted. I mean, Curtis Martin, what is he now, like 56? Their receivers, they're terrible. I mean, they just have their offensive line.
And Quebec has like millionth concussion.
Yeah, I know. Their offensive line's like the old Giants offensive line when they let defenders come in. So the Jets, they're a lost cause. And they're not going to just lose the rest of their games on purpose. We all know that. They're probably going to end up, because a football team like this, like the Jets, they're probably going to get 4 to 5 wins or something like in that case. So they're not going to get a top 1 or to 4 pick. So if I were the Jets, I mean, I'd shoot for getting like Reggie Bush or Matt Leinart, but I don't know. I mean, they really it's a lost season this year. Basically go out there, let Brooks Bollinger play. Don't put Jay Fiedler back because with this offensive line, he
needs a cane to walk around the field.
He's gonna get beat up out there. So just leave Brooks Bollinger out there, let the kid play, see what happens.
Well, Herm Edwards isn't just going to give up on this team. It's an NFL season, and the more games he loses, the more embarrassing, not only for the coach and the players, but the organization as well. And the Jets are in an impossible situation. Curtis Martin's also getting up there in years, so if you draft Reggie Bush, you're going to be stuck with Chad Pennington, who has no effectiveness. He could throw the short ball, but with their receivers, you can't throw anything deep.
He's injury prone.
Yeah.
The last 2 seasons.
The only bright spot on this team right now is Jonathan Vilma, and in the future, he's going to be a Pro Bowl and maybe even a Hall of Famer if he keeps up these numbers.
Right, definitely. I think the Jets are probably a lost cause this season. But what happens if Brooks Bollinger? Do you think Brooks Bollinger is a solid choice here? Because if he's demonstrated some good play at times. Do you think he's kind of like the Eli Manning, where he needs a little time to get into his mold in order to play well in this league? Or do you think I'm just spitballing?
I wouldn't go Eli Manning. Maybe Tim Couch. I don't know, but he's a poor man's version of Eli Manning, I guess you can say. But I mean, he's Brooks Bollinger. He's really a backup quarterback in this league. But with the Jets state, why not have him play during the games? I mean, you don't want to bring Vinny Testaverde out there because if he gets a big hit late on him, may he rest in peace. I mean, because you just gotta let Brooks Bollinger play and help this team out because they're going nowhere. They're 2-7.
Yeah, it's the same situation as with the Yankees and the Mets. Brooks Bollinger will always be the second quarterback in New York. He'll always be behind Peyton Manning. Just like all the shortstop and third basemen in the Mets, they'll always be behind Derek Jeter.
Peyton Manning?
Eli Manning.
Yeah, Peyton's
Sorry.
better.
But it's just like the Yankees' left side of their infield. It's always going to overshadow the left side of the Mets infield. It's just a lost cause for this Jets organization.
Right, I totally agree with you guys. I think maybe the Jets can get a good draft pick and hopefully come back next season with a little more hope. But that's all the time we have for this AFC segment. We'll be right back with more 30-minute drill after this. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. It's Spirit Week here at Wayne Hills, and it's 60s Day right here on the drill. I got my stickers going. My guys here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene, have their band shirts. It's a great day here on the drill. We got Week 11 to talk about. There's going to be some great games here. Let's first talk about Tampa Bay, Atlanta. Tampa Bay coming off a big win. Chris Sims playing well. Atlanta also having a good season. Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
Well, it's going to be a really good game because I think both of these teams are really inconsistent. Chris Sims, he showed a lot last week, driving his team from behind, beating the Redskins. So I don't know, because Michael Vick, that was a terrible loss to the Packers, who at the time were 1-7, and especially because Atlanta was home. So, and I don't know what to expect from this game now that Cadillac Williams, he's been totally non-existent the past couple of weeks.
What's happened to him?
Yeah, people are saying that he's been hurt. I mean, you can blame the injury, but he's been playing. So I mean, when you play in the NFL, you should be playing at your regular consistency, but obviously he's not. So if in this game, I'd probably have to take Tampa Bay just because Chris Sims driving his team back last week and their defense has been playing pretty well lately.
Do you think that Atlanta's defense will be a factor in shutting Chris Sims down? And do you think Cadillac Williams could continue his slump, or is he going to come back from this deficit?
No, I think Cadillac Williams is still going to be in the slump because Atlanta's defense is just too good. But I don't think Michael Vick, after I saw him losing to the Packers last week, he's kind of
I disagree with that guy. I definitely disagree with that because I think Atlanta is just too strong of a team like that. I mean, Tampa Bay did have a good run last week, 36-35, but the Redskins didn't. I mean, it was just a total. How Redskins are supposed to have one of the top defenses in the league, and they let up 36 points. It was all an offensive match. There was no defense whatsoever in that game.
Well, you can make an argument for the Falcons too because they played really no defense against the Packers.
Well, to lose to a team like that, to lose to a 1-7 team like that, you have to have a bad day, just like the Giants did last week with the Vikings. It was just a bad game, and I honestly think Atlanta.
Well, I think the big picture this year is, unlike the Patriots the previous years, there's no real dominant team this year in the NFL. It seems like except maybe for the Colts, perhaps.
And they're really not that dominant, really.
I think that there's really no dominant team this year, and it's really wide open for any of these teams that are like over 500, or even below 500 at this point, to come back and take a playoff
especially
spot.
in the NFC. I mean, the whole league's wide open because
Especially
if you think Seattle's the best team, Seattle's not that good. I mean, anybody.
It's between the Panthers, Giants, Atlanta, all those teams.
All right, well, let's move on here. A matchup between one NFC team and an AFC team, Carolina against Chicago. Both are not having great seasons up to their standard, but are still they're in run for the playoffs. How do you guys feel about this game?
Well, just a clarification, they're both in the NFC, Alan. It's all right. But
sorry about that.
Chicago's leading the NFC North, and they're probably the most surprising team this year because their defense, it's come to life. You got to give a lot of credit to Lovie Smith because he's a great coach, and he just leads his troops all the time. And they're going with a rookie quarterback, Kyle Orton. He's playing surprisingly really well. He was a draft pick coming out of Purdue. So, and the running game, every single week they have a different runner. Thomas Jones the first couple of weeks, but then he got hurt. Cedric Benson came up, and all of a sudden this new guy, he's been coming up well for them. So, I mean, they've been very consistent. In Carolina, their defense has been looking like the old defense, the Super Bowl defense. So they've been looking pretty well. And this game is probably going to be a grudge match, probably in the teens to score. I'm going to say Carolina.
What do you think?
I say the same thing. I say Carolina because just after coming off the week, beating the Jets 30-3, which was a big game. I mean, the Jets haven't been doing that great this year, but the Jets, they're always a factor.
Any team in the NFL is solid.
Anybody can do anything in this league right now. Carolina, 7-2, looking real good. Their defense is exactly looking like their old Super Bowl defense a few years ago, and I think they're just going to come out on top in this game. Even though Chicago's defense has been looking really well, and they're looking really good this year.
I don't know if you would say they're the old Super Bowl defense, but I think we need to move on to Indy Cincy, a battle of quarterbacks, Peyton Manning and Carson Palmer, also a battle of defenses. It's going to be a tough game here. What do you guys feel? I personally feel that Indy's going to come out on top because I think their offense is just too good. And unlike previous years, they have a defense, and they also have a running game because previously they kind of just passed the ball. Even though they have Andrew James, they really didn't use him to his full potential.
Well, I'm just going to say Indy short and sweet because on the road, I could see them winning because I think Cincinnati's overrated. Peyton Manning's too good. The defense has been solid. I say Indy wins.
Although Indy is due for a loss at this point.
Absolutely.
Indy wins. Peyton Manning, just too good. Their defense looking great this year. That's all you got to say.
All right, well, now a division game in the NFC East. The G-Men against the Philadelphia Eagles. It's going to be a tough game. The G-Men coming off a 24-21 loss to the Vikings. It was a really heartbreaking loss here. Is this the kind of loss that's going to put your season under, or can the G-Men rebound?
Well, in the G-Men's case, it can put your season under because historically that's just the way it goes. But in the big picture, no, this can't put you under. I mean, you're 6-3, you're first in the division. Well, actually, now they're tied with Dallas because Dallas won last night against the Eagles on Monday night. But no, I'd say that the Giants win this game just because the Giants have so many offensive weapons. I think they're going to rebound from this loss. And personally, I don't like the Eagles. Greene.
Although the Eagles probably are hungry right now because they lost to the Cowboys. It's going to be a tough game.
Well, I don't know what's going to make them more hungrier. I mean, they lost T.O., they lost last week, so they have a lot of motivations, the Eagles. I can't see why they're not going to come out and play hard.
Well, you know what? This is a hard game to pick because, you know what? The Eagles losing 3 in a row, starting off 4-2, have lost, 3 big games. They should have won last night, up 27 in the third quarter and losing 21-20, which is just not acceptable. And
Who do you think is going to win the game?
I honestly think the Giants are going to win this game. I think the Giants are going to come out top. I think the Eagles are going down the
Tough
floor.
word for an Eagles fan here.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but you know what? 4 and 5 Eagles aren't looking
All right,
good
guys,
this
all
year.
the time we have for this segment. We'll be back in more 30-minute drill after.
Hi, and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, AJ Levine. I'm filling in for Tom Galo this week. Here I am joined by my guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor. Today we got a lot to talk about, guys. In the East, everyone's been talking about Detroit, Indiana, and Miami. Where do the Nets fit into this picture with Jason Kidd and Vince Carter playing so good?
Well, obviously they have to be considered to be in the playoff picture just because of the Nets and Jason Kidd. He's been playing well. Vince Carter, he's been pretty phenomenal. They just have to start playing defense, and the problem in the East is, especially if they want to match up against Miami and Detroit, they have to have a big man, and they have to develop Nenad Kristich. So the Nets, if Kristich's game improved, they can seriously contend in the East.
Yeah, I really like the guards on the Nets. We all know about Jason Kidd, what he does for his team. He rebounds, he scores, and he gets assists. But the difference between those other three teams and the New Jersey Nets is the big guys. Indiana, they have Jermaine O'Neal. He's tremendous. On Detroit, they really don't have any big guys that can score, but Ben Wallace inside. He's such a huge presence. And Shaquille O'Neal, you can't say enough about this guy. He blocks shots, he rebounds, he scores. He dishes the ball off to Dwayne Wade and other scorers on this team. The only way that the Nets are going to be able to contend is if they get a big guy that could not stop, but at least contain the other big guys in the East.
All right, and on the other side of the Hudson, the New York Knicks are really playing awful. The addition of Larry Brown to Isaiah Thomas was really not what they expected. What do you guys think about this ball club?
Well, they've won 2 in a row now, the Knicks, and it's basically all on chemistry because Larry Brown's teams, they all start out slow. They have to get Jamal Crawford going and his new role off the bench. Quentin Richardson has to start playing with his head in the game. Stephon Marbury, he's been pretty much a real bright spot on the team. And the young kids, Nate Robinson, David Lee, Channing Frye, they've been playing well. And if Eddie Curry develops a legitimate big man and stays healthy, I think the Knicks can contend. I think I can see him getting like the 5 or 6 seed, and maybe in the playoffs they can be a sleeper and beat some of the better teams.
Yeah, Trevor Ariza really has been a good pickup in the last few years for them. He gets a lot of steals coming off the bench. But I really had higher expectations for this ball club, especially with Eddie Curry. Being a Bulls fan, we knew what this guy could do coming out of high school. He's big and he's strong and he has inside moves. But this team has to get their guards to pass the ball. Marbury and Jamal Crawford, they shoot too much and they don't know how to get the ball into the inside guys like Frye and Curry, who are really effective post players. But because of the weak East, I think they can get into the playoffs.
Guys, now let's move to the West. The Los Angeles Lakers are playing excellent. The Zen Master is back and he's in championship form. What do you guys think about this Lakers ball club?
Well, I think Phil Jackson's an overrated coach because it seems every team that he goes to, he's already got the stars. When he went to Chicago, he had Jordan and Pippen, and when he went to Los Angeles, his first tenure there, he had Shaq and Kobe. So he was working with a lot of talent. This time's his real test because now he's not working with a lot of talent. I mean, obviously he has Kobe Bryant, but he doesn't have that legitimate big man. And the big man right now that they're looking into is Lamar Odom. So if he gets Lamar Odom to work in that triangle offense, and he brings this Laker team back from a dismal year last year, he could be coach of the year just because that Lakers team last year was awful. They couldn't gel. Kobe Bryant proved that he can't lead the team on his own without Shaq. And this year, if Odom and him gel, and it could be pretty dangerous in the playoffs if they make it.
Yeah, Phil Jackson's really had a good turnaround for this ball club. He does always have the talent, but he also is a great coach. I mean, he's won so many championships, even with Jordan and Pippen.
Brunel. He didn't play well the first 3 quarters. Pretty much 3.5.
And as for the Bengals, I think they could do well this year. They were 8-8 last year, and that was basically a rebuilding year because they had a new quarterback.
Plexico Burress is a very good upgrade for them at wide receiver because now they have Amani Toomer, Plexico Burress, and Jeremy Shockey, and another one just terrible.
And the Bengals, they're a good team. Carson Palmer, I was surprised at what he did. 2 key passes, 280 yards.
And they allowed both the run and the pass. That definitely led to their defeat this week.
Biggest surprise of the year right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, leading the league.
McNabb, maybe the best quarterback throwing the deep ball, even though Kerry Collins isn't a slacker behind him.
They run all over there, pass all over. Dante Culpepper looks like duty. All right.
And when we come back, Chad Cutler will be talking about baseball. More on the 30-minute drill. Hi, and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Thomas Galo, and my guests here, Andrew Gayo and Matt Greene. And today we will be talking about football. but it's not college football, and it's not the NFL. That's right, it's high school football. The Wayne Hills Patriots versus the Rampo Raiders. It took place on November 18, 2005 at 7 o'clock right here at Wayne Hills High School. Guys, it was a great game. The Wayne Hills Patriots is crushing those Rampo Raiders 41-13. Now, Wayne Hills is now 11-0, and they're going to state championship. Now, this is their second straight title game, their 9th one in 10 years. Now, tell me, after stunning Rampo again, 41-13, just tell me, what do you think's in for them for this season now?
Well, just first off, congratulations, Tom. I know you're on the squad, and it means a lot to you to be on this basically championship caliber team. But it does mean a lot because you beat Ramapo, and that's beating Ramapo. And you didn't only beat them; you destroyed them. 41-13. You were on all cylinders. Your defense, people were saying that your run defense was weak, but going into the game, and you absolutely shut down John Kleiner. Chris Hogan, he was ineffective the whole game. Nick Romeo did an excellent job covering him. The defensive backs, Omar Rodriguez, Zach Mink, they did an excellent job. Your linebackers, we all know Justin Dubin, Ray Van Peen, and Pete Sarabia. Mike Fulham returning an interception for a touchdown, his first this year. So it means a lot to the team that the defense is playing this good, and the offense, we all know, Ray Van Peen, and that offensive line just terrific, opening up holes for him. Alex Gibson, the fullback, doing a great job. Mike Peischel making good decisions. So it was really an all-team effort against Ramapo.
Oh, definitely. You know what? Ramapo always being like a big rivals. It's never ever for Wayne Hills. It's never ever been a blowout. A few years ago, my older brother Ryan Greene was on the team. Ramapo beating Wayne Hills 42-0, 35-12. It was just a terrible year. And you know what? Just to come back and just to show that we can do the same to Ramapo some years is something big. And against this Parsippany Hills team who, it should have lost to Wayne Valley if Wayne Valley would have actually played a great game. It would have been great if the Wayne Hills Wayne Valley game, but it's behind us now. But Parsippany Hills is just not even close to Wayne Hills. You know what I mean? Like their record, 9-1 or 10-1, and you know what? Their league just wasn't nearly as good as Wayne Hills. And Wayne Hills, I honestly predict like 5 touchdown win, 6 touchdown win. It's just going to be an absolute blowout in Giant Stadium.
This is just a great win for the Wayne Hills Patriots. Ray Van Peen had 301 yards, he had 5 touchdowns. And like you said, Mike Fulham, he had a great 37-yard interception right into the end zone. It was just really great. And you got to say that the offensive line just done a great job this year, which consists of the center, Matthew Galo, the guards, Peter Staluppi, Justin Dubin, Paul John, and the tackles, Dave Ogden, Matt Johnson, also Nico Stevens. All those guys just done a great job this year. But what I'm wondering is, Rampo just had no defense this game. They just couldn't stop the Wayne Hills Patriots. Now tell me, what did Rampo do wrong this game?
Frankly, I didn't think they did anything wrong. I think Wayne Hills just overpowered them because it looked, from what I guess you guys worked a lot in practice this week, doing, Coach Ziza, Coach Olson, Coach Johnson working out on your flaws and stuff, and you just came out into the game, Wayne Hills, and they overpowered them. Rampo really had no answer. If Rampo played their best game the other night, I still think they would not have been close because Wayne Hills, they looked like a powerhouse the other night.
Well, you know what? Rampo really couldn't do anything wrong. You know what? A lot of their defense was hurt. 6-3 record coming into this game. They weren't the same team as last year. Not even nearly, and Wayne Hills still beat them last year. But you know what? Ray is just overpowering. 301 yards rushing, 5 TDs. I mean, come on. What type of running back does that? That's a naturally talented running back right there. And you know what? What can you say?
Now, Hogan did get hurt when we did play him. Alex Gibson gave a concussion to him in the last game against Rampo. Now, this game, Chris Hogan, he had 11 catches and he had 144 yards. Now, it's not exactly the best for him because I've seen games where he had over 200 yards and he's had such a better game. I don't know what happened to Hogan this game. But now let's talk about the state championship between the Wayne Hills Patriots and the Parsippany Hills Vikings. Now, it's going to be on December 3rd, 2005 at Giant Stadium. Now, that is just really exciting for the Wayne Hills Patriots. It's not really a lot when they go to Giant Stadium and play there. I mean, that's just amazing. Now, tell me, what do you think Wayne Hills has to do to beat these Parsippany Hills Vikings?
Well, they have to play their game like they've always had. They have to go in with the same attitude, the same vision that this Parsippany Hills team is just as good as any team that would be in the MBIL because, let's face the facts, Parsippany Hills is no Demorest, they're no Rampo, they're no Ultapan. It's not gonna be as hard as a game for Wayne Hills, but you can't have that attitude going on, otherwise you might be upset. Wayne Hills they're going to be the favorite, huge favorite in this game. So basically, all they have to do is go in with the same mindset, play hard, play your game. That's it. Hand the ball off the Ray Van Peeman, and set it up for the play action with Mike Peischel, to Nick Romeo, to John Iron, to Scott Schultz, or to Alex Gibson now who's been getting into the offense. So that's what you got to do. You just got to play your game and just let the defense just, don't let the quarterback burn you on big plays, and that's all you have to do. I think Wayne Hills wins big in this game.
Yeah, same here. You know what? Just all you have to do is just to secure a win, because I know it's going to be a blowout, but it's just to secure a win. Just don't go in there, nonchalant it, just go in there and just think you're going to win, because Gayo's right. You may be upset because, men are men. Men can do the same thing, you know what, on any given Sunday, or in this case, any given Saturday. It could happen. It could happen, but still, my prediction is just a big blowout at Giants Stadium on December 3rd. It's just going to be a big blowout.
You're absolutely right. But, you see, what Wayne has to do is they just can't come in there. You're right. They just can't come in there just saying, oh, we're going to win, that's it, it's over. Because you never know, Parsippany Hills, they are a decent team. They're all right. I mean, they don't have a wide receiver like Hogan. I mean, they have an okay quarterback, but believe me, if Wayne Hills goes in there saying, oh, that's it, it's over, we won, we got it, it's not going to happen. So they better just go in there thinking, we got to beat this team. We got to, just like you said, a blowout. That's what they need. Now, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think? Do you have a prediction for this game, like a score? What do you guys think will be a score of this game?
35-12. That just simply put because Wayne Hills, they play their game. There's no match.
47-6. I think it's going to be just a big blowout by halftime. Just be over by halftime, I honestly think. Because, Ray's just going to go off, and Giants Stadium's just going to go absolutely amazing. He's going to have so many touchdowns, and it's going to connect to Nick Romeo. Mike Peischel's just going to be amazing that game, too. I think so.
And now, give the backups, quarterback Mike Giampapa, some time in there. You might get some time. Get some big game experience. Danny DeSico, Carlton Morrison, they're all going to get in. Tim Waller will.
They're definitely going to be big in the Wayne Hills future.
Yeah,
definitely.
Especially Mike Giampapa, he's going to be the big, the signal caller for years to come. And he's a playmaker, basically. We all know that. But I think he could start on other teams in this league, I think.
Now, here's my prediction. I think it's going to be 40-12. I just think that with this Wayne Hills offense, we're just going to rip these Parsippany Hills Vikings apart. But when we come back, more 30-minute drill.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I am your host, Alan Bernstein. Another week of NFL action to talk about. Here are my guests, Matt Taylor and Matt Greene, who's acting like a loser. Anyway, a lot of NFC action first to talk about. First, a big game here was Bears versus Tampa. A huge game, especially for Tampa, who's coming on a break. They need to continue this. They weren't able to do so, though. Instead, the Bears improved to 8-3 and a huge contender in the AFC. Both teams exhibiting good defense, with the score being at 13-10. It was a tough game. What do you guys feel about this game? And does this put the Bears in the forefront position in the AFC?
Well, first of all, it does put the Bears in that front position. But first, let's talk about the Bucs. And I got to say, Chris Sims has really showed a lot of improvement over the last 5 weeks since Brian Greasy went down. And that defense, they always step up. On the other side of the ball, I got to say that Lovie Smith has to be hands down the coach of the year. A turnaround since he's left his previous team, the St. Louis Rams. He's really done a great job on the defensive side specifically. Brian Urlacher is the leader. And you got guys like Alex Brown and Wally Ogunleye.
Alex Brown had a big game for them.
Yeah, and you look at
stripping that fumble on the 1-yard line was important.
Yeah, they got Ogunleye. It was really a great trade. They got rid of Marty Booker, who was some excess baggage, and they got a great pass rusher. So now they got a great defense, and I'm really going to look at what this team going to do next season. They got two quarterbacks, Rossman and Kyle Orton, and what are they going to do with the running back position? They got Cedric Benson this year in their previous draft pick from Texas, and they got Thomas Jones also running the ball well. So in this offseason, the Bears are going to have some things to look out for, but I like the future for this program.
Yeah, like the Bears, in yesterday's game, 13-10, it was a pretty close game, but you know what, these Bears, their defense is just doing everything for them. Kyle Orton did great. He's a good quarterback, Jones is awesome. But you know what, this defense, in the beginning of the game, Alex Brown just stripped that fumble on the 1-yard line off a pretty good but banged up Tampa Bay offensive line. And you know what, just going in for the score right away and just getting leads right away is what's going to win you games. And that's why the Bears are winning, because their defense is helping them out so much. They're such a great team. Hey, my fantasy team's looking good because of them.
All right, let's move on now. Carolina, Buffalo. A big game for Carolina against a not-so-great Buffalo team. They improved to 8-3 this week with a 13-9 win. It was a tough one for both teams. Bills kind of on their way out this year, but Carolina are stepping up to that forefront position in the NFC now. How important is this for Carolina to establish themselves here?
Well, yeah, it was really a good performance by both teams. I mean, the Bills came up short here, but it was a good performance on the offensive end for the Carolina Panthers. They were facing a good defense in the Buffalo Bills, and when a team's struggling, those are the most teams you got to watch out for because they want to be a season spoiler, and that's what the Bills could have been for the Carolina Panthers this past week. But John Fox really got his team prepared well. Jake Delhomme is really proven himself to be a great quarterback in this league. It's a big win, especially in that division. You got the Bucs are playing well, even though it lost this past week. And the Atlanta Falcons, you know they're always going to be dangerous when you got a guy like Michael Vick in the pocket. So it's a good win for this ball club.
Yeah, see, I call Carolina a very, very good divisional team. You know, you have the Bucs 7-4, and you know what, you got for their NFC, for like NFC contenders, you got the the Seahawks at 9-2. So, you know, you got Carolina coming out, you know, Jake Delhomme playing well. Steven Davis played pretty well. But, you know what, I think Carolina's going to go real, real far in the playoffs this year, and this win definitely solidified that with them at 8-3.
Well, they're obviously a good team this year. And, you know, the previous years, especially last year, they haven't had such a great season. They fell to a below 500 record. But moving on, we got to go over to the G-Men playing against the Seahawks now. It was a tough game, especially for Jay Feely, who missed a bunch of field goals at the end of the game. But, you know, the Giants played well, aside from having 16 penalties, which is the second most in franchise history. Luke Pettigrew with 5 false starts. David Deal with 3. It was a rough game for the offensive line. But what does this say about Tom Coughlin's organization? What was the problem here? Did he have a lack of discipline here? Was the crowd noise too great? Or is Tom Coughlin's team just not responding to him as far as discipline?
Well, I think there was a lot of problems other than on the defensive end. You have Eli Manning. I don't know where he was throwing that ball when he got picked off by Michael Boulware. That got returned to around the 43-yard line, changed the field position for the whole game. And in overtime, I don't know why Tom Coughlin sent out Jay Feely for that long field goal attempt. Because if he missed it, they did get the ball at the 42-yard line. Why not punt the ball? If they get a touchback, the worst thing that happens is they're going to get the ball at the 20-yard line. And that really also changed the field position of the game. And I don't know what Corey Webster was doing. He couldn't cover Joe Jurevicius. I don't know why they didn't put Will Allen or Curtis Bloch on him.
Well, they did at the end of the game when they finally stopped them.
Yeah, and that's the only time that they stopped him in the whole game. And I don't know why Eli Manning's throwing the ball 53 times in the game. You had a great running attack with Tiki Barber.
I mean, he had over 150, almost 150 yards there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Eli Manning did well, but it was all mistakes. I mean, come on, 16 penalties. And, you know, don't even bust what's his name, because you know Joe Jurevicius did so well. You know, you got Giants letting him go, and then you got Tampa letting him go, and then he comes to Seattle and he just goes on his former team and just does that well. Has 137 yards.
But you know, Joe Jurevicius did nothing for the Giants.
He didn't do anything for the Giants, but just to come out against your former team and do that just proves that he can do something.
Now, why did the Giants lose this week?
I think it was all around not lack of discipline. I mean, you get a 10-yard gain, and then it comes back for 10 yards. That's a loss of 20 yards. I think it's a lot is on the offensive line, but more the left side of the line than the right.
It was just mistakes. I mean, what can you say? You had 16 penalties, and you missed 3. You had 3 chances to win the game. I mean, the second chance, you know, 54-yard field goal is a very, very tough field goal. I agree with Matt that they should have punted. They should have tried to go, you know, punt it within the 10-yard line, you know, get them in terrible field position, or even that. I mean, even if they got a touchback, you know, you start at your 20, let them drive down the field for 80 yards. You'll be fine then. It's a lot easier than letting them start at the Giants' 42, and then being able to get into field goal position and go up. But just Jay Feely was just missing important field goals. I mean, I personally think the first one, the 40-yard field goal, should have been hit. You should be able to hit a 40-yard field goal.
The third field goal in overtime, I think if you miss that, I think you need to send him out there because I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, but that second field goal, 54 yards, is pretty long. But you know, a 45-yarder and a 40-yard field goal should be hit by an NFL kicker. There's no question about it.
Right now, sitting at 7-4, are the Giants in a bad place in the playoff picture? Or can they come back here? Because if they go 3-3 the rest of the way, they can still make the playoffs.
Well, I wouldn't say they're in a quote-unquote bad situation, but they do have a tough schedule. I mean, they got Dallas at home this week.
It's 3-2. Excuse me.
Yeah, they still got Kansas City. Washington's never going to be easy. The Philadelphia Eagles, they're not going to make the playoffs, but they could be a spoiler for the New York Giants. And on New Year's Eve, going to Oakland, that's not going to be an easy game. You know, Kerry Collins against his former team, he loves to throw the deep ball. And the way to beat the Giants is throw the ball deep and attack those young corners, and that's what Oakland does best with Jerry Porter and Randy Moss.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants could have a little bit of a worry. You know, you got Dallas next week. You have Eagles coming up in the next few weeks. I mean, the Eagles are always a scare for the Giants, but if the Giants just keep it up, if the Giants at least if they lose one game, they'll be fine, and they'll get into the playoffs.
That's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be right back with more 30-minute drill after this. We'll be talking about more football. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Alan Bernstein. Here I got my guests, Matt Taylor and Matt Greene. Guys, another week of NFL action, which means another week of AFC action, which is a big week, of course, for the Broncos, especially beating the Cowboys 24-21. In OT, a huge loss for the Cowboys, but the Broncos really moved forward in the AFC and solidifying their playoff spot. How important of a win was this for them?
Well, it was a really big win, especially in the whole AFC picture. Now they're, I think, in the second spot for that total position. When it comes to the playoffs, the Colts obviously are undefeated right now. They got the one spot. And the Chiefs and the Chargers right now are trailing behind the Broncos. And Ron Dane, we really saw a big game out of him. And Mike Shanahan said that the system that he ran at the University of Wisconsin was much like what they run now with the Denver Broncos. And maybe that's a lot of the reason why he wasn't so successful with the New York Giants. And I got to say, Jake Plummer really having a great year. And he cut down on his turnovers. When he was with Arizona, he used to just throw the ball away to
he had no help there.
Yeah, to his non-talented receivers. And now that he's got good receivers like Rod Smith, he's really turned into a good quarterback in this league. John and Jason Elam, there's no doubt in my mind.
Definitely, the Broncos are definitely a great team this year. You know, coming out 9-2, beating the Cowboys. Excuse me, now they're 9-2, but they're coming out 8-2, going against a great Cowboys team who's come out surprising this year with Drew Bledsoe. And you know what? They didn't exactly pounce on them, but they did. They solidified the 21 points with a great running game, with a great passing game. And you know what? The Broncos are amazing this year. You got Ron Dane, who played stupendous. Stupendous. He's such a good running back now. He's so much better than he was in the Giants. It's just unbelievable.
Right, but I don't know if he was not that good with the Giants. I think it was a lack of coaching, especially because also he didn't really come well into the game plan. But you can see Brandon Jacobs now is also having a little bit of trouble with this. Yeah. With this offense here. Let's moving on to the Skins in San Diego, 33-27 in favor of San Diego. The Skins now kind of out of the playoff picture, it seems, in the NFC. But especially San Diego, they move up into a key position in the AFC. They've been playing well this year. LaDainian Tomlinson with a huge run in overtime to really keep this one going. How important was this win for San Diego? And can we expect more from this in the future?
Well, for Marty Schottenheimer's ball club, it was really a big win, especially with Denver winning and Kansas City just running over the Patriots. And that division just going to get harder and harder. And the Chargers have really had a tough year. They lost games early in the year, like to Dallas, heartbreaking games. And they also lost that one to the Eagles where the field goal was blocked at the end. And I really think that has just been a tough season for them. But when it's all said and done, they're still in the run for the playoffs. And Joe Gibbs' ball club, really, I don't know what's wrong. Mark Brunell isn't playing good. They can't establish Clinton Portis. And usually the defense, that's a bright spot on this ball club. They haven't even been playing great. The Giants, we saw a few weeks back, they just ran all over them. In overtime, LT had that huge run. It's just a good all-around effort for the Chargers.
Yeah, you know, I mean, after beating the Eagles, after the Redskins beating the Eagles, you know, you would figure that the Redskins would be going on a run because, you know, the Eagles are usually the NFC East, you know, dominant team. But, you know, they've lost 2 in a row. And, you know, it's also great for the Chargers, you know, going 3-4 after losing to the Eagles that one week on the block field goal, 20-17, you know, ever since then. To just keep winning and just to be 7-4 right now is just amazing.
Right, definitely. And also the Browns losing to the Vikings this week. They dropped from 9-1 to 9-2. Now, in this stage of the game here, when you lose a game this late in the season, is that a bad thing for this team? And can they come back next week and keep winning?
Well, I don't think so, but let's talk about the Vikings a little bit. And Mike Tice, early in the year, I thought that he was going to get fired. He was doing an awful job with this ball club. And now that they got Brad Johnson as their quarterback, it seems like they keep winning. And no doubt about it, Dante Culpepper is a better quarterback than Brad Johnson. But Johnson just has that ability to win games late. He's a veteran. He already has a Super Bowl ring under his belt. And he's using guys like Marcus Robinson, the size that he has, to his perfection.
Yeah, you know what, just to come out here with Brad Johnson, and after that scandal with the boat and everything, just to come out and just to be 6-5 right now and second in the division behind the Seahawks is just great. You know what, the Vikings are back in the playoff race, so look out for them.
Well, that's all the time we have for this AFC segment, but we'll be right back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Hi, welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Matt Greene, and he's my special guests, Andrew Gayo and Matt Taylor, and I'd like to dedicate this segment to Rich Bazzicato Jr. for his wedding tomorrow. Okay, guys, today we're going to be talking college basketball. Well, it isn't March Madness yet, but there's already a great feeling about this college basketball season. So let's talk about the number 1 ranked Duke Blue Devils. Led by seniors J.J. Redick and Sheldon Williams, do they have enough talent to not only win the ACC title this year, but also win the national title this year?
Well, they definitely can because J.J. Redick, he's a perennial All-American Player of the Year. Sheldon Williams, he's one of the best centers in the country. Lee Melchione, he's good firepower off the bench. They have just so much depth on defense. As we know, Coach K, he's a great coach. His teams are never going to not play defense. And the offense, as I mentioned with Redick, I mean, their three-point shooting's excellent. Redick, the best free throw shooter in the country. Duke definitely has the firepower to not only win the ACC, but I think they definitely have a shot at the title, national title.
Well, being a Carolina fan, it's kind of tough to give Duke credit, but the ACC really is weak this year. We all know about Carolina losing everyone on that team. Maryland really took a big hit losing John Gilchrist. I have no idea why he left for the draft. Wake Forest lost Chris Paul, but that was a smart move for him to go to the draft. Now Wake are relying on Justin Gray and Eric Williams to win games. And for Georgia Tech, they lost Jared Jack, who went right to the NBA. So a conference that had pretty much all good guards last year also lost all their good guards this year, also losing Daniel Ewing to Duke. But I think Duke's going to be really tough this year. But I think them being number 1, they're not as good as Carolina was last year, even Illinois. Is there a 1-2 combo with Williams and Redick? And they got to hope that guys like Greg Paulus and Josh McRoberts can play big for them, 2 freshmen, and when it comes tournament time.
I definitely agree with that because you know what? Last year's Carolina team was absolutely unbelievable. You know, coming out with the 7 great scorers that 4 of them now are in the top 14 picks in the draft. You know, you got Sean May, Raymond Felton, Marvin Williams, and Rashad McCants just all coming out of the draft this year, and they're just such good scorers. And I honestly think for a long time, I don't think they'll have a team like that.
You got to give that to the recruiting, though. That's excellent recruiting.
Yeah, that's big
when
time.
you get people like that.
But also, how about them reigning national champs, North Carolina? But this year, they're kind of in a rebuilding year. You know, they like I said, they lost those 7 scorers, and they also lost those 4 top draft picks. You know, Raymond Felton, Sean May, Rashad McCants, Marvin Williams. But guys, do you think Roy Williams can lead senior leader David No to lead the Heels to the dance again this year?
Well, it's going to be really hard because just with how the conference is structured, I mean, in the whole league, I mean, David Knoll, he's probably their best player right now. But if they do make the dance, it's going to be a huge accomplishment, especially with all the people that they did lose.
Definitely.
But look, I think the only positive, if they don't make the dance, obviously they can win the NIT tournament. And also that they're recruiting for the next 4 to 6 years. They're going to have the best probably for the next 4 to 6 years.
I don't know about winning NIT championships. That great of an accomplishment. I mean, you know, the Temple Owls do that every year.
Yeah,
Come on, Temple Owls.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's so weird not seeing Carolina, like thinking Carolina is going to be one of the top teams this year. But okay.
Well, until April 4th or 5th, North Carolina, in my mind, is still national champions because they're the one person that still has the title. They still got the rings. And Roy Williams is really a great coach. But I had a chance to watch them against Illinois, and they have no outside scoring. But you got to look at guys like Tyler Hansborough, Marcus Ginyard, 2 great freshmen that really impressed me. Now, I don't know if they're going to do anything in the ACC. It's really weak. I don't know if they're going to be able to beat Duke. But also, they have a number 1 recruiting class into next year. So I think Carolina has a bright future ahead of them.
I agree because you know Carolina some off seasons. You know, 2 or 3 years ago they had an 8-20 season surprisingly, and then they came back the next season coming back and having a nice winning season, and then the year after that, obviously last year, winning the national championship. You know, with a great record. But how about rapid fire right now? Go. All right, guys, it's time for rapid fire where the answers are hot off the grill. All right, guys, for college basketball, who's the national player of the year?
J.J. Redick.
Adam Morrison.
Best conference.
Big 12.
Big East.
Most overrated team.
Maryland.
Syracuse.
Most underrated team.
Memphis.
And finally, what's your prediction for the title game?
UConn Duke.
The Longhorns of Texas, the Huskies of University of Connecticut.
Wow, that's a big prediction right there. I can agree on Texas, but I don't know about UConn again. But all right, guys, that's the end of our show today. And once again, congratulations to Coach Bazzicato on his wedding tomorrow
Smile fades in the
summer. Place your hand in mine. I'll leave when I wanna.